is like experiencing your end or your death. In other words, you will realize that when there is no you, there is no death. Your realization that you never existed to face death is a very pleasant feeling. When you become one with the nature, you feel like a bird that left the cage to fly away into freedom. Your thoughts or your mind consciousness disintegrates into nothingness. Collection of thoughts or your mind consciousness keeps you a prisoner in your belief that you exist. Realizing the pure truth will set you free from all this illusion. You will feel a very pleasant lightness after you realize the pure truth. This is where our practical path would lead you to. You have to attempt to see just one thought. Now you are also going to get ready to do a huge operation to realize the truth. The Buddha preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that believing in any of the stimuli aramunu that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. Supposing we receive an image of a book, and if we believe that it truly exists outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book truly exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance of the pure truth, also known as avidya, which makes us believe in the outside. Samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance, and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of lobha, desire, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. Therun Sanna, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, very thankful for your reading. Uh, what you read was 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2 book. That is the book that we have been discussing. We first of all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Therwan Sarna Aryan Vahanse. Aryan Vahanse is our spiritual teacher who is clearing the path for us and also explaining Lord Buddha's teaching, which has happened 2600 years ago. And there were lots of areas which were not very clear because when it was written to the books, uh, the certain facts have been changed because depending on the person who did the translation, uh, the exact true Dhamma which was uh, disclosed by Lord Buddha has altered into some extent. So therefore, there was a sort of mixed kind of information given in these books, but uh, our noble friend Aryan Vahanse has been clearing up all these dark areas. So we are able to understand more and more facts about the true Dhamma. So we are very grateful to him. And also uh, all our Dhamma friends who have joined today to the Zoom discussion are welcome most very warmly. Everyone, Sarnai, all of you. And our friends who are helping us behind the screen uh, with all the technical aspects. We are very grateful to you. So, Terwa Saranai. Uh, from the two pages that Shani mm, read for us, the things which came out was actually mm, you never existed. That means this is the misconception or the wrong belief that we had that uh, me, myself, or you, or whatever uh, really existed. In other words, there is a world, there's a true world, existing world, and then on the other side, uh, there's a person or myself who is existing or alive, who is enjoying this world. So that was the concept that we had. So because there was a person who was supposed to be alive or supposed to be existing, there was death also, because always the death is tagged to the life, the alive feeling. Uh, in other words, it's like the two sides of the coin. Wherever there is birth, there is always death associated with that. Then, if there is no person who existed, then you can't talk about the death either. Uh, and what is meant by birth uh, in Buddhism is not actually what happened some years ago as a little baby. That means that is the mundane world birth, where depending on the person's age, you can say, I was born this number of years back, and you can name the place also. That way, always there is a death which occurs after a number of years. But in Buddhist teaching, or Lord Buddha, what he mentioned was every fraction of a second there is a birth. How do you say that? What does it mean really? What Lord Buddha meant by the word birth was the birth of the self feeling. Uh, so, the self feeling, each fraction of second it happens, and each fraction of second that birth comes to an end and there is a death. So, in other words, there is a very fast series of births and deaths. Therefore, you can't talk about a death which happens after so many years just as one incident. There is birth and death happening as a series every 1,000 or one fraction of a second within a very short period. What does it mean? Now, talking about the uh, Buddhist teaching, what Lord Buddha taught was one of the main facts was that Four Noble Truths. Uh, Four noble truths. What is the first one? Samudaya. Uh, Samudaya means what does it mean? That the stimuli which are created by the senses will give rise to the thought. So that is where the samudaya is. Samudaya means the rising or the uh, formation or the birth of a stimulus. So what does it mean really? If this stimuli, which occurs as a result of a vibration, fast vibration, uh, as a part of the natural process, there is a formation of the thought. Or in other words, the five senses are there. Five senses means the eye, ear, nose, uh, tongue, and the skin. So those are the five senses. And what happens is this: in these senses, there is a function. Actually, the sensor means the function. So the function is seeing, hearing, or feeling. Under feeling, we talk about the taste, smell, and the skin feel. So there is a feeling that uh, these are there actually. Something, a light is seen, a sound is heard, taste is felt, and the smell is felt, and also the skin will feel the warm, cold, and hard sensations. This is what is described in the little baby's level, where only these feelings, these sensor functions occur. And at that age, there is no naming or there is no identification of this stimuli. So therefore, they are limited to the sensor function. The baby will see a light, but there is no idea what that light is. Uh, Baby will hear a sound, but no idea, no naming, no words for that to say that what is that sound. So in other words, these sensor organs are just receptive entry points only, and the sensor organs do not identify what it is. The identification is at the level of the thought formation. And when does that happen? It's a gradual process. It happens when the baby is older, little by little, and these sensor functions will come together to form the thought. So this we can talk about this samudaya only at this point. Samudaya means some form of construct or some form of formation. Uh, Now, for example, uh, we receive a stimulus. Say we can see a coconut tree, or maybe we can see an image which we call mother. Now, this is the thought. Word mother is a thought because it's just a light for the eye faculty. It's just a sound for the ear faculty. And maybe the other faculties also come into action when it is the thought called mother, where the feel of the mother, when you touch the mother's feel, and also maybe particular smell from the mother. Sorry. And maybe a small baby, when the baby is suckling from the mother, the baby will receive the taste of the milk. So all these five sense of faculties uh, come together to form the thought mother. So where does this mother, where is this mother? It's always thought is projected to outside. So there is the mother, and it's a thought. it's a thought in the mind faculty function, but the projection is to the outside. So the outside world is composed of all these components: the mother, father, brother, sister, house, flowers, dog, cat, car, everything, whatever you can name, everything is projected to outside. So there is this outside world and the other end experiencing person. So this is called duality, where it's divided to two ends. And automatically what happens is what is projected outside is taken as real or existing. That is where the samudaya is. So this is where you uh, identify uh, an existing world and myself on this side. And this process doesn't stop there. Now, when you have this existing world, so many other things are coming behind that, as so many other things follow that. The defilements, all the clinging and aversions, and also the ill will, and sometimes the feeling of just merely just existence, which means an illusion. So all these things are uh, the byproducts of this so-called existing world. So when there is existing world, each and every fraction of second, whenever the stimuli are taken as real, the birth of the self is there, and it's always followed by the death of that existing feeling. So this is happening at a very fast speed, and uh, the system doesn't recognize any gaps in between. So there is, it looks like a continuous formation of the self feeling, and this is where the solid myself, the feeling of the solid myself occurs. Uh, so this is basically what is meant by the samudaya, and when there is samudaya, when you understand this process, that is the only way to uh, disentangle this process of uh, uh, the birth of the world. So understanding this mechanism is the most important and essential part here. So uh, the existing world means that you have things outside. That means the thought is projected to outside, and also you have a time frame where this existing thing was there in the past and it's there now, and also it's going to maintain, or it's going to be there for future. So you have the uh, three levels of the timing also when you take something as existing. Not only that, the things that are liked or also disliked, the beautiful and the ugly, and the crude things and very fine things, like that. So many features or criteria are attached to this stimuli, which is considered to be existing outside. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. I would like you to add something to what I was mentioning. Teruvan Saranai.
Peron Sanai, what was the initial bit discussion from the book?
Initial bit was actually the very first thing, that means a samudaya, about four noble truths. It just started mentioning about the four noble truths, and uh, just took an example of the book which is believed to be truly existing outside, and when it is taken as something truly existing outside, how the defilements occur as a result of that and around that. Only the word samudaya was explained briefly.
What are the Four Noble Truths when we say in Sinhala or English?
In English, dukkha in Pali affairs
How did
say
you
dukkha.
say it?
It says only about the samudaya here in the book. Dukkha
So how
satyas.
was it just said Samudaya, not in
Yeah,
English maybe?
yeah. Only
Oh,
said
okay.
samudaya. Yes, what he said was the that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. I mean, the believing in any of the stimuli that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. That is how the stimuli are taken as real. I think that is what it means. The Four Noble Truths are dukkha satya, samudaya satya, nirodha satya, marga satya. So dukkha satya means it's the suffering, and samudaya means actually how it is, how that construct comes. When you understand how this happens, then you go to the nirodha. That means you understand the mechanism, and then you slowly get relieved from that. And then the marga is the path that is described. So Rangika, I don't know whether you can give a better explanation than me for these Four Noble Truths. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Bukina, Therwan Sarnai, friends. I think that's right, but that part of the book that was read out, I think, only dealt with some of the aspect of it.
Yeah.
But if we use some
Is it arising
traditional,
or how do we say that?
so it's Four Noble Truths is generally called dukkha means suffering. And then samudaya is the origin or arising or cause of suffering. That is the samudaya. And then nirodha is cessation of suffering. And finally, marga or the path is the Noble Eightfold Path to end or to cease the suffering. So that's generally the the Four Noble Truths. And if we talk about the suffering itself, I think we've discussed dukkha, isn't it? Suffering can be interpreted in different ways, particularly even from a very basic notion of what is dukkha in the sense of suffering, the basic suffering of, somebody dying, old age, death, disease, and so on. That too is suffering. And we've also, I think, spoken about nirvana or cessation of or liberation is also there where suffering is, isn't it? Where there is suffering, there is the cessation of suffering. And then in terms of the dukkha, there is dukkha, the suffering, and then there is dukkha satya, and then there is dukkha arya satya as well. So dukkha satya is, I suppose, I don't know, how do you say it in English, the dukkha satya, suffering, truth about suffering. That can be by taking the external world to be real, not taking the external world to be real. So that is the second stage of ceasing to be to believing in a so-called external world, and therefore to that extent suffering is limited and suffering has been eradicated to that extent. But as long as there is still a belief that there is that the thoughts are real, then there is still suffering. So finally, the stage of dukkha arya satya, the noble truth about suffering, is what is being discussed in these forums through Buddothpado and Mahansa's discourses and through these discussions as well. and that is the final ultimate truth or noble spiritual pathway or the true Dhamma philosophy that is being discussed, which is that even the thought is not real, and therefore understanding that the thought and how the mind is made up will finally bring about the cessation of suffering, and the pathway to that is the Noble Eightfold Path. So the samudaya aspect that you spoke of, Dr. Sakuntala, is the second stage, which is as long as the thought or the construct is considered to be real, and whatever that is getting manifested through the senses, if there is no understanding that these are just sensory perceptions through ignorance, if there is no such understanding, then there is a entrapment, isn't it? An entrapment or a betrayal almost of what is occurring in the senses, unknowingly, unerringly, not knowing that this is just a process, and because of that ignorance, a false sense of I gets created if that external world is taken to be real. An inherent self or I is born on this side, as if there is something that is being seen and that is being taken as real, if there's something being heard and that is taken to be real, then invariably there is a person who's seeing that gets created, and then there's a person who hears that gets created, and this so-called duality, where duality does not exist, through ignorance, this so-called duality arises, and with that, the suffering. So, yes, that is essentially what samudaya is about, and I think you gave a good example of how the perception of mother came about from the point of the baby in the cot, and how through the senses at that time with the radiant mind there was no self-perception as such, although the self-vibration did exist in certain levels, but how after a period of time, through a few years later and through the learning process, the thought and the construct starts, and with that construct or the mind consciousness coming into being, how this mind objects and everything associated with that starts to become real, and this external world, this facade, starts becoming a reality, and with that the taints that existed at that initial stage starts progressing and expanding and evolving to be defilements, which is again just the way the suffering gets promulgated, isn't it? So understanding the true Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy helps to unravel this whole fabrication of the mind, and then lead the person or lead that process, or you can't say a person as such, but leads to the understanding and inner transformation gradually by the fading of the defilements to the final cessation of suffering. The pathway is quite important, and the pathway, it is in the pathway that we do need the noble spiritual teacher, Aryan Hansa's guidance, because the guidance can come only from can only come from the awakened one, the fully awakened one, as it is the fully awakened one who has completely transcended and seen to the very end that cessation of suffering. And with that sense of non-self vibration, it is an enormous support and encouragement and guidance that is being provided to followers of the path. So maybe I'll just stop there and let Dr. Kokila continue. That was
Yeah, actually the samudaya part and the vaya part cessation, arising, causation or rising of the suffering and the cessation, both should be understood really properly. initially we try to understand this with our knowledges. It's okay, but it is better if we feel it as well, because when we feel the actual how the self vibration becomes zero when stimulus is not a thing, so we can say, but then only we can feel that the suffering part or the self vibration was not there, so the non vibration. So that is the actual practical part, is that all of these things, practical part is just somebody should feel the non vibration, then only he will properly understand, he or she will properly understand the arising and the cessation both, because arising will not be properly understood until we see the cessation as well, and cessation is not going to be properly understood unless we understand the arising as well. So they go in hand actually, and cessation or arising, both these things are actually due to ignorance. We understand that this arising happened because of the ignorance, and this not knowing that the speedy vibration of the sensory organs is the main reason for all these changes. Well, we never knew that. Now, after hearing Dhamma, someone will now start feeling this. We'll actually know this first, and we'll discuss about it, we'll think about it, we'll talk about it. After some time, we might even start feeling that. So what do we feel? That the arising of the self vibration is not there when the stimulus is not a thing in different levels. But importantly, it should go to the zero level of feel. So then that is the most important aspect of arising and the cessation of suffering, because arising is fully understood and cessation is fully understood with the experience, not really by the theory. But the theory helps us all the time. It helps us to understand what is being said, what is happening. Isn't it? Anything else to add? We can develop a discussion as well about this. And anyway, understanding of how this stimulus becomes a thing, or becomes real, or becomes gives, when the stimulus is felt as existent, automatically the self vibration is there, so the alive feel is there. So that is the main thing that we keep understanding, that is the actually arising. It arises within one stimulus, though. That is another thing. So for you to get to know this, one should see the cessation of suffering as well. Otherwise, you won't know that it is within one stimulus that this thing happens. Otherwise, usually people believed, before hearing Dhamma, we believe we lived 60 years and we died. That's how we know. Like we might live 90 years and then die. But then now only we understand, after listening to so much Dhamma, we understand, no, the self arises within one stimulus. And it never actually, we have never felt the cessation, never ever. But if we, through Dhamma, if we actually felt the cessation, that means feeling the non-vibration, or telepathizing into the Buddha status, or we can say so much words, but whatever the word, that is the cessation of suffering. And that is the main thing you are going to understand, how this arising happened and how the cessation happened within one stimulus, isn't it? Anything to add to that?
Yeah, actually, when you talk about Samudevaya, the cessation will occur only when you understand it, isn't it?
Understand and felt it.
felt it, yes. So how it arises, I mean, understanding as a knowledge, and then how you feel it, then only you can talk about the cessation. But as you said, because of this PD process, you never can see any gaps in between these. It looks like a continuous suffering, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, but at least in one stimuli, if you feel this, it is going to affect you, your whole thing. That is where you know that there is self vibration, you know that is the suffering, and you know that self vibration arises when the stimuli is a thing, and then when that stimuli with the wisdom, because wisdom actually fights with the ignorance. So with the wisdom, if someone is aware that no, there's nothing to do with the self, there's no self, but what happens was the speedy vibration of the sensory organs only. Within one stimulus, you will definitely one day feel the cessation of suffering. That means zero of this vibration or the power that Aranvans is trying to tell us every day recently. So this is the importance of practical Dhamma. Because initially, not initially, long time ago, we used to hear Dhamma, but we were actually by heart in these things. Katapadam kanna, isn't it by hearting? Yeah, I think so. Like we practice them, we tell, we chant, we do so many things, but we never thought that this has to be felt, and now it has come to the forefront. It has, I think Aranwan says, main everyone to feel this.
Yeah, actually, as a part of that reading, just briefly it was mentioned about the karma also. That is where when this stimuli is taken as real, as something really existing, when it is given the alive feeling, or when there is self-existence, the feeling of self-existence, that is where the karma also comes to play a role, isn't it? Because karma is a word that is very frequently used in even in our Buddhist teaching, not only in Buddhist teaching, but
How do we say that
many
in
other.
English?
No, I'm not sure actually what is the exact English word.
Do you know,
But
Suranjita, do we use the word for karma? Like I know even English people say, it is karma.
I know. Lots of English people also use that because it's not confined to Buddhism. I think Hindu and various other religions also they talk about karma. So I'm sure that word is familiar to many people.
Yeah, I
What
think
do you
that's
think,
right. It's
Surangita?
that's right. I think it's universally accepted. There's lots of people,
Mm-hmm.
even in these countries, using karma. I'm
Mm.
not
Yeah,
sure whether
they
they even understand it fully, but they still use it because of the wide usage in Hinduism, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Even if someone is like, someone, even children use that. If someone hits someone and then that person goes and hits on a wall or something, they say, that's karma coming back to you, something like that. So yeah, they even joke about it. But yeah, it is. This cause and effect Dhamma is completely, I think, different to karma.
That one, I think I've heard Advance maybe saying action and effect. Dhamma, I don't know whether that's correct. Maybe
Yeah,
action and effect,
action.
I think, as opposed to cause and effect.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay, for karma.
Yeah, for
No.
karma. Because
Is
that's
it for
what
karma
that
or okay?
yeah, that's
Yes,
for
yes, yes.
karma
I think
because
so. Mm.
what but the conventional world goes on, or mundane world goes on, saying that if you do good, you get a good birth, that kind of thing. So it's like action and effect, like every action has a equal effect kind of thing. And that's that way, and so that's where our advancer says that that was existing, that concept and that myth, if you can call it that. But
Yeah, the actual problem is the karma, or the karma has the whole thing in it. Like if we talk about the karma, usually there should be someone. It's all savinyanaka. I don't know the English word for that either, because it is like taken as someone does something to someone, another one, and this action will bring an effect. So there is always someone or something. There is never ever a Dhamma which talks about there's no something or someone. That is so beautiful, because if there's no something or someone, the karma can't do anything. Can they? It can't. It just can't survive in that context. But it is not familiar to us because it has been buried for a long time. This cause and effect Dhamma was not there. So the whole world has come to the thinking of, like, you are someone and you do something to another one, and you get something back in the another way of happening. But this is not true. I mean, we can't say this is not true, because it can happen in that mode of thinking, because the mode of thinking or the way of thinking, when it is different, of course, because you keep thinking, I did this, so the bad things will happen anyway. But the main cause and effect is mainly about actually there's no self. That's the main non-self angle Dhamma. So the non-self angle Dhamma, there's no thing also, because the stimulus has no power. The self has no power anyway. So because they are similar, the self arises when the stimuli is a thing. So then there's no someone, there's no something, there's no another one, nothing. So then that talk is actually nullified, isn't it? I don't know whether the wordings are good. What do you think, Suranika? Do you have?
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Kokira, because you can't have your feet planted on both sides of the equation, isn't it?
No.
That's what our advisor has been saying to people for the last so many years. All these years, mothers and various people, followers, have been used to this conventional way of thinking that every action has an effect. There is karma, and there is a person, there is something, and you're not only are you chasing stimuli in this world. Now you're taking that and extending it beyond death as well, and thinking that you want to go to that world and this world. But as you said, that automatically assumes that there is a thing, there is a world, there are good things, there are bad things, and there's a person here who is trying to get to another life. And so all that is implied, that continued existence, a person here wanting to get to a better life, get to another better birth, better whatever. All that is then assumed, whereas this is fundamentally no soul Dhamma. So if there is no self at all the other things, as you said, gets completely invalidated, and you cannot harbor that notion of karma on the side and then do this like a hobby or something and listen to no soul Dhamma, because there needs to be a complete convincing.
Can't be mixed at all. Can't be mixed at all.
It's like oil and water kind of thing. It will not get mixed. But to the extent that one still is in ignorance, yes, then that samsaric cycle will invariably continue, because the self vibration is going to be there.
Yeah, it is actually interesting to see how people try to put them both together as well. Even some sermons of the day-to-day life, when we hear some speeches from even spiritual teachers from any other country, they kind of mix these things and try to give some sense. It's okay. I mean, whatever the thing they understand, they talk about, that's fine. But it's actually it's not a possibility that but the cause and effect is the final thing to actually understand this no soul or non-self Dham, and importance is that this happiness will be, I mean, we can't even call it a happiness, but the tranquility or the happiness or the super happiness in that sense can't be, you can't find it in the other way of thinking. I don't think so, because we were there anyway, isn't it? We believed it. We believed karma, but still, if the Dhamma is not properly understood, we will be in that stage anyway. That's why Aranwanse is trying to tell mothers a lot, like, keep doing stuff that you are doing. Don't change them. Just keep understanding this until you fully understand that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and that's what we've also spoke of many times in this Zoom, isn't it? The danger or the risk of becoming stagnant on the path, or getting comfortable with the moment, you know, the feeling that the stimuli is real, and that so-called vibration, which we didn't even know was vibration, which we didn't know was the self vibration that was the cause of suffering and keeping this continued existence in the samsaric cycle. We didn't know that vibration, that feeling of wanting to be there, the sense of existence, the sense of being alive, all that was actually understood by the revelation of this true Dhamma philosophy. Then only the light was shone on it and said, that is that so-called heaviness, that so-called reality, or that existent field, that is the self-vibration. And when you actually understand that, the cessation starts from that point, isn't it? The dwindling of the defilements is a very gradual process, but it is through that understanding that then you know that this is the vibration, this is the self vibration, in order to be able to find a way out of it. So yeah, that's where the key to this whole thing is, because until such time the spiritual teacher shows that is where the suffering is occurring, through the thought and thought alone, and stimuli, and making the stimuli to be, taking it to be real. Everyone is just caught in this big maelstrom of what they think is an external world, but what is known only through the Dhamma as a thought-driven world, isn't it?
Yeah, and for the self vibration to become zero, one should understand that it is the problem, that it is the problem, the self vibration was the issue. Yeah. So then that because if there's a vibration here only, you will be synchronizing to some other vibration. Otherwise, if there's no vibration here, there's no synchronizing effect or the telepathization into another, to give another birth. So even in next thought, you are not born if it is not happening. So if the stimuli is not a thing, so it is very, very critical that the understanding of true Dhamma is should be heard by everyone, should be discussed by everyone. Like, I think anyone or whoever who is open-minded and has some genuine interest in knowing what is me, what is I, what is the soul, then it is very that will be so inspiring to know, isn't it? Then they will understand that the karma land that we were believing, or we thought we were in, was actually much more deeper than that. Because it's very simple to say, I do a good thing, come back. It's very simple. It's not as simple as that. But people wouldn't like to hear complicated stuff. But we invite everyone to actually try and understand this. It's not that bad. I mean, it might take you some time to understand this, because once you understand this, it's become so easy and you become Dhamma anyway. And life will be full of tranquility that you can't even explain, because um, you'll be acting the same. Doesn't necessarily mean anything to anyone else. So, but the inside burning is not there. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And we know definitely that the person who killed at least 1,000 people actually attained this happiness, super happiness, by understanding Dhamma, that he exactly understood this arising and the cessation of suffering, isn't it? It's a very beautiful example. What's his name? Angulimala Thero. Venerable Angulimala actually understood this bit. What is the bit? He understood that the arising and the cessation is in one stimuli, and the arising if the arising doesn't happen, the cessation is already there. And the beauty of that is that all the things that doesn't really matter, does it? It's a beautiful example. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Angulimala Thero's story is a very good example to knock down this action and effect theory, isn't it? Because that has been there in practice even before the birth of Prince Siddhartha. So that was that was the theory that was taught by many spiritual leaders at that time, and in the history it says that even Queen Mahamaya, Prince Siddhartha's mother, was doing lots of good meritorious activities, including observing Sil, because that was a concept that if you do the good things, you will end up receiving good effects. But actually, the action and effect and the cause and effect, there are two streams flowing to the exactly opposite directions, because one will prolong the samsaric journey, whereas what was found by Lord Buddha, which is the cause and effect, will bring up the cessation of the samsaric flow. But as you said, many of our Buddhist preachings in our country, I mean, just forget about the other religious leaders or other spiritual leaders, but in Buddhism itself, in our country itself, if you listen to 100 preachings by different monks, at least 80-85 will give a mixture of these two. They say that do the good things and then you will receive the comforts of the heavens, and maybe ultimately with after seeing the next Lord Buddha, who is going to be born after maybe I don't know how many millions of years afterwards, when he see, only we will be able to understand the nirvana. And until that time, you have to do good things and then collect as much so-called collect, like you are collecting them in a bank account. Collect the meritorious activities, and then be and have the assurance of being born in a realm. So that is the tragedy here actually, because they just briefly mentioned that there is something called cause and effect Dhamma that was taught by Lord Buddha, but nothing beyond that. And then mostly they talk about the action and effect aspect of it. So the true Dhamma is actually underneath. I mean, it's not surfacing enough for the people to understand it.
Yeah, actually, our understanding was very poor when we started to listen to Buddothpado sermons. This understanding change. I have heard so many sermons before, like saying, "Keep wishing for nirvana." To
Yeah.
wish, yeah, and that's what we did, and we kept wishing. But even my father, who is not alive today, wished for that, and they didn't know anything to do other than wishing.
Yeah.
So they thought it will come one day, and they had the notion of something that is that they will find one day. And but the thing is, nowadays the truth is out there, so everyone living at this moment is very very lucky, so that you can understand that actually the arising of suffering is here. And if you see that in one stimulus, if you see that how the stimulus is the cause for this whole mirage, or the stimulus like even light or the sound, how the vibration of the sensory organ brings about this mirage effect, illusory effect. So this illusory effect or the illusion makes us to believe that there is a self. So in vain we have suffered in the karmic level all the time, for a long time in samsaric cycle. But there is a time now, time has come for you to understand this Dhamma, which is cause and effect Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has had so much, he has told so much sermons, and we didn't have anyone to really understand that and explain it to us. So now Buddothpado and Wanse has started to tell that he still actually may not have told most of it yet, because he's actually, he can feel lots and lots of things, but he's just explaining the things that is needed for liberation of mind, which is the culprit for the illusion, isn't it? Anything else to add, Surangika?
Yeah, I think so. The issue is, unfortunately, there are a mixture of people in society, and some of these things that monks or these teachers say in terms of karma and do good things and all that, you get this you feel great compassion to not only the followers, to the teachers themselves when you hear it. Because they're all in the same fate, isn't it? They're all in the same basket. I think if they had access to the true Dhamma themselves and truly understood it, then they wouldn't be saying those things. I would have thought, because if you think about even the example of the Thai monk and the time he spent here, and the transformation and his words as well, due to the association of our noble spiritual teacher, that itself has given an enormous message about how that good association and that good guidance can do wonders, isn't it? With the true Dhamma imparted by R.N. Mahansa during that 1 month stay of that Venerable Bhante. So if they did have access to that true Dhamma, it would be a whole different picture. But one also cannot help but get the feeling that there is an appeasement shall we say, of the followers, almost as if there is a worry or there is a concern that the expected support or contributions may not come their way or stop or cease if a different message is being said contrary to the traditional teachings. So it is, I was listening to the talk of R.N. Mahansa in the Kalaniya temple today, which was in December, I think, about 2-3 weeks ago. And in his in his usual and very direct way, he said, "Can you not say out loud with confidence and with directness that this is the Buddothpado way?" Because he said, I think, looking Nivanamaga, Nivan Dakinamaga, and all that, and this is Buddothpado Kalaya. So, and he said that you need to have a spine. You need to have a spine to attain nirvana or to achieve true liberation, what he meant. But you need to be able to have a firm resolve, to be able to see the truth and then to practice that due diligence, practice the Dhamma diligently, and to be able to voice the truth of the true Dhamma to people, to followers, to the seekers of truth with clarity, with confidence, and with that great compassion. And if you're going to be beating around the bush, if you cannot say it convincingly, then what is the point? Do you think you will have the courage to attain that true liberation yourself? I mean, that was such a direct key message.
Yeah.
He said it in just one sentence, but it spoke volumes, isn't it?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, his directness, his power is immense in that way. I think because of the non-vibration, because he doesn't really mind. He just wants this truth to be out there. Just that's all. So
Yeah,
because I think in
else.
Sri Lankan culture, with the Sri Lankan culture, it is very difficult to put a new thing out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, even in these cultures, they will just ask us to just do it on your own. They won't come and damage someone else's wishes, but still they are not going to allow you to spread it, because I think that it's just something you should follow according to their own heart, which is true. I mean, we don't force anyone anyway, but in Sri Lanka it's quite different because most of them are Buddhists and most of them are aware about some Buddhism by school, by Sunday school, by tradition, by home culture, something. We have heard a lot of Dhamma discourses. We know that, at least we know, like the God is just, we don't really go into that part, even though we think that we might become the God. We don't really think that the God is doing things. So, but maybe there are people who think that. So it's weird that how these things are, all the views, and someone like R.N. Mahansa to stand up and say, Minisune asau.
Yeah.
People listen, that there is no self, there is no person here, but there is a field, yes, and how this is how it arises. And if you understand this, your suffering would be not there. And if you have the will, if you have the capacity, if you have the keenness to understand this, come and listen and understand. This is out there in the YouTube. It's out there in the internet. So that's the message, isn't it? Yeah, it is very direct.
I mean, people don't understand, don't even have an inkling as to how fortunate, just like you mentioned a few minutes ago, Dr. Bogara, how absolutely fortunate they are to be living in these times. I mean, can you imagine Buddothpado, the reawakening of the Buddhahood, the Buddha state, and all the teachings in its purest form occurring in this very lifetime? I mean, even saying it, it brings so much of joy, so much of, purity,
Ramai.
pure. Teruvan
Ramai. Yeah. I think original feeling is as a message. It's a Buddhist time also. Original is a feeling.
Mm.
It's a message. It's a transfer, not a words. So, Arana's Zoom discussions, I'm there. The people getting the message. People getting the feel otherwise. It's a telepathy. Many people, many guys. Example is the today, it's 9:30. As a Zoom discussion is gone. That's university student is called the Zoom. You can realize that it's not a talking, it's a message. That boy getting that message. How? It's a feel. How is getting that message? The feel. It's a telepathy. It's a happening. At, at, at the moment, alive, it's happening. The present is happening. That boy is very happy, finally. First, boy asking the question. Secondly, I explain the Dhamma. But normally the sound is the words. But there is not only the sound, there is a feel. Feel is transferring the boy. The boy, internally, that feel is boy know that feel is happening. Boy's inside is transferring that present moment. Yeah, the boy have the feel. What is that feel? It's nothingness feel. That none, so not alive. No, this is nothingness. So what is this nothingness? Not alive. No, that's a non-soul. No? It's a feeling. It's a nothing. Nobody's here. What is the feeling is nobody's here. It's not a words. It's not a thoughts. It's a feeling. We're interested in this feeling. I think these Zoom discussions want to be happen in this. It's, few days ago, I'm not there. I'm not there. Zoom discussions. So many guys leave the Zoom. No more guys there. But few days ago, I'm coming again. The Zoom. The many guys coming Zoom again. The example is the Andolato Zoom. Andolato Zoom, 7 o'clock evening Sri Lankan time. I think it's 15 or 14 guys there, finally. So, I'm coming the Zoom. You see that 70 and 80 guys there. Why? They know that one. It's not only the knowledge. It's not only the talking about the datas. It's transferring the field. How is happening that? It's really happening. Someone discussed with me. He know that the feel is coming. That nothingness feel is very nice. It's really happening. This Dhamma is not the words. How is feelings transferring? How is feeling telepathy is happening? You know, this message is not we are talking about the words, but you know, this words inside the feel. How is feel transferring? First, you want to feel. Secondly, you can transfer the others. You can't do this artificially. You can't do this physically. Because feel is not the physics, physically is happening. It's not a material. It's a rhythm. We are talking about the vibes, vibrations. It's a rhythm. It's a frequency. You can feel it. This Dhamma, someone have the feeling. What's this feel? You think so nobody is here, no one is here, it's a thought. But alive feel is disappearing. It's not a thought. It's not a thinking. It's not the words. It's a vibration. I'm vibrate that that non alive feel. How is telling this non vibration? It's okay, but it is inside changing. No? It's a feel. So other side, someone there. This telepathy is happening. It's very important. It's really happening. Example, today, 5 o'clock, early morning. I explain the formless world, the sky. You can hear. Have you heard that, Suranga?
Yes, Ariman, sir.
That's a feel, no?
Yes.
That is not only the words. Sky is there, the earth feelings and the sky feeling. How is that? How is that one? It's very nice feeling. Because that's a formless stage. How is that explaining? It's the first time I did it. 10,000 over than Dhamma discourses I did. But today one is new one. It's the first time. Sky. How nice that. You see that? This is very important. First we want the feel. It's want to be happening, no? So feel. Secondly, others can feel it. Actually it's happening. It's very important. Now time is going, no? But I want to say, this is not only the discussion. This is not only the explaining. Day by day, how long? Now 5 years. By now 5 years, but today is the first day like that. Same. Because the feel, I'm given others the feel. It's non-vibration feel. It's very nice. It's very interesting. So newcomers, and they want this, the feel. It's very important. So monasteries there, the Metmalarana here, Sri Lanka. I'm trying the schedule, timetable, especially the feeling. That's why the silence is very important, because the feeling is very important. explaining is very important because someone don't know the truth, don't know what happened. It's very important. But otherwise, the feeling is a relaxing. It's none so dumb here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. Someone feel it. It's a nice feeling. It's very important. This discussion also won't be happen there. No one is here. No one. Nothing here. Anything. No one is here. But everything is happening. This like a feeling. That is the Dhamma. That's the Nibbana. Non-vibration feeling. Yeah. It's very important. English language, English pronouncing, sometimes not easy, but it's happening. I have experience otherwise. Someone have this experience, then nobody's here. Everything is like an nature. It's nice experience. This practically path is going that way. It's a nice experience. Yes. Okay. Now tomorrow we can join again. The feeling is very important. We want to explain the message. How is the feel? How is the Nibbana feel? How is the super-awareness feel? How is the Adhigata Samadhi we are talking about? That everything is, but nothing anything. Okay, we can join again tomorrow. Okay, Kokila, okay, Skura. Yeah, there's,
Therefore, Sanaya,
yeah.
Namaskar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. The Zoom discussion is now. Oh, now it's starting, no? It's okay. Kokila,
Sanaya.
Tero Sarnaren Nancy, we worship the Tero Sarnaren.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sana answer. Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Truth Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 26. Even though you have this knowledge about how you don't exist, you do have another problem. And that is, how are we to realize this pure truth? What should we do to realize this truth? Isn't this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them a practical method on how to analyze the formation and the cessation of the five aggregates or the skandha. They want to know how to develop the Udayavaya Jnana. Therefore, we are going to teach you how to go on the path. Now, we are going to reveal to you the way we practiced the analyzing of the Udayavaya of the thought. Even though we present this to you in a day, we had to practice this for a very long time before we realized the truth ourselves. We realized that our I-ness and our mental fetters dissolved a lot during this time period of our practice, and we realized that there was an improvement in our path to Nirvana. Now we have realized the truth. Therefore, we are able to let go of the thought. We are at ease with our thought. We know how to let go of the thought. But at your stage, you might not find it so easy. This is a very deep and complex philosophy which is difficult to understand. We are going to teach you how to end this endless cycle of rebirth, the samsara. Now you are going to get ready to end this endless cycle of death and rebirth. All these years you had always created a cause, hetu, to give rise to a thought. This time you will remove the cause that gives rise to any thought, and you will awaken to a supreme moment of the truth. Awakening to the moment of truth is an auspicious moment. It will be an end to the illusion that you exist. Therun Sana, everybody.
Thervan Saranai Shani. May all be blessed by Triple Gem. Thervan Saranai, everybody. We all worship our Aryan Hanse, who is our spiritual teacher, who is guiding us. We all worship him at his feet. Thervan Saranai, everybody who have joined the Zoom discussion, as well as who are listening to us in various other methodology. So thank you, Shani, for reading those 2 pages from The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So we are moving forward with 2 pages each day, and we are trying to understand the Dhamma disclosures done by R.N. Vahanse, and R.N. Vahanse has found out the truth which has been reached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, and it was actually not very clear for some time because there were so many other uh, teachings and other influences from the other religions have been mixed up, and we were listening to a kind of uh, mixed teaching until very recently, until uh, Aranhase started revealing all these things, and also he was proving those from the sutra which has been preached by Lord Buddha thousands years ago. So we are going to discuss some simple facts, starting from the simple facts over the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. And we will try to explain what is being read. Actually, we were discussing about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. Last few days, we have been concentrating on the same fact. So basically, R.N. Mahasse has been researching all by himself. He has studied so many books written by different monks in our country, and also he himself has tried to do the research on the knowledge that he gained from these different sources, and finally managed to put all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together and then come to the final conclusion, which is the true fact or the true Dhamma which has been uh, uh, preached long ago by Lord Buddha. So we will get back to what Shani was reading actually. Those 2 pages, it mentions about the mentions about the thought. So everything is a thought, or in other words, everything is a sound. Whether you talk about something, whether you think about something, or whether there is an action, all of them are words, and which means they are all thoughts. So thoughts is a process. It's a fast occurring process, and to this process we call the mind. So there is no single solid mind that we can point our finger at. It's just some flowing thing where at a very fast speed thoughts are occurring, and then the it's something, an example or a metaphor that is given by Lord Buddha, and also it has been disclosed again by our R.N. Vahanse. It's similar to a river which is flowing. When the water is flowing, you call it a river. And when the air is blowing, you call it a wind. But when you try to hold the flowing water, it's just some water in your hand. But you label it as river only when it is flowing. So similar examples we have had. The wind is another example given in one of the sutras. So similarly, there is no thing called mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts. And the speed is one of the very decisive factors in most of these facts that we are trying to explain now. So the process of formation of the thought is something that we have to understand. because as long as the physical body is persisting, or the physical body has the breathing mechanism, there is sensor function. The five main sensors are active, and then there is a simultaneous uh, action of these sensors. We label it as a thought. So thought process is not something that is controllable, or a person or a system cannot change the pattern of thoughts. So this is called Chitta Niyama in Pali and Sinhala, which means it's a kind of nature's law. So the formation of the thoughts and the way that it flows and the types of the thoughts which arise, they all come under this law, which is a nature's law. There are several laws like that in Buddhism described. So one is the Chitta Niyama, or the law related to the mind. Similarly, we have heard thing called Bija Niyama. Bija means the seeds. So the nature's law related to the seeds. An example is that if you plant a mango seed, it will give rise to a mango tree, not some other tree. So that is the Bija Niyama. Then there is something called Ritu Niyama. That is a seasonal variation. Again, it's a nature's law. So these are described in Buddhist teaching because these are not controllable or not changeable. So you can see that the thought is something, often when we are talking, we tend to call it, I am thinking, or this is my thought, the way I feel. We use it in different ways. But always we can see that there is some form of ownership to this thought. But really, can you say that there is an owner? Can you label it as my thought? If you have this ownership, there should be a way of altering or controlling or stopping the thoughts the way the person wants. It doesn't happen like that. So then can you say that my thought or my mind? No. There's no owner, there's no way of controlling. So therefore, it is just an independent flow of thoughts. I can see Surangika also has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, are you in a position to add something?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr.
Teruvan
Sakuntala, and
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I didn't listen to the full reading of Shani's. What was the
It was
beginning of
actually,
it, Dr.
very basic things about the thought, and the fact that Avaran Mahase has been sort of researching on that for a long time, but didn't start about the proper mechanism of forming thoughts. It's just some very basic facts about the thought.
Okay, right. So I think we heard in the Sinhalese Zoom yesterday, or in the last couple of days in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion as well, in the Sinhala medium as well. Quite a lot of profound explanations and an expansion of the true Dhamma, isn't it, in the last few days? And I think even today, R.N. Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, always elaborates and gives us a very deep and meaningful talk on this aspect of how the mind works. Is there any such thing called the mind? And the identification through ignorance with the thought culminating in this false sense of I or ego or self. So that is fundamentally the teachings of Buddhism. By understanding, as Aryan say, if ever he comes onto the Zoom discussion, he starts off with just two things. He says, who am I and what is the truth? The two key questions that you can ask anyone is, for one thing, everyone is entitled to the truth. It doesn't mean that it is for Buddhists or for a particular type of people. Everyone in this world is entitled to know and know the truth. So it's irrespective of religions, caste, creed, and so on. And the simple question he asks is, are you in the body, or are you the body, or are you in the mind? And if you're not the body, is the body you, or is the mind you? And he always says that, can you control anything? Can you call any aspect of your body yours? Is that anything within your control? Old age, sickness, and death, and so on. That is the fate of this physical so-called body, as we call it in a conventional world sense. Is there anything there that that is within your control? There isn't. And then if you think about the mind as well, the thought process, Dr. Sakuntala spoke a few minutes ago about the fast occurring speed of various factors, which through misconception we name as, for example, the wind. The fast moving air current is called wind, but is there anything called the wind? There isn't. The fast moving flow of water is called a river, but is there any such thing called the river? There isn't. Similarly, it is just the flow of thoughts. If you think about the word mind, it is just a terminology used for the fast flowing thoughts occurring in a series at such a rapid pace. But you call them your thoughts. You say, I think, or I thought that, or I this is what I think, and this is my opinion, so on and so forth. But if you actually try to control your thoughts, if you try to sit down for meditation and say, no, I want to now be silent, and my mind needs to be silent so that I can concentrate on a particular object, so on. Can you actually do that? Do the thoughts just stop based on your request or based on your wish? No, it doesn't. At some point, most of us have tried to engage in silent meditation or through concentration meditation, and we have always grappled or been challenged with the thoughts, the fact that they constantly disturb, and they are irrational, they are random, they are unpredictable, and whether you want it or not, they keep streaming through, and they keep coming at whatever time, at whatever pace that it does. So in that sense, can you actually call those thoughts your thoughts if it is not within your control? So then if the body is also not you, and none of your limbs and heart and all these things are within your control, then clearly the body is not you. And you take the thoughts. So are the thoughts yours? If they are uncontrollable, if they are unpredictable, if they are random, is there any control over it? And therefore, can you actually say that you own your thoughts? You can't. So if the body is not you and the thoughts are not you, this is what our noble teacher always asks, then who are you? How did this identification of you or me or myself come into being? That is the whole thing that is unraveled through this true Dhamma. that is being discussed through these Buddothpado English Zoom discussions. The thought and how the thought comes about, how the sheer speed of vibrations manifesting in our senses and sense faculties bring about basic light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch, taste, and smell, and so on to form what we call the mind consciousness, i.e., the thought, is the way we unravel to find out how this whole thought pattern occurs. When these thought patterns occur, these thoughts bring about what we call or make a reality of this external world. What is only made up in the mind and the mind consciousness is projected out to the external world, and suddenly there is a world, and suddenly there is an existence feel, and a sense of being alive, and a sense of self or I or ego is born. This identification is the result of this sheer vibration that is happening at a speed, but only through our sense faculties. This false ego is the thing that is driven, and that is driven only through ignorance. There isn't anyone actually doing it. It is just a process, it's a mechanism. To understand it, one has to have a full understanding of the sense faculties and see how this whole mind consciousness comes about. The identification, or when one actually considers the thought to be real, in every thought, it is actually a mind object, whether it is your mother, whether it is your father, whether it is the chair, the table, the house, the car, your favorite, I don't know, your favorite football club, whatever it is. If you give a value to an object, if you consider it to be real, you invariably give a value to it, you think it exists, and in that existence, in that belief that that exists, the I or the self is born. And that is where the duality occurs, because of ignorance and because of the fact that there is an unknowingness of how the consciousness actually works. The mind consciousness, which is an interpretative mechanism only, which is occurring only through the perceptions and the sense faculties. The Buddha himself has said, understanding this world is done through understanding the six senses. Why? Because it is through the six senses that the so-called world is created. Without the senses, there is no world. And in order to gain full realization, liberation of the mind, the complete understanding of the sense faculties is absolutely important. So maybe if there's someone else who can contribute from that point onwards, everyone's online. I see Dr. Kokila has joined. Everyone's online.
Yeah, is it the topic more towards the latest Vimala's discussions, or was there a topic as such?
I think it was just the thoughts.
Thoughts, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anything to? I actually joined a bit later. I'm sorry. So the thoughts. I mean, it's very difficult to understand that we are thinking about them. I think that is highlighted even today morning thing. I heard, I couldn't finish it, but I heard how Nancy was trying to tell some others how, you know, when mother is talking, that mother, what you are thinking, mother, in that sense, it's a bit difficult for us to understand that yeah, I am thinking. And when you understand that, you just like, oh, okay, you know. But then that is the most important thing, that to understand that none of the things that you think is true, none of them are true. So whatever the thinking world is not true, and beneath that, whatever the things that you feel is not true either. So this has to be felt. But if it is not true, and if you keep understanding this, I think that's all you can do, isn't it? There's nothing much we can do. At particular point, we just know that any thought is not true. They're all constructs. Yes, there's one point that some others bring out, is that yes, I answer. The thought comes and goes. That's not what we are talking about. Not that it comes and goes. It's not that point whether it comes and goes. It's never, we can't call it Nirodha. Nirodha is aware in that sense. When we see cessation of suffering, it's not comes and goes, because there is something to come and go. That's not what it means. What it means is thought is just a construct, that's all. It's not something there, but we use thoughts all the time, it's fine. But so the power behind the thoughts is reducing. What is the power? Power is it's coming from the feel that thoughts are true. It's like the same thing as the light, because you feel the light is true. You feel the sound is true. You feel the touch is true. Similarly, you feel the thought as true. This is all that is happening, and that is all due to ignorance. That's all, because these all are due to the speedy vibration of the sense of faculties. That's all that happened, nothing else. And the power we were talking about, that Suranga was trying to educate us, was all about that power. That power, where is it coming from? It's coming from sense of faculties with the ignorance that otherwise, if someone has the wisdom, it's all due to the sense of faculty vibration. So, anything else to discuss?
Maybe we can discuss something that was mentioned in one of the discussions done by our RNOHC today morning or 9:30, because the 2 pages that we read actually had some very basic facts, nothing much to discuss, because how the thoughts are formed will be discussed in the next few pages.
I didn't listen to the 9:31.
Yeah, 9:31, just I can mention few things. One of the things that he mentioned was that the value given to the thoughts. Actually, when I use the words value given, there is no person who is giving the values. It's just a part of the process where automatically some form of value is given to some of the topics or some of the stimuli that is as a part of this repeated reinforcing that has happened. So what he mentioned was that the stimuli which gets some value automatically, they are the ones which reflects the self vibration on the other side. Other side. Now, one example he gave was that now if 10 people are looking at a coconut tree, the different people have different thoughts, or the value of the thought coconut tree is different in each individual or each system. So a person who is earning with the help of the coconuts might have a great value, whereas a person might have an average sort of neutral type of value. And maybe another person, even a person who is not consuming coconuts, will have just very basic value onto the same stimulus. So this Aranhas explained with the two Pali words Nanattakaya. Nanattakaya means different bodies, different systems. Will give rise to Nanatta Sanya. Nanatta Sanya means the different perceptions. So he didn't actually go into details about these perceptions in this morning discussion, but from what we have listened from him over the time, we know that different perceptions are always the result of the different experiences that gathered, or in other words, the different data which has been fed to the system over time. So the value decided by each system is decided by these different experiences or the different data. So that is why the final perception varies from person to person. And then he said that if there is the complete conversion of the mind, where there is a very clear understanding to this teaching, will have a similar perception, even if the systems are different. If all of them have this internal transformation by understanding exactly what is being taught in this Buddha teaching, will have the similar perception. That means, in other words, that is the anatma sanya, or selfless perception. Then he said it is the nanattakaya, that means from different physical systems or difficult systems will have one perception, single perception, which is in Pali ekatta sanya, that means one's perception. That means, in other words, the selfless perception, or anatma sanya. That was one of the things that he explained, which can be related to what we are discussing. I don't know whether Surangika could listen to that. Anyway, we can talk around these things about the mind and the thought today in our session.
Once Dr. Sakuntala, that aspect there, I didn't quite get it. I did listen to the rest of it. Dr. Kokila, perhaps you can explain. Is there something called Nanakaya, Ekatta Sanya, and Ekatta? I know there is Ekatta Kaya, Ekatta Sanya, isn't it? Is there a Jnanatta Kaya, Ekatta Sanya as well?
That is what I mentioned. Nanatta Kaya Ekatta Sanya means when there is internal transformation, when all the systems well, the people,
Okay.
now this was, all of them sort of come
Yeah.
to this internal transformation. All of them have
Similar
this
non-self vibration,
similar,
isn't it?
yes, that's what he said.
But is there a ekatta kaya ekatta sanya as well? Because I know
I,
there's a couple
I
of them there.
yeah, I think there is one that I can't remember exactly. Once I
Yeah,
remember he
Dr.
explained.
Kokida, maybe do you know what that
I
is?
can't remember actually.
Okay.
I
No,
can't
we can
remember
talk
because
around these same topics about the thought and how the thoughts are behaving, or the mind behavior of the mind,
Yes,
something
and I
around that.
think the reason why he started that explanation was there was, I think you were trying to answer some other person's question, wasn't it?
Yes,
And I think it was revolving around there can be thoughts where we don't really pay it. There can be,
Mm.
yeah, thoughts or mind objects where there is no real attention being paid to it. And if that is the case, are those thoughts actual volitional formations? Or was that also part of the discussion? Because I think at that
Yes,
point, R.N. Mahansa said, if you are focusing on something, that then has a volitional formation or an abhisankarana, isn't it?
yes,
And the person can perhaps feel as if, I mean, there can be other thoughts that are coming, but there is no focusing on that. So therefore, those are kind of irrelevant. And what is focused on is the one that becomes the volitional formation, and in that there is a self vibration, isn't it?
yeah. That's what he said. Yes, only when you focus, uh, it becomes a volitional formation. And also he said, now as a reply to what I asked, he said that different levels of now when you focus on something, the value given to that can vary, and not only from the same, I mean, as by the same person. If you say, for example, if you are uh, seeing different objects, the value given uh, to the different objects can vary. So, depending on that level, the self vibration also can vary. I'm talking about one single system, one person.
Yes, that's why
I don't know whether I
the
explained
31 planes is there in every
that.
thought, I mean, in a thought, and then depending on the next thought, it can be another course vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Popda, you can elaborate on it.
yeah, actually, I have to listen to it because I have listened to this before, but it's not in my. At the moment, I can't get around it because if I say something, it should be really relevant to those words. But anyway, apart from those words, like the Pali words you said, yes, we have so many thoughts in that sense. The value is so different. Imagine your family and a neighboring family. But the neighboring family also can get so important if there is anything happening with the neighboring family. Imagine something like having an argument about the margin of the lands. Then suddenly the neighbors are very important now. Unless that time, neighbors are not important. So this the amount of importance or the amount of attention can be very very difficult to understand, and so the importance or the burning can be so much different. And if you think about a similar example, you might think that, so I have 5 kids, or I mean, olden days, people had so many kids. Whether you felt all the kids are similar? No. And even a twin, how twins would feel is quite different. And even within one person, the difference between friends, different between any one single thought can be so difficult to understand. So I think most important thing would be trying and understanding the power, nothing else. I don't think nothing else does matter, because the power at the end, what matters is self perception. What matters is actually self vibration. When it comes to that point, we just realize, okay, whatever happens, most important thing has been the self vibration. It had been the vibration in the psychot as well, to go back and understand. So that is the vibration that has been the most important thing, because the importance has been changing, importance has been shifting. Actually, it shifts, isn't it? Once the side neighbors, or that side neighbors, or the front side neighbors, it doesn't matter. But the importance keeps shifting. It can be one child at one time and another child at one time, or it can be one time mother but one time father. But we understand, even though it keeps changing, we finally come to the understanding it's a self-perception that had been playing all these things. And then in deeper than that, you understand it's a self-vibration is the kind of culprit. You can call it, I don't know, the English doesn't match all these descriptions, but it's kind of the root for everything. So when one understands that, it becomes so clear that that it has been the driving force. And when we keep understanding that it had nothing to do with this sense faculties, it just has no place at all. We through Dhamma, with the truth, we keep understanding that it had no whatsoever say in this sense faculties or the so-called process. Nothing. It just was like a virus for the system. Even if you talk about in the computer words. So the main problem was the vibration. Main problem was the self-perception. Main problem was the self-thought. But before that, we keep feeling that the most important thing would be the self-perception, maybe arising from each and every important aspects in your life. It could be husband, it could be wife, it could be daughter, it could be son, and this can keep changing. But the what is the important thing here? It's a self-perception, isn't it? Anything to add? But I'm not talking about what, because I haven't listened to that, and my the exact wording, I don't want to
And no,
change
I
it.
think, I think we have better to listen to it again because I also had to leave halfway. So maybe we can listen again and discuss because that was a very good.
Yeah, we can
There were
discuss
some.
tomorrow
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, that's right. Yes, I think.
Yeah, I think he after that went on to there was a person who asked young person who asked a question, and he did a further extension as a result of her question or one or two of her questions as well, going into every aspect of the self and ego. So I think it's well worth listening. It was one of again an extremely profound talk this afternoon or this morning, the 9:30. So, but perhaps we can speak on the aspect of the
And
power.
also ego is actually the last bit, the self vibration. It is the last bit, Manodha Chaitya. That is the last bit. That is kind of the, when we say ego, we have so many in English. It has so many meanings. Even children who speak English, who study only English, they would take it as a different meaning. So it has been taken, the word, but Manodha Chavidya is actually the last bit is actually about the self vibration. Yeah. What were you going to say, Suramika? I just wanted to add that.
Just about, I think yesterday or day before, so he talked about the power and how ultimately it's the power that ceases. And when the power ceases, the vibration becomes non-vibration, because I think all this time we've explained it, saying the vibration has that underlying power, and it is the vibration that almost causes the power. But he said that when this reversal happens by understanding the true Dhamma, and when that full conversion happens, full realization happens, what actually ceases is the power. The power is diminishing. Whilst on the path and with the full realization, it is that underlying power, the current that we have called the self-vibration, that what we have called power is the sense of I, the ego, whatever it is that we call it, the driving force, we call it the current, we call it the power. But it's finally that power that then ceases to reach that non-vibration, isn't it? Because that was a key point that he made yesterday or day before as well. But it's ultimately understanding that how did this power come about as well, isn't it? The I and the ego became so real because of a sensation that was occurring in the senses. It was that so-called manifestation of a sensation, the feel that got generated as a result of it, and then the underlying power that arose as an underlying current that became this so-called alive field, the thing that led through ignorance any living being to call it self, to call it, to give it an identity, to give it a self, isn't it, and an ego. And it is that gets attacked when one understands the true Dhamma philosophy, because right from the start, we break down every aspect of it to show that there was no soul. This is no soul Dhamma. And if there was no soul, we just break down the identity bit by bit to say that where was the soul? How did the soul or the identity or the self come about? It was always just a misconception. So when you attack that aspect, that is where the whole thing starts crumbling down, isn't it?
Yeah, and also I think he mentioned when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. And wherever there is a current or power, there are two opposite ends. So it's just sort of, it's a circle-like. Uh, the vibration or the wave means that there are two opposite ends, and then there is a current created. That is where we explain that every vibration has a power. That means the vibrations which creates a light has this power as a collective thing there, because each wave has some form of power. And on the other hand, wherever there are two ends, there is power. Wherever there is power, there are two ends. Two ends in the sense two opposite ends. Now, the one of the examples that is given in science, very well-known thing, is that gravity power. So, gravity power is the result of the two opposite ends of the earth, the northern and the southern ends. So likewise, the mind power is, again, there are two opposite ends, two ends, which means the feeling of existence and real non-existence. So it's like the two ends of the battery. Again, the power is created when there are two opposite ends, the plus end and the minus end. So similarly, for the thought power, the two ends are that the feel of existence and the real truth, which is the non-existence. He explained about that duality. I think in the same the Deshana that you mentioned, Surangika, the duality means, in other words, when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. So the feeling of existence or this self-feeling is a result of the two opposite ends. Am I correct?
Yeah, it has to be felt though. This is the thing.
It has to be
to be
felt.
felt. Yeah. So
Yes.
the out of mind experience, kind of, we can say like that. And when it exposes the vibration or the feel, when the power is not there, you can definitely feel that there's no two ends. Not at
Yes.
all. Not at all. So this has to be felt. That is the challenge, I think. That is the challenge. So the importance is knowing these things helps you, but knowing these things will not necessarily lead you there. The main thing is to let go and be quite open to your sense of faculties and be open to what you really feel, because the things that we think, the thinking process actually can mask this feel, because actually the feel or the consciousness or the sasa, or the vibration, we call it, because we have to call something, the power or whatever we say, you can see when it is a thing that it has two ends, and when it is not a thing, it has no ends. It's so beautiful. It should be, it can be understood thoroughly, deeply, when there is an experience about that. And that's the beauty of that. I think. Yeah, there's so much background here. I'm sorry, but anything else?
And he kept saying that, I mean, so this is something we obviously know, but it becomes, it gets reinforced so well when he, elaborates on these points. So, how he says about no birth, no death kind of thing, but when he was elaborating on how those thoughts
After kindergarten time, that's teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time, that thought is no, it's a mind. No, it's a thoughts. The thought is no coming. Chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world. No, that's why we are talking about. There's the every spark have a power different in. No, it's a spark. The our eye creation is a speedily happening, again and again, and it's power. That's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. No, it's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a pitch also. How is coming this sound and form together coming? That's the to mind. Its thoughts are coming. No, sound and form and the body feel. No, taste, smell, feel. Sthina sangati passo. These five senses creations together coming. That's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No, that's our Now we are always talking about the example is uh, something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the I conscious we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field. Otherwise, no, is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? Is a five aggregates. No,
Yes,
Rupa,
Saranam.
Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create this system. It's a process. It's a creation. Is a finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. That's a simply explaining speedily happen in the spark is final effort is I is creating the light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed spark.
Yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of yeah. It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations speedily. That's why inside there's a power spark different in and it's no spark the power. That's secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no Yo Bante Viditvana Majje Mantana Nipatitam Bruhi Mahapurusho say the simply Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name, no power is there. No spark, no power. That's why there's a power. They exist to feel. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound. No? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the other consciousness together coming. That's a mind consciousness coming. That's kindergarten. Chair, table, mother. Those thoughts. Thoughts have existed. Feel is a power. That's power is otherwise. Who are you? You are talking about, oh, I'm here. How telling I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see, I can hear, I have feel. What is this? This is a sense creations, no? It's not you. Yeah. It's sense efforts. It's not anybody. It's a power. So sense given this power. It's a thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's a power. That's your life field. So, someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No, that's power. Existent field is you. Existent field otherwise alive field. No.
Yes, Saranam.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Now.
What do you think about existent field otherwise alive field?
Yes,
The
Saranam.
the case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening. No, someone eat the spicy is hot is coming, but nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here. Hot is there. No?
Has to be
How,
felt.
yeah, how is that one? So it's spicy, it's hot, no? So, but no one is sick. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working, it's not spicy here, not hot here, no. Because sensor give us this hot. No, it's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel. No?
Mm.
You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful. No? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going. You leaving it there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. There's you want it or no. That's why. No. So something outside there is okay. It's good. No problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No. Everything is like that. No. So that's why Buddha's no upadayati no bow. That's the
Mm.
meaning. It's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, smell is taste. Smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a feel. How is telling that? It's a understanding finally coming this stage. That's why. Who are you? Who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila? Hmm?
Yeah, that's
Yeah. It's
beautiful.
a
And
feel. Yeah, it's a feel.
everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence, or
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know how to say that, but it's just to
But
feel.
existence also there.
Yes,
Existence also there. But
sound is
nobody is
there.
there. How is telling this?
Yeah,
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel, otherwise the alive feel. But existence also, they are not alive feel. Is there?
yeah.
How is telling this? If that's alive
I
feel
think
is
the words can't
yeah.
actually express this,
Yeah,
Arinans. I think easiest way to for you to feel it. I think.
yeah.
Maybe
Yeah. English words, I think, is difficult to say this
difficult. Yeah.
because in English words have something. That's why.
Mm.
But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's a Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about, yeah, it's a super awareness we are talking. Because awareness there, it's okay. There is something, it's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there. Because it's understanding. Like a mirror. We
Yes.
can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. This normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no. It's inside meditation is understanding, no.
Mm.
It's a very deep meaning there. Understand, no.
The prajna.
Yeah,
I
wisdom.
think it's
It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's what Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is a true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how it's scary illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness, no. It's a thoughts, no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vinyanam paranyaya. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. Is coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a house telling. It's a mirage. No, mirage is a other one. It's
Perception.
a vijnana maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana maya. So miracle is a mirage, no? It's a perception. It's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the vijnana maya. It's a Buddha's word. What is this maya? English word?
We
That's
use they
another
are
one. That's
as
illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. Ah, that's the word. That's good. Hmm. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. He's a final effort. Is this? What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None is none. None alive. So none alive feel, no. That's a Buddha's explaining. Is nobody's here, no. System is working, no. Normally everything is there, no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that Aran answer, the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Mm,
Is
yeah, it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah,
Otherwise.
apatitta means
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel is how can say others? You feel, no.
you don't feel anything. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothingness. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody's here now. Everything is happening now. Your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts no. Who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's a thoughts no. What is real death? Suranka?
No such thing, Aran answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time, no? Now you're a goat like that. No goats. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister is okay. We are talking. But no death or birth. What is this feeling? Kokila? You touch your hand. It's okay. You are here. No? Yeah. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's the ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's that's the power is
That's the
a
beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's why Nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It's very nice, Adam.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
no, it's okay. It's very nice.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ?
No,
In
no, no,
English.
no, no. Now it's not. Now no time.
Okay.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. Susanna. Yeah, ask it.
ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated, no, at that point also when the child sees the eye functions, I when
No, no, no. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power. Not a defilements there, but
yes,
it's a cause is there.
yes,
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay. No problem for that.
mm,
But power is there because asa is there. The power is there
mm,
because something you can give the little baby phone or something. So
mm,
he don't give on you again. Why?
mm,
He's attached. What is that attached? Is a power. Is there? There's the power. That's why asa power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because it's a before is a situation before coming a defilements. No, after this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. That's the defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
so
Thinking power.
that's yeah, that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
is yeah, yeah.
due to
Yeah.
Abhisankaran.
No, no. That
Yes.
example is the little baby. The
Mm,
kindergarten no is after that. Baby have
okay.
little bit datas. Datas
Okay.
is a 5,000. Yeah, it's a we are talking about defilements is 5,000.
Mm,
Defilements is coming the thoughts coming after that. That's why before is a radiant mind having the defilements. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So
okay.
is a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. No, that's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough. The data's there. That's why father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this. So that was question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Saranasi.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Uh, because that's a okay. That's Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. It's a power is that one. It's a ego. But radiant mind have an ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation.
Reading The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 22. You would see that the last thought is also a lie, and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just one thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that has 5,000 leaves on it and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of that leaf, you will learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaves on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arise in your mind. What you need to do is to understand just one thought. Understand how the thought is formed and how it ceases to be Udayavaya. The wisdom to see the formation and the cessation of the thought is called Udayabhaya Jnana. Actually, our problem is that we fail to see the truth in this fleeting thought. When we begin to go on the path to nirvana, applying effort to see the truth in each thought is of utmost importance. By now, you would have observed, still, attended many meditation classes held in this society, practiced samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use it in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and attain nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it ceases to be. The arising and the cessation of a thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There is nothing as a thought, and there is nothing as a mind consciousness. Let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Teron Sanna, everybody.
Nirvana Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages for us from the book. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We all worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet at this moment, who is our teacher and our guide on this Dhamma path, who has been exposing and disclosing all the teachings of Lord Buddha, which was done 2600 years ago. Thiruvon Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined, and also Thiruvon Saranai to everyone who are listening to us through various other means. This is the English Zoom discussion, and we will be discussing some simple Dhamma facts from now on until 4 p.m. And the facts that Shani just read is the basic facts actually for a person who is trying to understand what this true Dhamma is. Buddhism is actually not a religion. There is no beliefs. It's something that the person can understand and then get convinced himself. So that is the importance and that is the value of this one, because it's you don't go blindly believing something that Lord Buddha said. What Lord Buddha said always was that come and see it yourself and understand. If you feel that it's true, just listen and try to take it up. So that is the valuable side of this Buddhist teaching. It's all centered around the mind and the thought, because we all know that thoughts or the mind is the one which manipulates this physical body. So what Shani read was about how to understand this thought formation and then what is the mechanism. Actually, some parts we discussed yesterday. So at the beginning, it's called Satya Jnana, where we learn it as a knowledge. We read or listen to a Dhammadeshana and then try to understand the theory part of it. So this basic knowledge is needed, like having a strong foundation for a building. And then once you are thorough with that mechanism of how the thoughts are formed, how this self perception or this feeling of being alive is felt, that is the root thing, that is the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. In the book it's read that if you study the pattern of one mango leaf, you know that it is same in all 5,000 or whatever the number of leaves in the tree. So you don't need to study each and every thought. Studying each and every thought is not possible practically, because the thoughts are flowing in such a fast speed. You can't study or analyze each and every thought. What you can do is you can study and research on one thought using this basic knowledge that you have achieved. And then you know that whatever the thought which is coming up is happening in the same way. That is what Shani read as tatra tatra vipassati. That means whatever the thought which is coming is very well understood, and it's very clear that how it's formed, how the thoughts are formed. And thoughts are formed as long as the physical body is functioning. As long as the breathing is there, the thoughts are formed. So how the thoughts are formed is the next step to know. Different living beings, maybe human beings or even animals, they have what's called the sensor function. These facts we have been discussing earlier also, but because this is relevant to what Shani read, I thought of just explaining this from the beginning. So the human being has 5 faculties, so 5 sensor functions. Sensor means actually it's a function of seeing, function of hearing, function of feeling. We call it Ditta, Sutta, Mutta in Pali. Mutta means the feeling, function of feeling, which includes 3 things, the smell, taste, and what is felt by the skin. So skin has 4 qualities actually, can feel the warmth and can feel the hard or soft feelings and can feel the liquid nature. So altogether, there are 8 components in this one, but when you group all the skin sensation under one heading, which is Mutta, then there are 3 components. So with these sensor functions, something is created. The important factor here to know is that the speed is a decisive factor in all these sensor functions. Extremely fast speed cannot give it in figures, I would say, because can't even imagine or can't even go near the speed of the light, which we think is the fastest thing that we know of in the material world. But this, the function of the thoughts or the flow of the thoughts or this formation of the thoughts is much more faster than that. So what happens is there is sensor function, means there is some vibration then and there, and this vibration creates something which was not there, but it looks as if it is there, and that is where the illusion is. A light which was not there is created due to the speed. A sound which was not there is created due to the speed. Similarly, the sense of taste, smell, and the skin feeling, they are not really there, but because of the fast speed, it's created as if it is really there. So that is where all this big lie is there, because we are all going behind something which is illusionary, which is not really existing. So in the small baby's level, these sensors are functioning, but there is no naming or description. That means there is no thought formation. Therefore, we can say that the little baby doesn't have defilements. But what happens as a part of the natural process, these sensor functions get together or unite together to form a different form of function. It's described with a beautiful example by Lord Buddha that like forming ghee from milk. So it's a completely a different type of vibration when it comes to the thought formation, but it's still a single vibration. So this single vibration, or what's called the thought, because of the rapid speed of happening, again you feel that as if the thought is real. What are the thoughts? Everything possible that you can think of, everything possible that you are talking of, everything possible that you are doing, they are all thoughts. So these thoughts has the components created by the other 5 sensor faculties or sensor functions. And the moment these thoughts are started forming, there's no reversing. There's no way of identifying it as different sense of sense of functions, but automatically what you get is the thought. So there's no way of going back and trying to analyze. What you see straight away is a mango tree. Use well, straight away what is created is my son, my wife, my husband, uh, my car, my house. Everything is just thought, but it has the components of the five sensor functions. So I think the next 2 pages it's going to be going to discuss about how the some kind of research or some kind of analysis of these thoughts. So we can sort of elaborate on what we have read so far. I can see Surangika also joined and Sudharma also joined. Thiruvan Saranai to both of you. Maybe one of you can add something or any alterations needed of what I said. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for that good explanation, Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I'll just add a little more to the aspect of speed that you mentioned. And this whole thought process and the mechanism hinges on the speed of vibration. Because when we talk about creation that occurs through the sense faculties, the creation and the appearance of this so-called creation or manifestation only comes about, as you quite rightly said, due to the sheer speed. Without the speed, there is no manifestation, because, we have to understand that this is not that there is something, it is just a creation, and the creation comes about through that sheer speed. So if we give a few examples that are often quoted and often discussed in these Zoom discussions, if we think about a couple of balls of fire being rotated, and then if it is rotated at a speed, if it is not rotated at a speed, you would see the single balls of fire being rotated. But if it is continuously done and the speed is increased, one would just see a simple ring of fire, isn't it? So how did that ring of fire come about? That was only due to the speed. Was there actually a ring of fire? No, there wasn't. So another example that we often use is, even Aaron Walzer talks of this several times. Back in the day, for people, probably not the nowadays children, but maybe middle-aged people or our generation may recall that the old cartoon books, there used to be all the motions of people walking, running, and things are drawn through cartoons, and every little picture, and there's like hundreds of pictures in one cartoon book. Every picture denotes an active movement of, for example, a child running or a child walking or a child jumping out of something. So every moment, every arm being raised, every length of distance being run is being drawn through multiple pictures, and together the rapid. If you look at all those pictures in rapid motion, you'd realize you get the impression that that whole activity is happening. So how does that happen? Again, through the way it has been drawn up, in order to give the impression that there is an activity, there's a walking and a running, and there's all kinds of things being done through that storybook via that cartoon imagery that has been created. Another simple example is something that we've all encountered again back in the day. You take the usual light bulb that we had in our homes. So you see the light bulb as something that is permanently lit, isn't it? Particularly in the evening when we turn on our lights, we see that the light bulb, the bulb is permanently lit and there's light coming out of it. But I recall back in the day where in the area we lived, there was constantly power cuts during our childhood. And not only the power cut, the wattage that is coming through the current system, the power lines, used to be, for some reason, used to reduce. And when it reduced, actually, the bulb started flickering, and then sometimes only the, I don't know, the tungsten little thing that is inside the bulb, only that is illuminated. So even the flickering of the bulb just shows you that. And so how did that bulb become at one moment a flicker of light and then at the other moment a permanent light? So was there a permanent light there? No, it wasn't there. It's just because of the speed of the way the current is coming through the lines, one gets the impression that there is a permanent light that is emanating from the bulb. In fact, I think for a second it flickers like, I don't know, so many times, 23 times a second or millisecond or something, in order to emanate that light from the bulb. So that's the way the light formation happens. In a similar way, the speed of vibration that is occurring in the eye gives the impression that the spark that happens in the eye sensor or the eye faculty is not just a spark, but a permanent light. So that is also only a manifestation, and that gives us the impression that there is light. Similarly, if we take the ear faculty, the speed of vibration, the occurrence of that in the ear faculty gives the impression that there is a sound. So, and so too the other faculties, all not because of just one single vibration, because this is happening at speed, this is happening with rapidity, and there is a series of vibrations occurring at such a sheer speed that one gets the sensation and the notion that this light exists, the sound exists. And if you eat something, that there is such a thing called taste, there is such a thing called smell. So this rapid vibration gives rise to the consciousness. There is the sensation that arises out of the rapid vibration. There is a representation of that sensation, which we call perception. And the rapid speed in which it occurs is what we call formations, which then culminate to form what we call the eye consciousness, or the feeling that light exists. So this feeling that light exists comes about only due to the speed of vibration. If there was one spark, one vibration, one wouldn't get that feeling of existence. So that feeling of existence, which we call consciousness, arises only because of that speed. So similarly, if we take all the five sense faculties and put it together, the light consciousness, the sound, the smell, touch, and taste, all these combine to form what is called the mind consciousness, that single thought. It is a combination of those earlier of those other five vibrations, but one or two of those sensors can become prominent. Nevertheless, it forms into another vibration, which is the mind object or the thought. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the thought or the mind object can be wide and varied. There can be so many things that gets formed with, we call it mother, father, chair, your favorite ball, bat, house, mortgage, whatever it is. From our childhood days, these mind objects or labels, the images, sounds, touch, taste and smell and so on, have not remained in that basic functionality, have not remained in that basic perception. Every one of those aspects, perceptions, every facet of it has been given a name, a branding, and a label, and all for the reason of, due to ignorance, for what happens is with those consciousnesses and that feeling of existence comes that underlying power. The underlying power that there is something that is existent, which then gives rise to the feeling of alive, being alive, the sense of being alive, or the alive feeling as we call it. And that also occurs through ignorance. So this is the process by which the power in the thought is understood and unraveled, and which is what that understanding of this thought occurring in this very moment is important and needs to be fully understood in order to understand how this suffering occurs, how the craving occurs, and how there is this so-called binding power of the thought, which can then take you on, take living beings on to this process of birth and death in this never-ending samsaric cycle. This, I say never-ending cycle because it is so for millions and billions of species and living beings. It is only through the understanding of the true Dhamma and seeing the pure truth through wisdom that one can break this chain of causation through understanding what we call the law of cause and effect, which is the pure Dhamma, the true Dhamma that is being imparted through these Buddothpado teachings. And to do that, the crux of this whole teaching, the core and the essence of the teachings, is to understand how this mind is formed. Is there such a thing called the mind? What is the thought? What is the substance in the thought? Is there a substance? Understanding this is absolutely core to be able to break this chain of causation and to see through the ignorance, see through the illusion, and understand the pure truth. So I'll stop there, and maybe Sudharma can, or Dr. Kokila can continue.
Yeah, it's I have a reception issue here, but anyway, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I think it was a very, very, both of you gave a very descriptive element about this, the rapid vibration, how the speed is bringing all these effects. There are effects, so the cause and effects. When you understand cause and effects, finally, what you feel, what you think, what you do is all kind of becomes a mirage. This can be very overwhelming for a beginner, but I think once you get hold of this idea and once you start to feel it, it becomes easier, isn't it? Anything else to add, Sudhanma?
I think we need to complete it, Sudharma. Maybe we stopped at the existent field, so we should get to the self view.
It's very beautiful. Yes, both Dr. Sakuntala and Ms. Surangika explained very vividly and with a lot of examples. Actually, after a while, I was listening to it, so it refreshed that concepts again because very good revision for me also personally. And Dr. Kokila, yes, as you always remind us, what came into my mind is now what is the danger of this thought? Is there how does it matter now? These thoughts are being created as a natural phenomenon. So as Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi in the morning discussion also I think highlighted that it is the law of mind, chitta niyama. So it is now we actually through these sermons and all these discussions, we know this mechanism, very beautiful mechanism, scientific, the combination of vibrations, this rapid speed and on top of that, this telepathization of previous data, and how we end up getting a thick perception of these projections. So, as Ms. Rangika pointed out also, what the danger is, the moment that external perceptions are taken as real, on the other side, the self arises, self-view, self-perception gets thicker and thicker, that excitation, positively or negatively or equanimity, something happens. You also mentioned that craving, that is where we get entangled in this samsaric journey also. How that's why we cannot liberate from this, because we all know that that self vibration, the inner vibration, calls this Sastravati, inner vibration. Actually, I have forgotten that word also, English word by now for that. So whatever it is, so
That's the
these
zygote.
zygote, yeah, that is Yuktano,
Is
isn't
it
it, Mr. Randu?
tense?
Taints, exactly. Taints. So, so that is the danger. Otherwise, we can enjoy all these perceptions, that all the inputs of sensory organs. Just because they create this, automatically this power is generated. So it has an impact on this self vibration. Actually, I don't know how to explain through words also. This, we can't say impact on something existing. That power itself becomes the self vibration, and the notion of self gets stronger and stronger. So when I was sorry about the disturbance. So when I was trying to recollect what Shani read previously, there I saw the reference to last thought also. Don't know whether it was yesterday or today. It is said, so why are we trying to analyze the thought creation and trying to understand that there is no substance in thought? Because when the last thought occurs in this mundane world, we believe in this life and death. So when the last thought occurs, uh, maybe the all sensory organs will be in a very kind of weak situation, the function of them. Now when we are strong, we can show the truth to the mind, using the mind management. Now they are not true, they are false projections. We can manage our mind and just suppress it temporary manner. But when the last thought occurs, if if a person is not having this experience of spontaneous or automatically the skill to liberate from thoughts naturally, they are the one get caught in that, and the last thought may have some power, and that vibration will decide the rebirth, so-called rebirth, if we look at it from that perspective. So as you beautifully explained, Dr. Kokila will add and will actually uh, correct what I was trying to say. So the danger is that. And another point I would like to um, refer to is that Ditta Sutta Mutta. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala very beautifully mentioned that two rounds of the thought occurrence. The first, it is purely the sensory organ, which is involving at that moment maybe ear, eye, body, mind, or the sensors, that particular sensor. But when the mind consciousness, I mean, uh, skillfully, I mean, get all the inputs, previous inputs of the other sensory faculties, this dicta seeing, Sutta hearing, and Mutta felt that bodily, then that is body, tongue, and the nose. Yeah, all three. So that finally with that the name also the identification takes place, and we end up getting a thick perception. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Please.
Yeah, actually,
Correct and
the main point I think is the feel that we get. I mean, we can't say we get even, but the next one, you know, to maintain the next one. So even the feel, we might end up having that kind of feel. So how do we say that? Feel to feel. I don't know whether that would be a good way to say that. Feel to feel. I mean, need to feel. So the main sensual world, it's very easy to understand, but then when it becomes the form world and the non-form world, it's important to understand how this is extending, or actually the extension was the sensual world, but how when we go back, how we feel. So there is always a kind of a craving to feel, also craving to have the mind, because the sensual world, we have a craving for toffee, or craving for what? Craving for water. No, not really. Craving for something. So craving to see a film, craving to see someone after a long time, something like that. We can keep on saying cravings. But then when it comes to the mind, when it comes to the form, kind of we don't have those extensive needs, extensive projections. We just have kind of a seeking for the perceptions, mind perceptions. And when it comes to the feel, okay, it's not that it doesn't have a form, so that's why we call it kind of, when we even describe, we try to tell it as a vibration. So the need to or craving for the vibration, craving for feel. What do you think about that? So the craving for the feel is different to the actual feel. Do you have anything to add to that, Surangika? Because it's rapid vibration. Yes, that was the ignorance made it to feel that it is something, but due to that, what has happened? That is what actually even the beginning of the zygotic vibration. Beginning of the zygotic vibration is because of this vibration which is not actually related to any of the organs. That is why Aranvansi keeps telling that it has nothing to do with the body, nothing to do with the mind, because it is not. Because it is not, and it is actually created. It is created and it is telepathized every time when a stimuli is formed. So what happens is this, even with the cessation of the bodily functions or the mind and the respiration, sensory functions are not there. Then what is the main vibration that is going to persist? Is that extra power why is the extra powerful? Because there is a need to maintain the power. That is the force that would make you to, that is kind of a force. Can we call that? Maybe. Because it's a force that has, or power that has the ability to telepathize or synchronize to some other very different similar vibration, isn't it? So this need, it's difficult to understand sometimes, but it is when we keep discussing this, I think it will go into our deeper level, because you need to differentiate these two, what happens and what happens with the I'm sorry, I think the background noise is so much. But did you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, Dr. Kokila.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the importance of understanding that the actual vibration and the need to maintain the vibration, you can feel this when we try to understand non-form, because in non-form there's no discussion, there's no story, there's no form, there's no word, there's nothing. Just to feel has nothing. So just to feel, that's why we call it even a vibration, because it has no form at all. But then what is the difference between the vibration of the sensory organ and the need to maintain the vibration? How does that come? Because of the ignorance. That's because of the ignorance. The vibration is taken as something for granted. That is what is going to telepathize into this extra vibration. That is this extra vibration is the vibration which is going to vanish, in the sense there will be this vibration will cease because it was fueled by ignorance. If the ignorance is not going to go down, and craving can't exist. It's on the Lord Buddha has said once that in the field of the ignorance only, the craving seed is harvesting, isn't it? So what is important is to distinguish these things practically. That is the difficult part. Actually, difficult part is not the Dhamma. Difficult part is, Dhamma is also difficult. Understanding this is a massive task that we have been trying very hard, and we may be still understanding. But what I'm trying to say is that the difference between the feel, the without this power, and is the important thing. So it's very very important to distinguish. You can't distinguish with the words. That's the problem, because it's a feel. So we can only do this with the wisdom we have, and that is why we keep discussing this. That is why we keep highlighting this. That is why we keep this, keep making the other people's mind. We put, actually we kind of attack ignorance. What do you think, Suramika? Do you think you have anything to add? Like, it is a very, very, very important point, I think.
I think the main issue here is that power. The power of how does people, living beings, particularly humans, because they have this mind. That is the thing that gives them the glowing factor to the thoughts and the underlying power. So I think Aranwan just yesterday or today, I think, explained about the difference between, animals also have a slight consciousness, but it's not as big as, the mind is not as big as human beings,
No.
which is why, they still have the sense of existence, which comes about through whatever sense faculties that the animals have. If you take, for example, a bird, the bird would also have that, the bird will get frightened. The bird will also want to fight for survival. The bird will also want to go and fetch food and so on and so forth. But the mind is not big. The mind is not overpowering. But it is content with a little. However, it still has that feeling of existence which comes about through the limited sense faculties that it has, whatever, whether it's 2 or 3 or whatever it is. And the mind, and so it is easily satisfied. If there is probably some hunger in the morning, then they'll search for food. If they have they'll just find the food and have the food, and then that's it. And then they'll just chirp about and be content. But in contrast, the human beings, because of the mind, there is this overworking, and the irony of it is because of that very nature of having a mind or the mind mechanism is there, shall we say, which is also needed as a tool initially to understand the Dhamma and the teachings. But it is that mind consciousness itself that is almost, you can say, the downfall, or almost can create the downfall of human beings, because that the power that is there in every thought process and the glowing nature of it becomes all the more powerful and enduring for a human being, which is why it is so difficult to break that cycle, because of the fact that there is that belief which is really overpowering of something existing, the external world being real, that existent feeling, and with that comes that alive feeling. So I was just reflecting this today about this. I don't know whether there's any other example, perhaps anyone else can suggest, but our noble spiritual teacher has given us is the stone or the pebble being put into the water or being thrown to the water, and how the ripples arise. So how do the ripples arise? That is because the stone, the impact of the stone or the pebble being thrown into the water there is a power. Because of the power, the ripples are caused, and it doesn't mean that the ripples are moving from one direction to the end of the pool or end of the wall or something, but it is creating a vibration, which means that one single vibration has an underlying power. So we talked earlier about it's not just one vibration, but it's a series of vibrations, and the vibrations are also happening, the vibrations are happening at speed. So if one pebble is one vibration, and if you can imagine that it is vibrations happening at sheer speed, and the underlying power of that in a continuous series is the thing that gives rise to that alive power. That is the thing that makes people think that I am alive, we are alive, and that is the thing that they are fighting for. They don't know. It is true what you said, Dr. Kokila. It is that ignorance of not understanding that wanting to be alive. It is that thing that keeps them alive and kicking. That's the thing that keeps them fighting. That's the thing that keeps them feeling as if they belong to something. And how do they get that feel? By attaching to objects, attaching to persons, attaching to various things. And how does that attachment come about? Through the thought process, isn't it? So it's like a never-ending chain of power building up on an underlying power which they are fighting without even knowing it, to keep on maintaining that power, isn't it?
Yeah, and then we have to ask the question, what are you fighting for? And the people will be like gobsmacked, because they don't even know what we are fighting for, because it's very difficult to finally pinpoint. Like Aranwanse asked, where are you? And we are like confused. where am I actually? Then like that, what we are fighting for is here like to maintain a field or maintain this mind or maintain this the dream, kind of, because this is a dream as well. Even though we talk about another dream when we sleep, this is a kind of a dream as well, full of stuff that is feeling as real, because it's miraculously beautiful. That's Lord Buddha said. It's like a challenge, and it's such a makes us fools, kind of, because of that mirage effect or illusory effect. This simulation world. So that is the thing. It's as you said, never-ending trap. So the to understand this trap, what are we wanting? And that question will actually, there's no answer. Finally, if we keep asking through Dhamma, if we actually understand through Dhamma, then we understand what you want. Then it finally comes to, survival. What are you surviving for? Is again another cycle of thoughts. So, or cycle of feel in that sense. So it is funny, but at the same time, it is very dangerous. Very dangerous, because we can understand that because Lord Buddha once said, if there is something to be happy, I wouldn't have told this, if there's anything to be happy about, I wouldn't have told this Dhamma. Because everywhere there is suffering in a different form. Whatever the form, we might not feel it, but even in basic level, there's a suffering. So trying to maintain the feel, trying to maintain the dream, trying to maintain stuff, trying to achieve stuff, that is in sensual world. Actually, people, they are in the sensual world. But trying to maintain the dream is in the form world, and trying to maintain the feel is in the non-form world. So this comes through the ignorance of feeling that there is something to maintain. If we know that there is nothing to maintain, that we are actually born in each stimulus, and what it was there was just the stimulus only, the craving has to disappear, isn't it? What do you think? Anything else to add?
I think I'll just mention a little bit before maybe Sudham and Dr. Sakuntala can add. So the main thing there to break this thing is because you can't break it halfway through. The breaking, how you can attack it is by showing that what are you trying to, all these things are is to kind of keep an identity, keep a soul here alive and kicking. No? So if we show through that true Dhamma that there was never a self, and this was only that self, the misconception of a self, that is the thing that is going to, as you said, make people get gobsmacked. Because all this that people are doing in this conventional world is on the assumption that there is a self, there is a persona, there is an identity. And when one actually, unravels it in perfect logical sense, how this thought process, how these sense faculties are forming to give an impression, an illusion of a self, then, there is actually nowhere to turn, isn't it? That is where the whole process gets arrested. And that is why Renvasi says all you have to do is to understand the mind, understand the thought. How do these sense faculties arise? How are these perceptions coming about? You do that, and if you do that, you're arresting that process. You're arresting this power getting built up. You're arresting the current. And before that person even knows it, gradually, through time, there is diminishing of that power, because the self view is diminishing. And that is where, not the virus, the antivirus is put in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really beautiful. Anything else?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Pugala. It's so beautiful and enlightening, and as actually all this life we did not have any other experience than the experience of these sensory faculties, and this physical world was so real to us. And then to know that it is actually it's a dream, it's not real itself was unbelievable in the first place. And we tried to liberate from the suffering, uh, having a kind of using these I mean real entities being in the world, then accumulating merits and thinking of heavens, and then some actually some concept that we cannot define called Nibbana, and we had a different dream to liberate from this suffering also. So with this true Dhamma, the true message, as now Ms. Urangika also pointed out very nicely too, we work on understanding the stimulus, how this thought is formed and how this power is generated, and how actually we are working on that. But ultimately, that is the only way to diminish, because to liberate from this world and this thick self vibration, and to know that nibbana or the non vibration is also there itself is completely a new, even though we were born as Buddhists, it was up until this 5 years ago we heard this true Dhamma. It was again, I mean, we were fully unaware of that. We were in the dark. So when Dr. Kokila said that, I wanted to ask that, Dr. Kokila, when you said feel and the craving for feel, actually I didn't understand that even, because it is so deep. You are referring to a different level, because sensual world, the diminishing of this power, I mean the attachment that we actually, the diminishing of defilements, I experienced that. But when you talk about non-form and formless, actually I have no experience whatsoever. And can you please explain a bit more about that feel and the craving for feel? You asked whether we understand that. Have I understood the question at least?
That's there already. If you take chair, we already have the craving for the feel underneath, craving for the dream also underneath, and craving for the chair is on top of that. That's the thing. It is similar. It is similar. It is kind of the levels of the craving, I would say. That is level of you, level of self vibration. So they are kind of different levels, because you crave for milk toffee. You can say you crave for milk toffees. Then underlining, there is craving for the sanyava as well, the perception as well. And there's a craving for the feel as well. Not milk toffee as such, but craving for any feel is also down there. I mean, that is when you really understand what we are craving for. It is important to dig into your cravings a bit. The main important thing, the question you ask is to keep understanding Dhamma only, because if you understand that the perception also, so imagine you kind of feel that the ability to think is or actually dying. Why we don't want to die is also part of that. I mean, in the thinking part also, we don't want to die. That's a different story. I mean, as a concept or as a sentence, we can say, I don't want to die. That's a different thing. But actually struggling to maintain the feel is there even in a Brahma with the wrong vision. If there is a Brahma means only there's Brahmas with only the feel. There's Brahmas with the form as well, but they are struggling to maintain with the form. They are struggling to maintain the form, and with the feel, non-form, they are struggling to maintain the feel. So you can understand this even with the animals, or even with the baby, human baby. Human baby doesn't know anything, but still the human baby will not know anything about death, anything about birth, nothing at all. But the baby can't actually have a fight to survive, but still will not like to die. The perception or the feel of light, feel of sound, feel of skin, or the taste, or the nose. No baby would like to seize that. That's in the tense level, though. That's in the tense level. I think it should be just understood through the Pubbe Nivasanussatiඥāna, and yeah, you can
That
understand through that as well, because there's only one vibration in the one cell organism. So if you just take these examples only, you can feel this. How come one cell organism would maintain that vibration? Would like to maintain that vibration? Now, can you even think about that? So there is always a power with ignorance everywhere, every consciousness has this problem. So no one is free until they understand non-vibration, and until they feel the non-vibration, and until they become the non-vibration. No one is free. No consciousness is free. Isn't it?
Yes, and it's clear, Dr. Kokila. That's why when the phone or some object is given to the baby, he grabs it without without any perception, any kind of attachment whatsoever. Due to that chains, the power of that traction is there, isn't it? Yes, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, about this craving that you mentioned, Dr. Kokila, craving for the feel or craving for the things or the thoughts, whatever, means craving for existence, isn't it?
Yes,
Craving to be,
similar.
yes, similar. And I think Lord Buddha has mentioned that do not wish for existence even for a very short period, or whatever the higher realm that you can be very comfortable. Never ever wish for existence, because the example or the metaphor he has given is that feces, whether irrespective of the amount, will smell always. So it's something like craving or wishing to, wishing for existence or for another life is something similar to that. So always should refuse or utterly, reject that feel to be to exist. And also that example that Surangika mentioned about the water, the ripples. One thing important that we should understand is that there is the water particles are not going from this end to that end, isn't it? Because nothing goes from here to there. It's the current which is transmitted, and the water molecules or the water particles are moving then and there in that place, but transmitting the current. So it is the same mechanism which is described as synchronization or telepathization, where the current from one life is transmitted to another life. So if the current is strong, the where it is transmitted is going to be at a lower realm. Where the current is minimal, it will be at a higher realm. So what is the importance is that the mechanism is the same. Nothing goes from one end to the other. So because earlier we had this, we have heard in some of these Dhamma discussions by different other teachers, other monks, that consciousness is transmitted from this birth to the next birth. That's what actually not, that's not what Lord Buddha has mentioned. And very clearly our Aran Mahansi, our spiritual teacher, has explained that fact, that nothing is transmitted, nothing goes from this end to that end. And I think he has given some modern examples, the function of the television test set, where the pictures are created then and there. It's similar to the sensor functions of the living person or the human body. When the appropriate sensors are there, the picture or the story is created. So similarly, when the television set breaks down, the material part, when it breaks down, and if there is another television set somewhere else, the same picture can be created if the same set of equipment is there in the television set. So he gave that modern example, which is very easy to understand, how the life continues as a part of this samsaric journey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very important to understand Dhamma, and we invite everyone actually to come and have a discussion in English medium, which we may be struggling, but still I think it is good to discuss in whatever the form, whatever the way, whatever the topic. Doesn't really matter, because it ends up in non-self angle, and keep understanding what drives us to persist, what drives his existence, what drives his idea of existence, what drives his view of existence. It's complete ignorance, and the ignorance drives the craving, and craving drives the ignorance, and it's like a vicious cycle, never-ending vicious cycle, as we discussed. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. can I share the daily meditation schedule of Tombogoda International Meditation Center
Yes, please.
for the
Yes, please.
benefit of the listeners? Yes, we have like now in most of these discussions, we go into detail in terms of Buddhist philosophy. It's very beautifully explained by scholars. Most of these Zoom discussions represent scholars representing, I mean, the entire world, I should say, because you're all from Australia, then UK, then America. So that, I mean, it is also a not because that not that it is for only educated people or only for scholars or only for a certain social class, but still everybody has the opportunity for that. Now there are Mitmal monasteries island wide, so any person, even most of the villagers, peasants, everybody can come and experience what we discuss as theory or as Buddhist philosophy in the discussions can be experienced personally under the guidance of Theranis or nuns, Mehenin Mahasis, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi himself. Why this International Meditation Center is important is because people who work overseas, who have migrated to other countries, may not have the opportunity to get this experience in Metmal monasteries because they don't have that much time. They come to Sri Lanka on holiday for a short time. So I have the personal experience. I am here. I came with my sister who came down to Sri Lanka only to participate in this program. And by participating in 2 days, she got the basic concept practically because there are two nuns here. The one-to-one guidance, a participant gets one-to-one guidance. That's very beautiful because this is so new to us, this true Dhamma, because it is not some extraordinary Dhamma, it is the true Dhamma disclosed to the world 2500 years ago by Gautama Buddha. So as we all know, this Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi, through perseverance, he worked himself, meeting diverse, teachers, visiting different monasteries, and working on it by himself. He rediscovered or reawakened the Gautama Buddha Sasana. That is not just a word, because inside meditation was distorted, because the true Buddhist philosophy was distorted over the time. So he bravely rediscloses this to the world as he practically experiences it. So what we hear in these Zoom discussions is the Dhamma he has been shared with uh, us actually, who have been listening to these sermons for a while. So in this meditation center, this Dombagoda, it's not very far from Colombo, the main city in Sri Lanka, easy access, but this is based in a very beautiful serene environment. On one side there's a beautiful rubber plantation, on other side vast stretch of paddy fields, and then some wilderness, and you have the facility to book a comfortable room via booking.com, and it's so economical also, it's not very costly. That is to facilitate, because we believe that people who live overseas cannot easily fit into the heat, the climate, etc. So you have the comfortable with under these all these comforts, you can experience this true Dhamma in this the beautiful center. So I briefly go we briefly discuss this daily meditation retreat schedule. Normally, the participants are supposed to wake up at 5 o'clock, and from 5 to 5:30 they can themselves, get ready for the day. And from 5:30 to 6, the Samatha Bhavana, concentration meditation. And then 6 to 6:45, it's beautiful working meditation. So why this working meditation is important is we practice these points of contemplation in an artificially created situation. Once you leave the meditation center, it comes to you naturally, automatically. We know that 3 levels as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So for you to experience this in daily life, this meditation to become part of your daily life, this working meditation experience is very important. Working meditation means just sweeping the garden, picking up dried leaves and helping them to prepare meals. I mean, not heavy work. And then 6:45, the typical Buddha Vandana, and 7 to 8 breakfast. It is very beautiful again, typical Sri Lankan meal, healthy meal is offered. Then from 8 to 10, Dhamma discourse, the wisdom of truth. It's happening in the discussion, Q&A, question and answer mode under the guidance of nuns. And then 10:30 to 11:30, sorry, 10 to 10:30, the tea break. 10:30 to 11:30, the Dhamma discussion continues. Then the Buddha Puja is offered at 11:30 and the lunch is offered. And from 12:30 to 1:30, the first point of contemplation is being introduced and get the opportunity to walk through beautiful wilderness and this beautiful environment. Which silence is the beauty of this, that calmness. So it's the ideal setting for you to isolate from this busy world and to look at your own mind, to understand our own mind, because it's the biggest challenge. Then 1:30 to 2:30 second point of contemplation, then the tea break, then again 3 to 4 third point of contemplation, 4 to 5 fourth point of contemplation, then another 5 to 6 again the working meditation experience, then 6 to 7 another beautiful, I think this is Ariana's creativity and wisdom, actually the silent meditation. This is so beautiful because when the people who do not have, actually including myself, do not understand what this feel really is, this is the moment to let go of everything and to just wait under the kumbuk tree, or there are beautiful garden benches you can sit in. There beautiful lawn is there. There are huge trees like kumbuk trees. So be seated under them and just wait silently. So it's there. We never know this side. Being silent is a form of meditation. And then 7 to 7:15 again paying homage to Buddha. Then light meal is offered as dinner. Then 8 to 8:30 again concentration meditation. So by 8:30 the program, the scheduled program ends, but we still have the freedom, the participants have the freedom to practice walking meditation on the balconies, beautiful balconies looking at the open. There's a beautiful, actually panoramic view of the paddy fields and the sky. And so what I am telling is, as someone who has the first-hand experience of being here, to come and see, come and experience this, so you will for yourself realize this true Dhamma. That's what these Dhamma friends, Dr. Kokila and all of them explaining to you. It will become self-evident to all of you. So this is an open invitation to people who have a desire to, who have a passion to look for the truth and to understand who are you and where are you, the two big questions asked by the Thai monk also. Teruvan Saranai, thank you very much.
Sarnai, I think we have to wind up the session today because we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. So we worship Paran Vanse and thank you very much for Dharma friends for participating to the discussion today to make it fruitful, and we'll meet again tomorrow. Devan Sarnai, everyone. May Triple Game bless you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Everyone, Shanai, all done, friends. Everyone,
So,
You have to keep in mind that the outside does not exist and that it is only an illusion. You also have to know that the thought is a lie. The above practice of seeing that there is no truth to the thought means observing the udayavaya of the skandha that forms at every moment. Another way of seeing the truth in the thought is to observe the thought according to the yatha bhuta jnana, the moment the thought arises. You also have to keep in mind that the outside does not exist at all, and that the outside is a lie. Keep in mind and see that even the thought does not exist at all, that the outside is a lie, that the thought is also a lie. The Buddha said, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This means to observe the thought the moment it arises, on the spot. Sile patitaya naro sapanno chittam annanga bhavayam atapi nipako bhikkhuso imam vijayataye jatanti. If our mind is not calm, we cannot see these thoughts clearly. If we can see the pure truth in one thought, we would be able to overcome this illusional death and rebirth. The above stanza means that we need some discipline in the mind to enable us to closely analyze a thought. When we begin to go on the path, we clearly need to see how one thought arises and how it immediately ceases to exist, or how it disappears. Even after we live for a long time in this life, at the end we would only have one thought, just before our time of death. Even while living, we have only one thought at a time. The last thought that arises just before we leave this mundane world is known as the Chutisita. Seeing the truth in this thought means you see the illusory nature of the thought. You see that there is nothing in the thought and you let it go. At the end, at the last stages of your life, you would do the same thing to the last thought that arises in your mind. You would see the truth. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
Therwan Saranai. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. We worship Aran Wahanse at his feet. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined to the Zoom and also who are listening from the YouTube. This is the English Zoom discussion, and we will be discussing the facts that Shani just read from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So we were discussing the facts read from yesterday, and then it is a continuity of what was mentioned and discussed yesterday. As a summary, what she read was all about the thought formation and then how it happens as a result of the five senses. As long as the breathing is there, the five senses will be activated. Five senses in the sense the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So there is a continuous process. There is continuous stimuli which are arising as a part of this sensor function. And in the baby with the radiant mind, it's only these sensor functions which are there. That means the baby will experience seeing, hearing, and feeling. But later on, little by little, these sensor functions unite together, and there is the sixth sensor or the thought formation or the mind faculty or mind sensor comes to light. So we are actually dealing with the thoughts or the activity of this sensor function, mind function or mind faculty, and this is what will take the system thereafter, taking charge of the system, and the living or the feeling of alive or the feeling of existence is the ultimate result. But as Shani said, always there is only one thought at a time, and there is a sequence of thoughts, series of thoughts, which means the which gives the meaning to the life, or this is a changing pattern of thoughts, and the it's called abhisankaranaya, or changing pattern of the thought gives the feeling that I am alive. Actually what happens is as a part of this thought sequence or this thought flow, there is a power, there is some some form of current, and this current gives the feeling that of alive, feeling of existence, or feeling of alive. But a name is given as myself. So in other words, feeling of living or feeling of alive, feeling of existing is simply a current, which is the ultimate result of this cause and effect series. Right at the beginning, it's a function of the sensor function of the 5 main faculties, and then as I said, it's a thought which is the collective result of the other 5 sense faculties. And also only one thought at a time. And this thought has all the components contributed by the other 5 senses. So in other words, a thought has the components of a shape, that means a light, and then sound, and the things like, depending on the relevance, things like taste, smell, and also the feeling of the skin, the tactile feeling. So all these components are there in one thought. And also now, at the time of the collapse of the physical body, at the time of the so-called death in the mundane world, that time also there is only one single thought. So depending on the current, how strong the power of this thought decides actually what happens next. So that is called the Chutisita, or the thought that occurred at the last, as the very last thought of the life on this side, just at the time where the physical body ceases to function. And depending on that current, how powerful, how strong that current is, it's decided where it will telepathize. So this whole process is something beyond control of a self, and there's no particular specific plannable way of happening, and this continues. If the current is not, if it doesn't come to the 0 level at this end, it will synchronize somewhere else. So that is the danger of this, that is a danger, or the fearful fact about this current. So I can see Surangika and Lalana also has joined. Would you like to add something? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, Doctor, the most important thing we have to understand how the current, the power of the current, how it has come through. So when we analyze our 5 faculties, it is the main reason to have a thought to become real. So when we analyze it carefully, so we know that current makes us the world, and our thought becomes real for everyone. So without analyzing it, how the thought has formed, we won't be able to get rid of the thought. We are unable to see the truth of the mind. The mind is a thought. Thought is not real at all. So the powerfulness of the thought starts due to the sense creation. So when we understand this reality, the power of the thought will diminishing little by little gradually. So the existing field also, we know it is not true due to the speedy occurrence of these senses. It gives us the picture as it is real even. So it is not real actually. So when we understand this reality, it may take time, but Doctor, this truth we haven't heard before. So when you are doing something, you feel it. The thought is not real. But when you understand the reality of the thought, we can do our things leisurely. Whatever happens to us, whatever comes to us, we know how to handle it before than earlier. So this thought makes us the world. That is 100% true. Our advance is always highlighting the power of the thought. So this power makes us the world. The gravity of the power depends on our samsara journey. So I think every one of us know this true. But to realization takes time. It doesn't matter. But when you experience it, the thought is not real. You can do your things leisurely. And you may feel, no one is feel it. The happiness, not the happiness, the freedom that you are experience is cannot be explained even. The more freedom you feel, because whatever you do, wherever you go, it doesn't matter for you. You can do your things leisurely because the world does not become true for you. So that feel increasing gradually. So I think that is the most important part in this true Dharma to understand how the power has formed and the formation of your mind and the thought. So when you understand this reality, it's very easy to live without any doubt. Not even a doubt. Your suffering, your sorrow will diminishing gradually, Doctor. That's what I want to say. Dear Saranai.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Uh, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila or Surangika also to.
Sorry, I missed the first bit. What was the initial bit, like the topic?
It was actually about the thought formation, and then briefly talked about the Chutisita. And it was explained that
From the book?
Yes, from the book, yes.
Oh, okay.
Only one thought at a time, and then that effect of that last thought is what is called the Chutisita, and the current which is there at that moment will decide the next outcome. That was, there was some.
Yeah. Actually, Surangika can join the discussion if she can, or there's I can see few others also, they can join as well. So till someone join, I'll continue the discussion. Yeah, it's very important to understand that thought is just a construct. That part is really important. So we understand that whatever the projection, we have so much projections: the daughter, son, mother, father, family, my country, my village, my close family, distant family, whatever, the friends. So you have kind of a circle, the world, that's your world. Your world is not similar to the other person. Even if they are living in the same house, that would be very, very different. So we understand the worlds are quite different. But we keep understanding through this Dhamma that the world actually is a kind of a stimulus or thought. And to understand that thought is also not real is the most important aspect, I would say. And yeah, and when we understand that it's only one stimulus at a time and one thought at a time, and the power of that thought, which underlies the thought, is what we feel, and that one is actually nothing related to the stimulus. That is why when we talk about that, we understand that the level that is actually due to the speed of the sensory organ, but we don't know that. We don't know that. Even the even that baby's reading mind, there's no ability to understand that there's underlying power, small power. It's not a massive power. It's very small, but still, to detect that, the best way to detect that is to understand your thought process and the thinking patterns. There's so many different thinking patterns, and we can understand one person will have a different, and the way you think is the magic power that you end up with a really bad kind of worse vibration than you are born. That's the usual pattern. Usually, most of the humans will end up in lower realms. That's what Lord Buddha suggested. Your home is usually lower realms, not upper realms. But rarely you can get some upper realms too. But the main important thing is the correct vision. Anyone else who can join the discussion? The formation of mind, or formation of one thought, or formation of this and the continuation of this vibration is the main thing that we keep understanding. Any practical points also you can ask. Anything else, Suranka? Do you have anything to add?
Terun Sanai, Dr. Pokinan, Dharma friends. Yes, I think the point about various emotions and various realms being touched by this one thought is quite important that you try to bring out. We've heard about the 31 planes of existence and the conventional or worldly interpretation of this, thinking that, there are actually different planes of existence, or when one dies, one goes to heaven, when one dies, one goes to hell, so on and so forth. So those have all been based on misconceptions that have been carried on over the years through various teachings. It has been through the
what Suranka said. Was it similar to everyone, or was it me? Maybe it is me, actually.
Sorry, Dr. Popula?
No, I couldn't hear part of what you said. Was it only my problem, or was it same to the others?
I just said that in terms of the thought and how important it is to analyze the thought. And as a part of that, to understand that these 31 planes of existence. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. So as part of understanding the thought, that it is also equally important to understand this so-called 31 planes of existence, which if we didn't come across the true Dhamma, there was this notion or misconception that those actually existed outside somewhere, and that one has to die to go to heaven and might die and go to hell. So therefore do good, do merit, and so on and so forth. So through this true Dhamma, we understand by analyzing the thought and the volitional formations that I think Dr. Sakuntala, you touched on earlier, as well as in the book. The depends on how coarse that emotion, how coarse that upadana or the attachment and the craving is to a thought, and how strong that self vibration is, then that can propel one to the lower realms. If it is finer and finer and the volitional formation becomes less as the defilements fade away gradually, then the realms can be the higher realms, because the thoughts are not as coarse and not as heavy as it used to be because of the understanding of the true Dhamma. But despite it being in different planes, so I'll come to that in a minute. The other thing that even Aryan Vahansa, a noble spiritual teacher, says that another misconception is people think that, the dog is in the dog world and the cat is in the cat world, and then we humans, we are in the human world, and therefore we are, higher than them and, more superior than them kind of thing. But if you take any kind of example of different people behaving in different ways, or even with our own experiences, one knows that if as long as one is in ignorance, through emotions and through volitional formations, one can get angry, one can get stressed, one can get depressed, one can, in a fraction of a moment, there can be a murder that will happen because someone has flown into a temper or into a rage to the extent that that person can take a knife or a gun and stab or shoot a person. So to that extent, the abhisankarana or the volitional formation can go to an absolute extreme. So if that happens, and the rage that even consumes the person, one can see from that itself, when one analyzes the thought and the process behind it, that the realms of hell have come about through that act, through that volitional formation. The vibration itself is very coarse and very heavy, and therefore the realm of hell, or the different types of hells, are touched in that moment. Similarly, you can have people with more awareness of the Dhamma, the defilements are fading, and that person can have only very, very light or low self-vibration, and perhaps somebody on the path. So then there can be a state of even Brahma, or the different Brahma planes. And then that would be a lesser burdensome, less heavy formation, volitional formation, or thought construct in that particular moment. But the other aspect that the Buddha always said was that all these 31 planes of existence are still vibrations, isn't it? They're still different degrees of self-vibration. And that's what we need to understand. So any kind of vibration is not the Buddha's word on. That's not that's something that one has to work on, because the ultimate akampita or non-vibrational state is the state, and vibration of any form was not was frowned upon by the Buddha, because that was the state that would keep a human being, or any species for that matter, in this samsaric cycle, in this continued cycle of suffering, birth and death. So I think the 31 planes of existence is another way of analyzing this thought and the construct, in order to be able to get into the point of, gradually of course, but get to the point of non-vibration. Yes, Dr. Kopila.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, when we talk about this construct, when we talk about the 31 realms, when we talk about the thought, it's all kind of similar because all the planes are in one thought, and it's sorry, I had to mute a little bit. There's so much sound down here. So what I was trying to say is like it's bit difficult sometimes for us to get around this idea of 31 realms in one thought, but actually what it means is the when we take everything for granted and when the thought is felt as real, when the projection becomes outside, the vibration has to be so high, and those vibrations, we call it like sensual realm. Sensual realms has the 4 realms of the is it called hell? So 4 realms of lower realms, and then the human and the, I think the devas, and then when we come to understand the other level, it's actually in the mind side. Not understanding the fully Dhamma, I'm just talking about someone who has not understood Dhamma. When one actually is in the mind side or in the field side, it would be the non-form level. So can you understand that? How can you actually feel this? Because the baby is actually the start of the baby's life is an example that you can feel this very well. So the baby or 6 weeks baby, if you take an example for a 6-week baby, you can understand that how this feel level would be. It's a non-form level. Can you understand that non-form level? How that would be actually? There's no even thought in that level, in the non-form level. But when the thoughts are now already, when we talk about someone in age like more than 7 years or so, there's already the thoughts are already formed, and thoughts would be showing the kind of all these levels. How? Because the feel level, then the perception level. Perception is just the form level. There's no projection as such, but you have all the kind of perception in the basic level, like you will have the idea of idea of something. But then when we go on, when it happens again and again, a lot of things will come together, and then projection is getting stronger and stronger. That's the thought level. So when we understand this, now when we talk about someone and trying to understand this Dhamma, this thought is already formed. This is a very classic feature of humans. It's in human thought only we talk about these 31 realms. So in a human thought, you can understand that human stimuli, or just one stimuli starting from maybe if you just sit down in your garden and you hear noise, and you understand that it is a sound of a crow. So sound of the crow, how did that happen? Sound of the crow, the sound. And how does the sound perception come? How does the sound perception come, and how does the sound of the crow comes? But when the sound of the crow has already happened, you can't reverse it. Lord Buddha said this nicely, that you can't reverse it. So it will be the sound of the crow anyway. But then when you hear the sound of the crow, all the realms are there. How come is that? Because you had the feel. You had the feel. What was the feel? Feel was in nature. Feel that we had. It is already here in the sound of the crow. That vibration, the vibratory nature of the ear is already there. Let alone the vibration of self. Because in a normal human who has not understood any Dhamma, it would be misinterpreted as self anyway. But when we interpret this now, it becomes a bit different. But just trying to say the crow of the sound. Sorry, sound of the crow. What am I saying? Sound of the crow. How that had these all three layers: the feel, the vibration of the ear, and then the actual perception, and then the story you have about it. Because the sound of the crow can bring so many things to your life. You have already have an idea of he must be asking for food, or here come it is. I will not be able to sit in this garden without, I just wanted to sit here peacefully. Now these crows are shouting here, something like that. This would go on and on. How does that happen? So that's the important thing. So how this humanity, or the most important human life, how this one thought is having all these features, and what actually happens with this self-view is you just misinterpret everything. The misinterpretation of the feel is the beginning, because you never know that it is just a vibration of the ear. It's already been misinterpreted, or misconception is there that it is felt here. So you felt when something is felt here, you immediately take it as it's felt something like me or mine or myself. Everything is there now, and even the perception crow. It is the continuation of what you hear, what you see, what you. I don't think anyone will try to catch a crow and touch, but you know, of course, how it will be feeling, because it's a bird. So this story goes on and on. Story goes on and on. So what happens when you die? So the thought will stop. What does not stop there? There's something which is not stopping. What is not stopping? The power. Why? Because power was not actually associated with the stimulus. That is the power which happened in the initial zygote of you as well, like yourself. But then that will be going on. This is what happened to our parents. If because they didn't hear any of these Dhamma at all. They heard some Dhamma, but not full Dhamma. So they just thought they are existing, and they thought when they are dying, they are dying. Very easy. Just think that you were born in somewhere, and then you lived about 85 years, and then you just die. And you think that you are dying. Nothing wrong, but they just die suffering, thinking that they have to leave everyone, and they didn't know what is going to happen. So why does that happen? Because the power which initially happened is surviving. There is no way that power will go down. Why? Because as we know, living is called, what happens is the constructs are going to get more stronger and stronger. So the power is going to get stronger and stronger. So the more you have the data, more you have the power, because they all give you a sense of living, a sense of self. So this sense of self has nothing to do with this sensory organ vibrations, but due to the ignorance, this continued to play a part in everyone's life, isn't it? Anyone to add something to that?
Yes, I think you were explaining very well about the current, which is going to give trouble because it's not going to end up when the physical body ceases functioning. And also, I think Surangika also explained some facts about how the current can vary in one physical body. I mean, a person who gets very angry for some reason has a very powerful current or very powerful mind vibration at that moment. And if something happens to that physical body at that moment, when that current is very strong, that when that power generated is very strong, if for some reason, if the person gets killed now, for example, in practical point of view, if we talk about some form of fighting between maybe two people or a group, and due to an attack, the person, one of the people who got involved, get killed at that moment. The thought which generated at that moment will have a very powerful, very strong current. And that is the current which is going to be very decisive at that moment, because that is the current which is going to be synchronized to the next life. So even though the person had a human body in this birth, because the current has been so powerful, it might get synchronized with a, a zygote of an animal. Or even I remember once R.N. Hanse, our noble friend, explained that there have been some scientific reports to say that they call it some lives, some life, but I think from our point of view we can say that some vibrations, even in the fire. Uh, so that, I mean, we can explain that in very crude way. You can explain it as the hell, being born in the hell. So it's something like that. So the current which will be the decisive factor right at the time where the Chutisita is formed, or the very last thought is formed in this body. So that is the danger now. Even if a person who has been behaving well according to the lay person's talking, even if the person is behaving well, not doing bad things, maybe at one point, due to some reason, he will lose the temper and then get involved in something like the incident that I explained just now. So that current which is there at that moment in that last thought is going to decide where it will synchronize. So whatever the good things that the person has been doing will not be helpful mostly, because it is that single thought which is going to decide everything. And that single thought I remember in some of the discussions with our Aryan Mahase, he says that that thought is not only related to the things happen in this birth, it can uh, bring the experiences of maybe previous births to this point. So it is a collective experience or collective.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our time, living a very simple life, having a knowledge. No any other human being is not possessing that kind of knowledge. Spiritual, highest spiritual master at this era. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey, the wheel of rebirth and death created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 11, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. As you are aware, we, the human beings on this planet Earth, living with thoughts all the time, living inside thoughts, but nobody knows how these thoughts are creating, how is our world is creating, so on and everything. So 2600 years ago, Lord Buddha, the supreme noble spiritual master who showed the true reality of human realm and the human mind and about all the other 31 realms, all the 31 realms of existence, and how those are creating and how this sansaric journey. The wheel of suffering is running throughout without an end. So at that time, when Lord Buddha realized this true ultimate truth of humanity, there were no Buddhists at that time. There were so many other religious people like Veda, Hindu Veda and things like that. But there were no many religions, but different views they had. So Lord Buddha tried to show this truth to the Brahmins of at that Jains and people like that. Some of them understood this Dhamma, and after listening to Lord Buddha, the true Buddhist philosophy, and fully enlightened. And most of the people who understood this true Dhamma become Buddhists. After Lord Buddha's Parinibbana, leaving the body, leaving the sansara permanently. But this true Buddhist philosophy was there. It came word of mouth through Sangha at that time, through Arahants. Many a times it has come down to generation by word of mouth. But at a certain point, there were so many difficulties. That means there was some kind of a great, that means because of the hardships they were faced without food, because of there were eras, some years of on this planet Earth, there were no rain, so there were no harvest. So people were not able to give alms. So because of that, so many bhikkhus had to die without food. Thereafter, they thought of writing this Dhamma in books. So that happened in Aluvihara Matale in Sri Lanka. They were written this Dhamma into books in Sanskrit or Pali languages and Sinhala language also. So because of some other religious people who were very much jealous, they destroyed Ajanta University in India at one time. They were burnt it into ashes. So many valuable Sanskrit books of true Dhamma vanished there. And in Sri Lanka, due to Buddha Ghosha, the Hindu priest came into Sri Lanka, and without the knowledge of Mahavihara bhikkhus, he showing that he is really translating the Sinhala Tripitaka into Pali, but he did so, and with his wrong views, he put those wrong views into this Pali Tripitaka because he is not an enlightened bhikkhu, and he destroyed the Sinhala Tripitaka. After that, there were no Arahants. born here because this Dhamma cannot be written in words. It's very difficult to write. That is what Lord Buddha also described this Dhamma through all the time with examples. Because this path to Nibbana, the true realization, is a feeling path. So feeling cannot be written in words. So after about 1,000 years, our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse in Sri Lanka tried nearly about 30 years. First tried with samatha meditation and finally understood through samatha meditation there is no realization of Nibbana. There is no real freedom from this sansaric journey. It will only this samatha meditation is only a trap going towards samatha meditation. Anybody, if he did 100 years he tried to do this samatha meditation, finally he trapped into the self because there is a self there. Self view is not vanishing through samatha meditation. So Lord Buddha showed the first and foremost thing is there is no self here. If we are able to redeem from the self only, our realization, our true wisdom is opening and we are becoming the nature. If there is a self here, that means the duality is still there. Here is a self and the nature is out there. So there cannot be two ends. Lord Buddha said only there is a middle path. That means there are no extremes. Lord Buddha showed how to come out from that both extremes. That is what this path to Nibbana, true Buddhist philosophy, true Dhamma is called middle way because there are no two sides. So Lord Buddha's realization of true Buddhist philosophy after 1,000 years, the most valuable spiritual master of this era, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, after trying nearly 30 years, able to find the truth, not through samatha meditation, through vidarshana meditation. It was in the Sutra Pitaka, Abhidharma Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka. In those Tripitaka, it was hidden. Without having the wisdom, nobody can find out it. That is why even this clergy nowadays couldn't find out it. They didn't try it in several Buddhist countries, even in European countries. There are Buddhists, there are Buddhist temples. They are maintaining cultural Buddhism according to their motherland. So very little Dhamma is there and it's like day-to-day medicine. It's not the permanent medicine to go out of this sansaric journey. So our most valuable spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, has found out this ultimate truth which Lord Buddha's teachings and he and Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is clearly stated, clearly preached this true Buddhist philosophy. So in this true Buddhist philosophy, it is shown how the world is creating, how the self is creating, and how to overcome this suffering. It's really a fantastic thing to learn, a fantastic thing to listen, because this is our story. This is our life story. All human beings' life story is this. If somebody is living in this world without knowing this true Buddhist philosophy, he is no use of talking. He is not a person who is having wisdom. So every wise person on this planet Earth should listen to this true teachings of Lord Buddha revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, true Buddhist philosophy. So in that true Buddhist philosophy, as far as I have described so many months, now in the 11th sermon, Aryan Mahanse is clarifying. We are now going to talk about the redeemed point of the mind, where redeemed from name and redeemed from thoughts. That is Kusalassa Upasampada. Yesterday we talked about Sabba Papassa Karana. All the thoughts are based on defilements, Raga Dvesha Moha. Now we are talking about Kusalassa Upasampada. That means there is a place in each and every human being's mind, there is a place that point is redeemed from name and form. Redeemed from name and forms. Redeemed from mind. Redeemed from thought. Yes. Because each and every thought arising in this moment is disappearing in the same moment, just appearing and disappearing. That is how the thoughts are popping up. If you can just look at your mind by closing your eyes, just sitting quietly, and if you can even 5 minutes, you can just close your eyes and you keep your awareness sharply. You can see how without talking, just in silence, if you can see, if you can keep your awareness, you can see different types of thoughts are appearing and disappearing. So it's coming in a fast, thoughts are coming very fast. But when you happen to keep your concentration to your mind, the thought process is becoming slow. And if you notice, you can see there is a gap between two thoughts. That means Aryan Mahanse was telling there is a bhavanga chitta in this mind. Bhavanga Upachcheda bhavanga chalana, then again bhavanga sita. Bhavanga sita is that fraction of second, there are no thoughts in the mind. Then another thought happen to come into the mind when it's attacking, that it's coming to the mind. That is bhavanga chalana. Again the mind is starting to shake. Then bhavanga upachcheda. Then the thought is appearing. When the thought is disappearing, again the bhavanga sita is there. Bhavanga chitta means there is a point of this mind where there are no thoughts. Each and every person has this no thought point in the mind. So we are, according to Aryan Vahanse, we are talking about that point, kusalassa upasampada, where there are no thoughts. The mind redeemed from names and forms. We are living in a perception world. We can see perceptions, we can hear perceptions, we can feel perceptions. All those perceptions are coming as names and forms. Forms mean shapes, sounds, and touch. Names means the data fed into the human mind from the very young age. The database fed into the mind is called name. Form means the shapes we see, the sound shapes we hear, and the touch shapes we feel. Doing, developing, and completing good or skillful actions like generosity, kindness, and wisdom. The cultivation or undertaking of wholesome actions called kusala. See the point in your mind where there are no thoughts. Yes, you should see this point actually, as I told earlier. You can see the point in your mind where there are no thoughts. To see this point, you must be quietly sit in a place. You should be quietly sit in a place and close your mouth and just keep your awareness to the thought process coming. So when you are considering, that means when you are keeping the awareness, the thoughts happen to arise and thought happen to fading, arising and fading, arising and disappearing. So when we can see the thoughts are coming, but we can't actually see the disappearing part. But when a thought is appearing and after that there is a small gap there. If we happen to see this mind, we can see that the place where the point of your mind where there are no thoughts. So awakening to that very moment, becoming aware in that moment, being fully mindful or consciousness right at that moment. Yes, you have to be fully mindful or conscious right at that moment. Here only you will have the peaceful, sublime bliss of Nibbana. Yes, the sense, the serene and supreme happiness of enlightenment. Yes, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is telling, when you will be able to see this no mind, no thought place, that means the mind where there are no thoughts. If you are being fully mindful or consciousness right at that moment, there only you will have the peaceful, sublime bliss of Nibbana, the serene and supreme happiness of enlightenment. That means that Bhavanga Chitta should be appearing more often. Now it's like hidden because of the thoughts, that Bhavanga Chitta is hidden. So when we practice this, when we listen to this two bodies philosophy, and when we practice the four contemplations according to Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's teachings, the Bhavanga Chitta will become more brighter. Then the thoughts will disappear. The past appearance of thoughts will disappear. Until the thoughts are there, you feel very tired. Yes. You see, if you go to a party or somewhere there are so many people, a crowded place. So you will have to talk much and you will have to listen much. You will have to answer so many questions from others, and there are so many heaps of thoughts are there, building up there. So after that event, you will feel very tired because of the thoughts. Your body is getting tired. That is how this mind is becoming stressed. Like that, if you do a very hard job, so many talking involved in that job, so many things to do, so many hard work, that is also like that, because you have to live with so many thoughts to do the job, to answer the questions, to solve problems, like that. Imagine if you are a chief of an army, or a CEO of a company, or a big doctor in a, or a surgeon or somebody like that. How many thoughts you have to create? How much you have to talk? Talking means all are thoughts. At the end of the day, you are stressed by the thoughts. Even for the lawyers, they have to read so many books and write down so many quick answers to defend. So reading so much things and listening to others' problems and solving others' problems, how much stress involved in that, how much money you earn, but you don't have the peace in your mind. That is how the thoughts are giving so much trouble to these human beings. that is why until the thoughts are there, you feel very tired. Nowadays, there is some kind of a war going on. See, the soldiers, the army commanders, and all those countries, how much they have to think, how much they have to talk, how much they have to work to destroy each another, benefiting nothing for the human beings. Don't know who the hell is benefiting, but they are fighting. So finally, end of the day, they are feeling very tired. If you are living inside the thoughts, you feel sorrow, big, a big tiring and unpleasant mental feelings. Yes, not only the tiredness, your thoughts are giving you so much of sorrow. At the end of the day, you have your mental feeling is unpleasant because human mind is not cannot, that means his human mind is not easy to satisfy. The nature of the human mind is in a unsatisfactory nature. That is what no, this world people are fighting with each other because they are not satisfied with what they have, and they want, if they have money, they want power. The people do not have money, trying to collect money in different ways. Nowadays there are so many rogues in different ways. They try to earn money. They don't care whether it's correct or wrong. They used to collect money, even though collect money in wrong ways. They can't be happy. End of the day, their mental state is very unpleasant because they know they are doing wrong. So like that, these thoughts are not actually giving you pleasant feeling. Always it gives you very unpleasant feeling. That is why people who have youth, the people who have money, family, vehicles, and each and everything, still they are not satisfied, and they are running around some other things. So to satisfy their six senses, there is no end. There is no end. There were so many kings also like that. There was a king written in the history of Buddhism, Mahamandatu Rajatuma, I think. Yes. Because of this, his unpleasant behavior, finally he died as a beggar because his unsatisfactory nature of feeling pleasure, trying to feel pleasure. So, like that, because of the thoughts, until the thoughts are there, you feel very tired, and your thoughts will give you sorrow, unpleasant, unpleasant mental feeling. That is why to live a peaceful life, human beings should find the correct way to overcome these unwanted thoughts. So this is the only way in this planet of Earth. I can say really the only thing giving in English language, the true Dhamma, the advice of this our true realized spiritual master Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse of Sri Lanka is the spiritual master who's giving advices and teachings us, and through that pure Dhamma, pure way of coming out of this unsatisfactory nature of this human mind and to become a pleasant being, pleasant human being, the only way in this world now, giving this true Dhamma through Buddothpado, PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel. All the English speaking people, monks, nuns, ladies, gentlemen, even children of 7 years can understand this very simple reality of human nature is explaining throughout the day, 24 hours, and every day 24 hours, 7 days, 1 month, 1 year. The whole world, to the whole world, from any corner of the planet. Anybody can hear this through YouTube, Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel. This is the only way to help human beings to overcome the stress of the thoughts. So, from this wisdom of truth, after listening and understanding the true Buddhist philosophy, anybody can have this wisdom of truth, because when we hear this true Buddhist philosophy, the natural wisdom of truth is arising in human mind, because we have that ability as humans in this human realm. So when having this wisdom of truth, you know that things outside is not true. So after listening this true Buddhist philosophy so far, you know that things outside is not true, because we are looking at the world, we are looking at outside through two lenses. Don't try to ignore that. Though you have a human body, you are looking at the world through two lenses, and you hear from two ears, and you smell. You touch with your skin. You smell with your nose, and you taste with your tongue. So if you see through your two eyes means your both the eyes are like a camera or a mirror. So it's like most like a camera. So you see through this world through lenses. Seeing something through lenses means outside is just a photo. Just you are taking each and every things as a shape, as a photo, shadow. If you use your camera in your phone and you take a photo, it's just a photo, just an image. It has no power. So like that, you are seeing a tree means you are taking a photo. If you are aiming at something only, you can see that. If you are not aiming at something, you can't see that. Though we are living in the world, we are not aiming at each and everything around us. So we can see only what we are aiming to see. We can feel what we are aiming to touch. We can taste what we are aiming to eat. We can smell what we are aiming to smell. Like that. So many sounds we hear, but we are aiming some sounds only. Like that. So, like that, after listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, you will have this wisdom of truth automatically arisen in your mind. You know that things outside are not true. So Aryan Mahansa is telling, we have the ability to clarify this Dhamma in several steps. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is telling, Aryan Mahansa can explain this Dhamma in several steps. How are you going to redeem from the form? Yes, form means we used to see forms, we used to hear forms. Everything is coming as forms. How the form is not true? Yes, we have to understand how the form is not true. And name, because everything is coming into our mind as forms and names. What are the names? You have to find out the names and forms correctly. Form also should be realized correctly. Yes. For that, you should have the true Buddhist philosophy. Yes. Because Aryan Mahansa is very clearly mentioning how the names and forms are creating in the mind, in the true Buddhist philosophy. Names and forms are fed us through our early childhood. Our first perception as a human being in this world is a mother figure. So the small baby, his first touch is mostly a mother figure. So the baby can feel the mother, and baby can feel the smell of the mother, and baby can taste the mother's milk, and little by little baby can see the mother's form, and baby can hear the mother's sound. At that point, baby has no this, baby do not have this name and form talk. Still, the baby has only a radiant mind. In that radiant mind, there is no names and forms created. Still, baby can hear, see, and touch. But when the baby is growing little by little, mother is teaching the baby and the father is teaching the baby, showing different things. So father is telling the baby, that is your mother. Then the baby is looking at the mother. Now the baby can see the shape of the mother. The picture of the mother, that means the shape of the mother. So mother's shape is given with the name is mother. So the Amma, the name and the form is given to the baby. Then what will happen? Then the name and the form both are tied together and it's slowly gone to the baby's mind. That may be the first impression. But with that name and form, some other things are also taken. With the name and mother, the name mother, form of mother, and the smell, mother's smell, taste of mother's milk, and mother's sound. Everything is going into baby's mind. So after some time, when the baby is little by little grown up, and at about 2.5 years or 3 years time, baby is taken to the preschool. Before that, at home, mother and father used to show baby different things. They are showing balls, beds, tables, chairs. So when the baby is seeing an object with the name, what will happen? The chair, form of the chair and the name chair is combined and go into the baby's mind. Baby's plate, baby's spoon, baby's frock, baby's shirt. And at one point, mother used to take the baby in front of a mirror and showing the baby the form of the baby, me, myself. So that is the point. Baby is seeing the baby's shape. So mother is telling, baby, this is you in front of the mirror. Mother is pointing out the shape of the baby inside the mirror and showing the baby. Then baby starting to realize, recognize the shape of the baby and the name of the baby. If say Rose, the name, this is Rose. That means the baby's name is Rose and the shape is there. That is how the shapes and names are going inside. After that, the baby is taken into the school, the preschool. Then what will happen? The other part is beginning there. Preschool teacher is doing a very big job there, because preschool teacher is teaching showing a elephant's picture, shape of the elephant on the blackboard or a whiteboard, and telling all the babies, this is the elephant. At that point, baby's mind is taken the shape of the elephant with the name elephant. So shape of the elephant and the name elephant is together, tying together and going inside the baby's mind. After that, what is happening? Like that, each and every names and forms, ball, bat, girl, boy, mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, everybody is teaching by teacher, and how to eat foods and how to sit and how to write, and each and every step, how to play, how to talk to other babies, how to play with other babies, each and every names and forms. There are so many students in that class. So this each and every form has a name. So this is Kavindya, this is Suramya, this is Janit, this is Achala, this is Asela, this is Sumana. Like that, different shapes are given with names, and teacher is teaching on the blackboard the things outside in this world. That means slowly the database is given to the baby's mind. So little by little, in some some certain extent from the preschool, thereafter the upper school. So the baby is becoming little by little growing, and all the time, what is the baby doing? All the time collecting data as names and forms, names and forms. So that is what now these elderly people have this problem, because there are too much of data. About 50 years ago, there were no much of data, because there were no many ways of communication. Now there are so many ways of communication in this world, and unwanted things and wanted things, and so many data is popping up, nothing, no, without end. Because about 25 years, 30 years back, there were no internet. So after even 11, 12, all the television networks are also not there. So people had some kind of relief. Now it's not like that. Throughout the day, there are things to see, there are things to listen. That means so many things to, for this six sensor system, there are so many things every day, every morning to evening, every morning to night. There are things to see, hear, and touch and feel. Therefore, full of thoughts. Human mind is full of thoughts. If we are going into a jungle and we can stay there at least for 1 week, that is the most good thing for a human being, because he can come out from all these unwanted thought patterns and live with harmony. So, because of this non-stop thoughts, people are now suffering. Not only just suffering, they are having diseases. So, how dangerous it is. So, some have, some are feeling depression, some are feeling anxiety after leading a heavy day, running throughout a heavy day. Finally, they can't sleep. Why? The mind is so fast, pouring thousands of thoughts. What a pity. These human beings are so suppressed with thoughts. And what will finally, they can't find peace. So many problems. My mind consciousness is a turbine. If we feed several thoughts into it, it will give millions out of it in different angles. It will create so many stories. Therefore, this is really dangerous. That is why at this present world, at this present moment, these true teachings of Lord Buddha, revealing by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, the great sage of our era, is the only spiritual master showing human beings to have a calm mind, blissful mind. Without having a blissful mind, calm mind, what is there in this world? What what type of pleasure human can have? No pleasure will help any human beings without a pleasant calm mind. That is the highest, most profound thing in this human world. One should have that kind of mind to live a peaceful life. Therefore, Buddothpado Aryan Mahan says, now showing us the correct true Buddhist philosophy hidden more than 1,000 years. So each and every human being should open up their eyes to see whoever God is up there, that God is not helping you to have a peaceful mind, that you should understand how many stanzas, how many songs you sing in a church or a kovil or anywhere. Singing will give only a few moments release from this millions of thoughts coming out from that church or the kovil or wherever. Again, this mind is giving you millions of thoughts and your peace is over. So each and every human being, if they want to live a real peaceful life, the only way to come out from that agony of mind is the to understand the true Buddhist philosophy of Lord Buddha through Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true teachings. So I am concluding. I'm going to conclude this session for today. I invite each and every human being in this world to come and see, come and hear this ultimate truth to overcome your wheel of suffering. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, the greatest ever spiritual leader in this era, who is leading a very simple life and talking in a very simple way. Nowadays, going everywhere in this small country of Sri Lanka, going each and every village, each and every town to meet the innocent Sri Lankans to show the path to overcome their sufferings. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the sufferings of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Teruam Saranai Dhamma friends. Until our other friends comes. Venerable, can you say something about this true Dhamma?
There was I don't have much idea about that, but I know that this world is not true and the world is mind made, and like that. Uh, Not, I don't have much knowledge about that.
It's okay. It's okay. Uh,
Uh,
Tero, it's okay. You can talk. You can learn out of talking.
yeah, yeah. Mm, mm. Is the Dr. Kokila joining today?
I think so,
Ah,
Venerable. But until she
ah.
comes, you can say something now.
What shall I say? Hmm. I have the basic knowledge only, only the
Yes,
basic knowledge.
yes, Venerable. That even this people don't know the basic knowledge even now. Venerable, that is the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
You
Sometimes
can.
will I stay here? Sometimes clashes occur between people, you know. Like at the Bogota meditation center, sometimes people blame me. I told that earlier to Dr. Kokila. like
It
uh,
doesn't matter. The world
yeah.
is like that.
Sometimes
World is like.
self arises. Sometimes I remain silent. I know that's the best way to remain. I remain silent. I don't go to answer, but they remain the same.
But
They go on.
but actually the Venerable, if you are living in a temple, even it's like that, no?
Yeah,
Because
yeah. At
be,
Meethirigal, it's worse than this. Meethirigal.
yes,
Yeah, yeah, they
everyone.
speak vulgar words like that, vulgar words and bad words. Yeah,
because because they don't know the true Buddhist philosophy, no, Venerable.
yeah,
That is,
yeah. Only
that is
concentration meditation, no, madam. Yeah,
yes, that won't help. Yes, that
yeah,
won't help, no.
yeah.
So you don't take those things as big things. You just you can explain a little what about your experience about this Dhamma and how you are understanding Buddhothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma. Lord
Mm,
Buddha's true Dhamma is revealing only by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse.
like I understand if there's a thing, there's a self, like the basic things, and the world is an illusion, and others, the sound wave, no sound wave. What's the other wave, madam? Color wave or form wave?
Yes, that means we have six senses in this body.
Yeah, yeah.
So the because of the light we see color, but light is also a perception. Every perception is coming through this six sense system as names and forms. All
Ah,
are all are vibrations.
ah,
We are living in a vibration world.
yeah. Hmm.
So we are taking those things. If we feel something is outside, then only the me is appearing here.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Like that you can explain, Venerable.
Well, let's see. Mm, I know that the suffering exists in the mind, and the mind is also not true. Uh, uh, and I also know, like, I have an understanding that suffering occurs because we project our thoughts to the outside, like chair, table, wall, like that. Uh, I like because I conduct a sermon every day, daily from 12 noon to 12 to 1 p.m. I like
What is
says
that? Ah, yes, yes, yes.
Buddothpado what's that?
PeoTV.
BTV.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I explain the same things. I don't have anything new to say. That's why I also told Aaron.
Why why Venerable, there are so many books there, no? You can read them and take this knowledge, no?
Uh,
Huh?
but I don't like, they don't go to my mind, but I can, what do you call that? Skandhi Udaya means rising and ceasing of
Yes,
at
first
the
of
gates.
all, Venerable, first of all, you have to listen to the true Buddhist philosophy. You
Yeah, yeah,
have you have the you have a phone, no, in your
yeah,
hand.
yeah.
In that phone,
Mm-hmm.
you can go to Buddothpada main YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
In that main YouTube channel, there is a topic called playlists.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Under the playlist, underneath that, there is a place where there are 11 sermons, Darshana Samapattiya.
And I listen to that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How
That
many?
daisy flower, white colored flower, no? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
different ways it has given.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
have
11
you
sermons, no? 11
yes,
sermons.
have you listened to this one?
Yeah, yeah. I listened twice, I think. Yeah.
No, it's not enough. You have to listen again and again.
Ah, ha,
Then the Satya Jnana is appearing. You know,
ah, ah, ha, ha.
wisdom is truth is naturally coming out if you listen to that 11 sermons. That is the basic of this true Dhamma. That means the ultimate path to Nibbana. That is what Lord Buddha preached 2600 years ago.
Mm, mm.
And it was hidden, Venerable.
Ah, ha, ha.
Because of so many reasons, so many people destroyed our true Dhamma. No?
English, Portuguese, and like that, no?
Oh,
Dutch. Yeah,
not only that, not
yeah.
only them, that
Ah,
Buddha Gosha,
yeah, yeah.
Hindu
That.
priest also done it. No?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
because of that, and there was a university in India called Ajanta. You can
Yeah, yeah.
just type to see in the mm, Google and see Ajanta University.
Ajanta, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
At that time there was Nagarjuna, his name, the spiritual master,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That university is burned to ashes by
Ah,
King
ha.
Akbar.
Ah, ha. Yeah, yeah,
That is
yeah.
how this happened, and now Aryan Vahanse, after 1,000 years,
Mm.
Aryan Vahanse, Buddhothpado Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master taken out this true Buddhist philosophy.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
when you listen to the 11 sermons at least 5-6 times
Mm-hmm.
with the full concentration,
Uh-huh.
so the natural wisdom of truth will appearing. Satya ඥානය අවදි වෙනවා.
Yeah, that's
ටික
right.
ටික.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Yeah.
As Lord Buddha told us, Satyajnana, Krutyajnana and Kutapjnana. Three things, no, three
Yeah.
wisdoms.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if we have Satyajnana, then the second one is Krutyajnana. That
Mhm.
four contemplations, four things we are doing.
Mhm.
Walking meditation,
Mhm.
බාහිර දෙයක් නැහැ, nothing outside, but nothing
Mhm.
inside.
Mhm.
හිතෙත් දෙයක් නැහැ.
Mhm.
This body is a six sensor based system, and there is no
Mhm.
owner for this
Mhm.
sensor system.
Mhm.
There is no me, myself. We are practicing no that day. I also there and you were also there. I
Mhm.
think on the 1st of April, I think, yes. We did it there no at your place.
Are you
That
also there?
yes. I was also there. Yes. So like that, when we do that, the Krutya Jnana thing, then only we understand there is no self here.
Mhm.
So first of all, you can listen to that 11 sermons and you can describe parts of that when you are doing this your sermon,
Mhm.
right? Because
Okay.
that is the most important and hidden thing in this world
Mhm.
until Aryan Vahanse taken it out.
Yeah, that's right.
If
Mhm.
we know it correctly, the suffering of mind is that means when you hear it again and again, if somebody shout at you, you don't feel it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's happening
That's why I reveal
actually.
this way.
Yes.
That's why I reveal this way here at this place.
No, not only that place. Everywhere, it's in this
It's
world.
same,
It's like
same,
that
yeah, same. Yeah.
because still the
Mm.
people are not enlightened to a certain extent. That
Yeah,
is why the people are acting like that.
yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
But all those are kamatahans for us, Venerable.
Mm.
You are still young, like my
Mm.
son, but
Mm.
we have so many experiences as in this life. We
Mm.
were doing jobs, and in those places, we had so many problems because all these problems are becoming
Mm.
because we are taking the thoughts as real, the things
Mm.
things we hear as real. If
Yeah.
we can stay, if somebody is called, if we can stay without shaking, that is
Mm.
what in that sutra, Ratana Sutra, no, it says, um, Padavin Sitosya, there's a
Yeah, yeah. What's that?
sat- yes, uh,
Phrase? Yeah.
in four sides,
Yeah.
that pillar is not shaking
Yeah, yeah.
like that. The when you hear that this true darshana samapattiya, your
Yeah.
mind will naturally becoming like that, right? I
Yeah.
am also still a beginner. I have listened to this Dhamma uh, only nearly 2 years, but,
Uh-huh.
but I am listening to so many sermons because I was listening so many others sermons comparing this. Aryan Mahansa is telling the only truth that we can
Mm.
feel very clearly. We can feel it, Venerable, because
Mm.
I was searching for this Dhamma about 50 years. Now I am 66.
Mm.
I think our
Yeah.
friend has come. I think doctor has come now.
Okay, right.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Until you come, I talked with Venerable. Dr. Pokila, we can't hear you. Doctor disconnected. She may come again. Venerable.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, doctor. Now can hear.
Oh, Terasana, sorry. Yes, what was the topic today?
There was no topic until you joined. I asked Venerable to talk about something.
Ah, right,
So,
okay.
and we talked about this true Buddhist philosophy.
Yeah, did you notice anything? You had to go to temple yesterday, but
Yes.
do you listen to any specific Dhamma sermons last few days?
Yes, I am still listening to the ones Aryan Mahanse is
Badulavan.
Badula one I heard yesterday. Still I am listening to that Ratnapura ones here and there. Today I heard the Vagala one. It was
Short, wasn't it?
halfway, it was halfway concluded, something like that. But a Matale thing I didn't hear.
Oh, was there a Matale thing as well?
Yes, today is Matale.
Oh, okay.
It's a long
Okay.
journey. No? Yes.
Mm.
Tomorrow will be Kurunagal.
Kunnagal. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
it's a beautiful journey. Yeah, actually, nothing much. There are so many points. I mean, not one.
No, actually, the doctor, there is a small thing. Venerable is telling because that still that means the places he stayed and different people are different types and they are using harsh words and things like that. That's what I told that to listen to that Darshana Samapatti a few more times and you will have a good mind without shaking. So
Yeah,
if you can talk something about it, I think it's better for Venerable also
yeah.
because
Actually, we have so many concepts in our mind also. Like we usually grow up. If we go back to our childhood, if we we may grow up with certain ideas in our mind. We usually, in our childhood, our exposures can be good, can be bad, and we might be from a family where you know shouting is not even a feature, and maybe not much tricking other people, not much these things. Sometimes you may be even from a family where those lot of ups and downs are there. So all our childhood experiences do matter in adulthood as well. So some people are more kind of used to any kind of hindrances because they are used to that from childhood. Just imagine if you hear someone shouting, one who is never accustomed to such a thing may get very shaken. So there are things like that, and some who knows about world, some who knows that world is kind of similar. This everywhere there is good or bad, right? Like very difficult people, very good people. Just because there's one bad people, it doesn't mean everyone is bad either. But that is in the normal life experiences, giving you some common sense about how to face these things, not getting too much depressed about it or anxious about it, because anxiety is about future, depression is about the past. But anyway, with Dhamma, the change is completely different, because with common sense, with living, imagine if you are like 25 years of age, you don't have much experience with world, but another 25-year-old may be different. Maybe that 25-year-old had to suffer from like 12-year-old to bring up the family because he became the breadwinner. Then he will be like going from, you know, place to place, asking for a job, studying also, doing jobs, helping the family, maybe the younger sisters, younger brothers. So that person will be very strong than another person who is 25 years of age. So the same 25 years of age, there are different types of people. So the outcome is actually different according to the situations, according to the circumstances, according to the experiences that they have been exposed. This Dhamma is completely different though. Dhamma is nothing related to these things. Dhamma is completely about no self. So this no self angle is completely different. It is not like you being okay with every situation. That's not the point. This is understanding completely that there has never been a self, and then understanding what Lord Buddha was talking about, how this alive field has come if there is no self. That is the understanding of this Dhamma. So it is very important you do these things properly, so that there is no kind of hesitation. So life experiences are different. Life experiences, as I said, can give you strength, can give you different opinion about the hardships, different opinion. Imagine that the example I took, the 25-year-old, two 25-year-olds exposed to so many hardships, and the one without exposed to any hardship, they both may look at the same problem in different angles. But none of these things are not related to any no self angle. So there's no guarantee that the 25-year-old with a lot of experience will understand Dhamma better than the other person. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. So you need to fully realize what is no self Dhamma. Common sense that you gain through life will be there anyway, and it is good. It will tell you that life is full of hardships anyway. Life is, there's black and white effects in any human life. Lord Buddha even said that. There's sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white. All the time, you can't have all the white aspect or the good aspect. And it is not all the time bad either. So that is kind of coming through the common sense. But actually understanding Dhamma is the most important thing, that there is never a self. If there is never a self, then what do you feel as alive feel? That is the exact thing that is this research about. Exact thing that we research is, what is this alive feel? Then where is it coming from? If you understand that it is actually coming from the stimuli, and the stimuli or the actual speed of this sensory function, then who is having this experience? No one. There's nothing like that. Actually, the experience is alone itself. Experience is not happening to anyone or anywhere. It is just an experience. So this is the tricky area that we are trying to understand. I think Suranka is also here. Champa, do you have anything to add to that?
Doctor, because of that means that like venerables, young people are always not do not like the harassment. No, doctor,
I mean, no
they
one
don't.
likes the harassment actually,
Yes,
but
they don't like to hear harsh words like that. That means that is actually a pathetic situation. What is happening in that place?
mm,
I don't know how
mm,
it's happening. But to strengthen Venerable's mind, I told Venerable to listen to Darshana Samapatya, the true Buddhist philosophy, several times. Then, according to that Ratana Sutra, there is a place called Chat, Patavin Sitosya, Chatobi Vatehi Asampakampiyo. That means a great pillar is there when four sides the strong wind is blowing, even that pillar is not shaking. So that kind of mind can be have after listening to this true Buddhist philosophy of Aryan Vahanse several times. Actually, it is happening to me. That is what I am feeling, right? Actually, it's happening to me. That is what I was telling Venerable to listen to it. So, to strengthen his mind, because Venerable is very valuable for us to spread this Dhamma.
yeah,
So,
yeah. But the thing is, Champa, there is a point there that we have to understand. Actually, there is nothing called mind, and actually, there is nothing called body. And what then we are referring to as
yes,
self is the problem. That is the
yes,
actual
doctor.
investigation. This one.
Yes, doctor, you may talk to Venerable and just talk to Venerable like Joel and see, doctor. Then it will come out. Venerable is there. You better talk to the Venerable.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I'm happy to talk if he is happy to talk. Venerable, you are free to talk if you're happy. Um, it's this some points can be very delicate, but you can talk at any time. So main thing is understanding Dhamma. So this no self Dhamma will not will never let you down. Actually, will never let you down. The thing is, it takes some time for you to understand this. Even though we say there's no self, but there are five sensory organs with the mind, and those five sensory organs actually form the mind. So there's sensory function, of course, and that's it. The more you feel that the outside is real, that the front person is blaming you or front person is harassing you or whatever, you will understand that. Of course, you are not misunderstanding anything here. By understanding Dhamma, you fully know that what is happening. You fully know that what the other person is doing, but still you are not internally shaken. That is the important thing. You may do whatever you have to do. I mean, just remember Alavaka, Lord Buddha, actually, Alavaka said, is it Alavaka? I think so. Alavaka said, come, sort of go out. And Lord Buddha actually went out And then Alavaka said, come inside. And Lord Buddha like really listened to that and came inside. And then Alavaka said again, go outside. So he was actually harassing him, trying to harass him. So Lord Buddha actually did it for some time just to, get to know Alavaka properly and before changing him. But the thing is, Lord Buddha is not shaken. Lord Buddha is not shaken, but he is walking out and coming back again and walking out again, coming back again. He did it multiple times. I don't know whether Surangika can remember the story, what happened after that. I think he said, yeah, I
At the
can't
third
remember.
time, yes, at the third time, Lord Buddha refused to go out.
And what then happened?
Then Lord Buddha started preaching Dhamma to calm his mind. That is what.
Yeah.
Then he realized part and he bowed down to Lord Buddha. Alavaka.
Yeah, that's the thing. So the important aspect is understanding Dhamma, because then there is no internal chaos, no internal suffering, but outwardly you might do whatever necessary to do. With the common sense, you understand this must. If you don't want to get that other person so hyped up, you can act as you are surrendered. Or if you want him to understand something, you may act as something else. Doesn't matter how you act actually, because you're not judging yourself, or you're not judging even the other person. So you can do whatever you feel the best according to the feel. So Lord Buddha did according to his feel. He went outside first, then came in, then went outside again and came in. And the third time he refused, but at the same time, he's fully aware what he's doing. He's kind of in charge, even though the other person thought he's in charge. So that's the thing. If you are internally deranged, if internally shaken, internally worried, if your power is higher, of course that will show. And but still, even someone who is understanding Dhamma may appear as surrendered, which will make the other person happy. So it's okay. This is the thing. So understanding Dhamma is a complete, non-explainable. You can't compare. Uncomparable. Like a asset. Understanding Dhamma. Because actually nothing can shake you. Nothing can shake you. Even your own death can't shake you. Because death, you will be shaken anyway. If you are shaken by someone who is shouting at you, hitting you, assaulting you, sexually, verbally, mentally, physically, those are the 4 aspects that someone can assault. We deal with these things every day, kind of. So 4 ways people can assault: verbally, physically, mentally, and sexually. So there are only 4 aspects that is done. You can, I don't know whether you can assault spiritually also, but anyway, this someone who has understood Dhamma, the assault is understood. You are not dumb. You understand that what other person is doing. But internally there's no problem. But outwardly you might do what is the best thing to do at that particular moment. You are not going to make that person angry. You might not. You might just act as your surrender. If it is a necessity to show the Dhamma there, then you might have to actually appear strong and do something to show that you are unshakable. That is only if you need to show him that the Dhamma is active. But if you don't want to show that Dhamma is active and you are just making the other person happy, you just can act as you have surrendered. That's it. But you can also avoid the situation as well. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have anything to add? I mean, this good discussion which started before I joined, because I joined a bit late, that about the harassment and bullying from others. There are so many aspects to that. Because being an arahant, you're not going to, if there is an arahant, even Lord Buddha, you know definitely what the other person is doing. You know more than others. In the sense, you will know more than before. You will know when they just turn also. But does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Internally, there is no derangement from that. Outwardly, you will do whatever that should be done according to your feel. Anything else to add, Suranka? Do you have the ability to talk?
Yeah, Thirwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, that's actually everything that you said was, of course, right. And even that Alavaka example, the reason why the Buddha went, when Alavaka said to go out, he went out. When he said to come in, he came in. And he did that deliberately twice or thrice because the Buddha realized that Alavaka didn't have a frame of mind straight away for the Buddha to refuse and then preach the Bana, because preach the Dhamma, because he had moment he had seen the Buddha coming into his premises or domain. The way the story goes, also he started shaking with rage. So if even by that simple phrase, one can imagine how extremely angry and distorted that mind would have been. So the Buddha realized that first the mind had to be made
Yeah,
melek,
true.
malleable. The word is malleable. In Sinhalese, we call it melek. And that is also just like Aryan
Like
Mahansa.
soft.
Yeah, you have to make it flexible and to a point where it is receptive, not completely calm down, but at least receptive to listen to the message. And for that only the Buddha used that tactic, and he has used so many tactics with different people for that reason. So these are things that only a Buddha and with the non-vibration will be able to discern, and therefore use that for the benefit of that person, isn't it? Because that tactic was used by Alavaka, and the third time, although again he was told to go out and he didn't go out, Alavaka didn't fly into a rage. He had by that time calmed down because in his system also, he had acknowledged that the Buddha, to a certain extent, listened to what he said by going out, coming in, going out, coming in. So it was almost as if, okay, now the Buddha actually did that. So maybe now it's like time for me to listen type of thing. And then the thing with Angulimala also, I mean, that phrase, that single phrase is unbelievable, isn't it? When
Yeah, I have
when a
stopped
person,
and
yeah,
telltale, yeah.
when a person who is coming after running behind people with one intention and one intention alone, to kill and get a finger, it is because of that very activity that Angulimala is doing that phrase is so powerful, isn't it? If it was said to somebody else like Sopaka, Mama Hitino,
Yeah,
Oba Hitinda, it wouldn't have made the thing, right? For
yes.
Sopaka or Sunita.
Sopak
But
is
for
anyway.
Angulimala, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, that's the beauty of the non-vibration, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah, it's just
and
amazing.
because he's already in a massive rage,
Hmm.
and because Sopak is not. Sopak is like in a sad mood actually.
Sopaka was like an innocent, depressed little, boy, right? Person or
Yes.
young person.
Actually, what did he say to what did Lord Buddha say to Sopaka? There was
Sopaka
some
is the one, Champa is the one who was carrying the cleaning the corpses, right?
No, that is Sunita, no?
No,
Was that
Sunita
so?
was carrying the
Yes, yes, yes.
feces.
Yes, yes.
Which
Yes.
one was the one who was cleaning
Sopaka is the
drains?
one with the
Tied
body
to
of
a dead
a
body. Yes, tied
dead
to a
body,
dead.
tied to a dead body.
Yes, right.
Sunita was the one who was tied to the dead body.
No, Sopaka was. Was it?
So Parker. Yeah, so for So
I'm
Parker,
confused now.
I don't know whoever it was. Yeah,
The one with the
I
dead
must have
body,
got
do you
confused.
remember that? No, don't worry about the name, but tied to the dead body, what did
Yeah,
Lord Buddha
tied
say?
to the dead body, the Buddha said, remove the, stop holding on to or stop carrying the dead body. And what he meant by that was wasn't he carrying the dead body in his mind?
Mm.
That was what I think, as far as I can recall, the Buddha had said, because I think he was so frightened. He was so frightened, isn't it? Because he was tied to the corpse.
Yes,
He
Surangika.
was
That.
tied to the corpse, and the fright was coming from the mind. So the Buddha wanted to show him that that entire fright and the corpse and everything was just an illusion in the mind.
That was so beautiful,
It
yeah.
is so beautiful, Dr. Kokila. It's amazing.
I mean, I don't have any words to say these things. So all these are actually examples for Venerable Dhammasuranda as well. It's so beautiful because this is the actual true Dhamma. And what happened to the one who was cleaning the feces? What happened there? Do you remember?
Yeah, of course, I can't remember the message itself. I think he had what you call what is the word? Inferiority complex. Because he
Yes.
was from a low caste system, no? Low caste, no?
Mm.
I don't know whether it was Sunita, but he was a low caste,
Yes,
from a
yes,
very, very low
Surangika, yes.
caste.
Yes. So I think he come down to a place when he saw Lord Buddha, he was hidden like with that garbage
Yes,
thing.
that's right, because he was cleaning drains, wasn't it, Champa? And he thought because
Yes,
he's from
yes,
such a low caste that he shouldn't be even seen
yes,
on the road. And I think he got down into the drain or something like that, isn't it?
yes, yes. That's what happened.
Yeah, and then Buddha, with all his great compassion, only I think said something and said, "What are you doing, Sunita?" And something, I don't know. But that's all I know on that story. But again, it's such that infinite compassion is, of course, amazing. I can almost, I don't know, yeah, it's just.
I think Lord Buddha has taken him with him. I
To
think so.
temple, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah, he was taken, and I think even so Parker was taken.
Yes,
Both of them were taken like that, yeah, because they were very young boys, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just
very,
imagine
very
someone
young.
is shouting at you. Uh, if you don't know Dhamma, yes, of course, you will get sad. You will get frightened. You will get angry. You will have some malicious feelings. You will have ill will and think that හෙනම ගහන්න ඕනේ කියලා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද ඒකට කියන්නේ? The
Yeah, like ගැහුවක් ගහන type of thing. Yeah.
yeah, like no, even I will no, even not you. Something will happen to you because you are doing this to me. That's
Yes,
how
yes,
in
yeah.
like cursing kind of thing. So
Yeah, like
these
you
are the
hear in these teledramas. Yeah.
yes.
That's why
So
even
these are the things that will happen. Yeah.
without even cursing, I have this experience because I have worked 40 years, I said, in this private sector organizations in Colombo. Most of the time, ladies are cruel. So when they do cruel things and talk in a cruel manner, no words are coming out, just suffering only. Can't curse. The curse is not actually happening, but suffering is there. and
No,
frightening.
even the suffering. So I'm just using blanket words. Even the suffering is actually the fright. Even the suffering is
Frightening.
no. What do you call it? Not the kama chanda vyapada. It is in all the
Vyapada,
vyapada
vyapada.
side.
Yes,
So
vyapada.
the vyapada side means ill will. So the
Yes,
ill will includes the friction. Because
yes.
friction is there, no, that's why your mouth is shut and you're like a ghost. You're just listening and just crying maybe at home,
Can't
stuff
do
like
anything.
that.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
but the thing is,
bullying also happen in doctor in those places in offices. Bullying is also there, no?
the
So
problem with Champa now I have to be direct with you now.
yes,
Champa, you have listened to Dhamma for some time.
yes,
You are actually now at this moment you are telling us if all these things actually happen.
yes. No,
What
because
is the
of
problem with you? You have listened to Dhamma for how many years now?
no. 2 years completing next May.
No, okay. It's just 2 years. So I will calm down. But you should understand this film is a film, yes.
Yes,
When you
because I
talk about the film, you get agitated.
yes because I want to give the ex-
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point.
to venerable. I wanted to show the
No, that's not the point I'm trying to say. I know
right.
what your goodwill is, but
Yes,
I'm not actually saying the moment you try to talk about something about the past, your tone changes, your power comes up.
yes. I know, doctor.
So that means you are really believing that it happened.
Yes. The past experiences, just I took it out. I normally don't think about those things.
No, thinking is good actually because you are actually just covering them with some sand, and it's like that example where that what is that Suranga, that's the Sata who goes and all the backside is open, but the is it Paspara?
Oh, that's the Paspera, yeah.
The ostrich, isn't it?
Goes and hides the head in the sand with the big backside outside.
Yes, it is like that because you're trying to say, yeah, it's all past. I don't care now. I'm good now. Yeah, that is all. But everything is very, very nicely shown that you are still actually savoring the past. Savoring the past is different. Past is different. Past is okay. Who cares about the past? Past is okay. Past is past. So past has happened. Yes, okay. But savoring means you are savoring that thought now.
Yes, doctor.
Because
That
this thought is now. This thought
yes,
will
yes.
never come back again. Even though it is synchronizing, this thought is just now. It's a
And the
brand new thought.
yes,
Synchronicity can happen, it doesn't matter. But this is a brand new thought, and your attitude towards that brand new thought is like, wow, there's this happen, that happens, this happens, that happens. What is that? 2 years? I mean, if it was like 4 years, I don't know what I would say. But good that you told it's 2 years because then you have some some what do you say? Some time to understand more Dhamma. But you should be able to
lack of dharma.
realize this Dhamma, lack
Yes,
of Dhamma, completely lack of Dhamma.
yes,
This moment is just this moment. If you feel like it is actually true, then you are there and you are suffering the 100%. 100%. And if you feel that the past was there, 100%. I mean, future is also there, 100%. If the past is there, how can you say future is not there? Past is also in the mind, the present is also in the mind, the future is also in the mind. And if you actually feel that those things like, I mean, don't misunderstand me. You can say, no, how are you saying, doctor? It actually happened to me.
No, yes,
Well,
I understand. The lack of dam only, it appears like that.
yes,
Yes,
whenever you talk, you I don't know, if you listen back, you will understand. You will talk nicely, and then suddenly you're changing. At that exact point, the 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 power is like, if it was, the power was like 10,000 before, now it is like 1 lakh suddenly. So it's changing. So you have to detect that. If you don't detect that, you have to
yes,
detect what is happening here, why
power,
it is happening.
yes.
So
Good.
is the past actually true?
No, true. Nothing.
What is not true?
That means we are living in this moment only, but with the past memory. It's past memory is appearing, but we are
There's
living.
no, yeah, there's no even memories. There is a synchronicity, yes.
Yes,
So
yes,
all the memories will, memory in the sense, the emotions also can synchronize.
yes,
But if you are with Dhamma, you should be able to actually release it with
yes,
so much lightness.
yes,
The lightness now is what matters, because every one of us, if you talk to Aran also has a may have a traumatic event. Can have a traumatic event. Surangika can have, Champa can have. It doesn't matter how many years you have lived and how many years you have done this and that. Doesn't matter. If you are thinking you are the only person who had traumatic events, no, 100% no. But the thing is, the there are some people are more kind of friction type. Some people are more type of craving type. Some people are more type of delusional type. So if you have detected you as a bit friction type, you need to resolve it, because that is ego as well. So there are so many
Doctor,
things. What do you think, Saran?
friction type means, doctor?
Karma. No, what is it?
Vyapada.
Yes,
Dvesha Molika. Dvesham, not Seth. I'm talking about attitude.
Oh,
Uh,
yes.
the Dvesha Molika, the Raga Molika, Dvesha Molika, Moha Molika. I'm not even talking about one chitta. No, I'm talking about just, 'cause some people attitude is different. Attitudes are different.
Personality wise, I don't know. Champa,
Even
maybe
from
I'll
baby
just,
type, it can happen. Some people are more towards friction.
yeah. There is something, you have heard the expression, Champa, where you say, generally you have heard people say that person is carrying a chip on the shoulder.
Ah,
Have you heard that expression?
not really, Surangika, but
Ah, chip on the shoulder is like depending on, how long something has been experienced, maybe through a bad experience or through some kind of real stress scenario that person has gone through.
ah,
Just like something that you said, for years and years, either working or years and years somewhere else.
mm,
It is something that always, no matter what happens, that person's mind goes to that. And if there are examples that have to be given, no, so automatically the
coming
mind
out,
goes to that and gives the example from that. What that means is
right,
that person can't overcome that
right.
experience because everything is related to that. And
Mm,
even if
Actually,
somebody finds a fault or tries to correct something now, the person
You will
who
think
has
that that
that
other person is harassing.
yeah, and or the person who is hearing it and who has had that experience automatically tries to give a bit of an excuse saying, oh, I know, I have to correct it, but I'm feeling like this because of all those years of that
Yes.
thing
Yeah.
that I went through. And I'll give you an example, Champa.
Yes.
My father's family, they were all very poor, meaning they had a lot of children in the house, and the parents put them to various cousins' houses to
Uh-huh.
because they couldn't afford to bring up all the children in one house. And my father, being the eldest, had to go from one cousin's house to another cousin's house, and this is famous from Sri Lankan terms. This is a quite a famous surname family.
Uh,
But those cousins' families treated my father and the siblings like basically servants,
oh,
or
really?
at least not even servants, like not equal to the cousins. So
Mm-hmm.
didn't have proper food, no clothes, had to manage with everything. And then my father, being the eldest, had to look after the siblings. So that trauma, that childhood, every time you say something to him, he brings it up. Now he's 85 years of age.
Yes.
So we have to look at it. Sometimes my mother says, stop going on about that story. But I tell my mother, don't say that. She understands, not that she doesn't know. They've been married for the last 60 years. But can you see that he won't bring it up as much as he used to when we were small? But he
Yes.
still brings it up. If we give him an opportunity, he'll bring it up because
Yes.
he hasn't gotten over it emotionally. So
Yes.
that's what I was just trying to get that point to what
And
Dr. Kokila was trying to
Lord
say.
Buddha, not Lord Buddha, actually, two monks were going in the on the road and was trying to cross this river, and there was a lady, and one
Yes.
monk actually carried the lady and kept and went, and the other monk was so angry that he didn't say anything. He came to the temple and asked something like that, and that other monk said, I kept her there and came, you are still carrying her. And she's what Champa is doing is same thing as like that. Chip on the shoulder, I mean the lady on the shoulder now. So the
And
actually
that
this
Parker thing, Dr. Cook, whoever who was carrying that Malaminia, the corpse, it's the same thing
mm,
actually,
same
in a
thing.
way. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
And
you're 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 bound by shackles to a corpse which is only in your mind. So in that same way, we are bound and shackled by an experience that was all actually something that only occurred in the mind, isn't it?
yes,
Yes.
and to actually savor it is the biggest danger.
Yes.
Because
I
savoring
found.
means you are savoring means it is already real. I mean, everything is real. So
Yes.
that is so real that the it is giving you that higher frequency kind of verse, like lower realm abilities are there. So you have to be careful, because the more you feel that it actually happened, means you are even feeling it now, that yeah, it happened. So this
Yes. I understood.
traumatic events,
Yes. Now only
specifically the traumatic events,
I understood it really. Otherwise, I didn't know about it. Yes.
yeah, the traumatic events in the past, like post traumatic stress disorder and all these things, the trauma, we are not actually trying to forget about it. What we are trying to understand here is there was never a self at that time. There is never a self even now. And the experience is just experience was there. I mean, you can't really say experience wasn't there, but it's a creation of the mind. The office you're talking about, because this is about third time I have listened to you that sentence that you have worked somewhere and this much and this happened, and and how you reacted and all that, and you were numb and all that. So that means it is such an impact that you can't shake it off. So you need to do a lot of groundwork to understand that this moment, that is what the importance about awakening to the moment also, to fully realize that actually there is only one moment here, and you're born in this moment. I think I discussed that yesterday with Surangika. It's only Surangika yesterday we had, and how this mind starts, like it's pure. It's just starts at that point, and after that, all these due to the mind, it's dirty. Becomes dirty. Kilutu වෙනවා. So the defilements. What is the defilement here? The ignorance is the most problematic thing. The delusional aspect of it. Delusion of believing. Delusion of how do we say that? Delusion of presence. Delusion of presence. Delusion of past. Delusion of occurrences that happened to me. And I went through so and so these things. It's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. So you have to be careful. If 2 years is a good time, because it's high time now, at least now, to understand this. How long are you going to keep saying these things?
Yes, doctor. What you pointed out is very useful. Now only I realize it. Yes, I know. I can clear it now. Yes, without even thinking. I know normally these things are not coming up, but I tried to show when it appeared.
Yeah, it is good. We can talk about the past. Actually, talking about past, I had a thing like, if I talk about my mother or father, I used to the usually tears come because of all the problems we had in when my mother got sick and all that. But the thing is, the tear may come. That's not the point. Tear may or may not come, I don't know. But the main important thing is whether this burning or the feel that it is becoming real is there or not. That's a different scenario. Actually, this resentment about the present moment, resentment about the past, resentment about the future, these are all not good. This vyapad, the ill will, is never going to help you to see the Dhamma, in the sense awakening to the moment, or to exit the mind. Because mind has to be realized and has to be kind of powerless for you to get the feel up. Doesn't happen like that. If all the hindrances are there, the Kamachanda is a different aspect. Kamachanda is like you run for the ice cream, you run for the money, you run for something, you don't have time for Dhamma anyway. But this vyapada, or the ill will, or the friction, or the resentment, or the long-standing grudges, or will give you a kind of a hostility towards your own experience, your own present moment. Because your present moment is the only moment that is available, even though it is synchronizing with the past. It doesn't matter. So you actually, what you become hostile is with you with the own moment, on this present experience. And more you understand that there is never a self, and this alive feel is actually due to the stimuli. This is your stimuli. This is your karmastan. 40 years of my life is the karmastan. Husband is also a karmasthana, but
Yes.
you can have 10,000 karmasthana in that way, but you have to realize these things slowly, and because otherwise this burning, it will act as a hindrance, because your mind, you can't because mind has to calm down for you to for the feel to come up.
Yes, doctor. Thank you for the explanation. I really understood that my fault part is that. Yes, that is
Do you
true.
have anything to add, Surangi?
Yeah, Champa, yesterday, as Dr. Kokila said, nobody was here. So Dr. Kokila was explaining my position. And that aspect about the resentment was also the kind of the same. I mean, whereas, it's not the same as your 40-year kind of thing. We were trying to find where the unhappiness or the unsatisfactoriness was, and we kind of trying to explore where it was. But the final thing that Dr. Kokila, I think, really almost hit the nail on the head was the fact that, or whatever the unsatisfactoriness, it is worthwhile exploring to see where it is coming from, because it is actually clouding the radiance or the Prabhaswara moment in this very thought. Because this is the moment, this is the thought where the non-vibration can arise. But by holding on out of ignorance to some kind of thing. Now, in my case, I can't really find it. So it has to be there, like there has to be further investigation as to where this kind of unsatisfactoriness is coming, whether it is because of the quest for nirvana, or whether it is the quest for, whether it is the parents, or whether it is something. There is some problem somewhere. So that has to be self-examined, true. But the beautiful thing which I got from the talk was that it is covering the present moment, covering that opportunity, and not allowing that moment to occur. So, in that sense, hope that kind of gave a bit of shed more light on your situation also. So, depending on where we are stuck, Champa, whether it is your 40 years or husband, or where my unsatisfactoriness is coming from, or whatever it is the same, because there is something that, not that it is being done knowingly, but still it is happening. And
Yes,
when it is acknowledged, you know how you say, දන්න හුටයි දක්න හුටයිනේ ආසවයක්කයන් කායන් වදාමි.
yes.
So that not only do we know, now we can know, but we have to actually acknowledge it to ourselves, that is the thing that is probably one of the reasons where it is hindering seeing the truth, or hindering the awakening to the moment.
Yes, something that means, Surangika, there are unknowing things hindering the path. No?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. So
Yes.
that particular one is something that is, like Dr. Kokila and people have pointed it out, and you yourself, now you at least know. So acknowledge it to yourself, because now yesterday when Dr. Kokila finally, after 2 hours of it, right at the very end,
I found
kind of,
yesterday found.
yeah, yesterday during the discussion, she was explaining it to me, trying to, find where the place that it had got stuck in. And when she said that, that itself was a bit of a release. When that, so it is a noble friend pointing it out, only one is able to, sometimes one can't find it oneself. Not that I found the source of the resentment or the unsatisfactoriness, but at least, that point where you say that whatever it is covering this present moment itself was a revelation. If you are following me.
Yes, yes,
Mm.
Surangika, actually speaking, there I have no sisters or brothers, and I was in boarding houses when learning also. So I had a lonely life for up to the marriage. So uh, after that, even so many unkind things happen every from every side. That is the main reason for this, I think. The whole life came through so many unkind type of things happened. So why this kind of thing is still behind there without my knowledge? Yes, now I found there is no me, there's no self, so no point thinking about those experiences to this system.
Yeah, you should not put them under the carpet though. You have to be careful.
Yes,
That's not how it is. Like, like you just, this is all in the thoughts now still.
yes,
So there's no self, there is no one. Who cares? You just like hide it under the carpet and you wait and you wait and wait. No nirvana, because it's actually hidden. That's not how it is.
yes,
That's not how it is. If you don't feel free enough to like, if you don't feel light, the investigation should go on and on and on, and understand where the catch is, because it's a kind of a catch. So there is no one catch. Actually, there can be millions of
Yeah,
catches. We never
several
know.
catches. That's right.
We never know, because we may have a like some we have dreams in childhood. Also, we may have a dream, and we may not have had it, and suddenly it can come again, like kind
the
of
light,
when.
yes, lightness is here, doctor. I don't feel any hard things.
No,
The
don't
blind,
say that. Don't say that. if
ah,
but if whatever you are saying, that's not good enough.
right,
That's not good enough. So we can say, I feel light, right? Even I can say no. I mean, I don't usually say these things, but we can say that I feel light, I feel good. You can keep saying that, but actually that makes the I more powerful. I mean, those words are not even compatible with Dhamma. So the the this Dhamma anyway changes people very dramatically. So if the 33,000 watts were there, then it can come to about 10,000. But we our actual exploration, or the investigation, or the research is up until zero. So up
yes,
until zero, we are not going to say I feel light. That's
right,
actually, it's not even
true.
good enough for Dhamma, because this Dhamma is not about feeling good. This Dhamma is about non-feel. In the sense, sorry, not non-feel, non-vibration. Because even if you go to Asanya, if the self-view is there, useless. Useless.
Yes, no point, yes,
So you can go to Asanya if you say, oh, I don't feel anything. Because there's no guarantee that you have completely found your own vibration and has a clear cut understanding what the zero is. If that is not there, whatever we say is kind of always like a මඩේ හිටවපු ඉන්න වගේ. What is it? Like it shakes. There's doubts all the time. Is this the thing or is this not the thing or is this enough? You know, we never know. How do we know whether it is this enough? So the best thing is to keep researching and keep researching and keep researching and fully realize what is preventing your moment or preventing your feel, basically. Because I don't know, as I have told you multiple times, your mind power is high. If you don't feel it, you have to go by us, but you will feel it as well.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
I really have something like this. I don't like to mix with people very much. That means this system likes to stay alone.
Even that you have to be careful because well
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
yes.
Repeat telecast.
Can you add something there, Sangika? Because you can be very hidden in a comfort zone. It is you hidden in a comfort zone, not selfless.
Yes,
Because
itself. Yes.
yeah, so you have to be very careful. That is where actually you can put yourself in a really difficult situations and see what will happen. How resentful you would be to be in a like a very difficult or millions of people in between millions of people. Even if it is in middle of million people, your inside should be like a ice cube, isn't it? That's what it is. But anyway, what matters is whatever the habits you have, they are all habits. They are all usually self habits.
Yes,
So
doctor. Yes.
so don't give any importance to them. You must be able to do the otherwise. So
What comes home even, it's kind of a trouble like thing. I very much
so
like.
that is friction. That is friction, I'm telling. මොකද්ද මේ friction කියන්නේ? ගැටීම. What is this English good word for that? I don't know whether the friction is like a scientific word.
And conflict, no?
Conflict.
I
Yeah.
rather like to be alone without disturbance with this Dhamma work, homework and Dhamma work. Listening to Dhamma, translating.
No,
Listen.
No.
as Aranpansa says, the natural preference is to be quiet, where there is no, vitakka, where people are not just chattering with the mind and that
That
kind
is
of thing.
good actually, but the
That is
importance.
generally good. But as Dr. Kokila says, because now we are still on the path, no, Shampa, that means, and the self-view is still there, no, very much. We have to acknowledge it, no.
Yes,
So
yes.
if that is the case, then these tendencies of us wanting to be in a corner, be in a quiet place, not wanting to go out and do various things, then from those things also, a little bit of these resentments also come up. So as Dr. Kokila said, who is wanting to be alone? Who is wanting to not have anybody disturb because I have to do translations and I'd rather spend even 5-6 hours with the Dhamma, I don't mind, rather than 1 hour with somebody who's just going to be talking uselessly. you know, that kind of thing, I can very well understand what you're saying, because those are also things that have been experienced here. Um, so at
But
those
actually
points,
speaking, these
yeah,
things are not bad things. These things are okay. But the thing is, yeah, not to
Is the
get
tendency here? Here, that is the
um
tendency. Yes.
yeah.
not to get cornered to any habit.
But if it is really strong, that means that it definitely the self, definitely there is a self, almost like a selfishness of it, because that's like coming from the self view. Because say, for example, somebody wants you to do something, and you are like resenting it because it's encroaching on your time that you are spending with the Dhamma, then that is also a self view. Because otherwise, like Aryan Mahansa says, you have to be like water, no? So water means anybody asking anything of you, it needs to be, you need to be completely flexible. But you can be completely flexible only when the self view is gone.
That's
So if
actually Arahant, actually the water. That's an
no, but
Arahant,
at least to a certain
at least
extent,
in the path,
when
yeah.
yeah, self view, I mean, to a great extent, that self view is the thing that actually causes the reluctance, causes the resentment, when perhaps you are taken away from the Dhamma, or you're taken away from spending a quiet afternoon at home and things like that. Also, it is that, because I remember some time back, I used to go and help this elderly couple, and I used to actually tell them I have only 2 hours to spend. And then moment like the 2 hours are up, invariably I spend about 3 hours. But I am getting impatient. Now I can feel I'm getting impatient. Now why is that? So it didn't click for some time. But later on, there was a realization that who is getting agitated, and why is this resentment? Why am I getting impatient? So that kind of thing, it has to actually happen first, and then there is kind of a
But
realization
Suranka,
to
you have to be careful. There's no actually I there. These are the
the
habits that
drushti,
we have. The
the,
drushti. If the
yeah,
drushti
the
is there,
view, yeah. Mm.
the view is there. The view can take it as it's my problem. But actually speaking, even if the self view is broken, also there are some habits engraved in you that will have so much power. So don't forget that. Even without the self view, because you know that Aranwanse is saying so beautifully these days, it is the chair, the power of the chair.
Mm.
It is the purse, it is the fan, it is the what? The 40 years. It
Mm.
is the job. What? It is the Dhamma, whatever. It doesn't matter, whatever. So it's actually there's no self here. You have to feel
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
put that aside, but at least you understand that what Aranwans is trying to say, that this this particular moment, that experience is the only thing which is there because there's 5 senses or 6 senses. So the chair. So that's the only thing at that moment, there's no self. So chair, what's the power of the chair? That is what gives you the actual alive feel. That power has to come down to zero. How can power come down to zero if your 40 years feel like true? And how come that power is going to come down if your freedom is feel like true?
Mm.
These are investigations that has to be done even when the self view is gone, because the power of the chair is, I mean, who cares about the chair? Because we can't talk about a chair sometimes because no one cares about the chair. Chair will go unnoticed. Then chair goes unnoticed. Chair is not a thing anyway. But what about the 40 years? Wow, that's the thing. Then you have to go by that power.
And Champa, I think that's a common problem here. Also, probably the freedom has become a thing. I
Yes, sir.
think, Dr. Okila, even where I'm concerned, sometimes maybe that resentment can be that the freedom and being, as you said, working from home, having that kind of routine, monotonous life is, and nobody, and the not wanting to shake the boat, no. So that is also, that has become a thing. The freedom is possibly a thing. So those are things that have to be explored and examined and acknowledged. I think the dakinava, no, when you actually acknowledge it, then only that is transcended, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can
Yeah,
only
you
see
just have
God.
to fully see it, then it is like a worm. I mean, not that worm we talk about. It's like a dustbin.
Yes.
40 years in dustbin.
Yes,
Think
yes.
about that.
From today, oh, everything is done. That is, I am going temple work. Well, temple walk is once a week. I used to go to the temple. Also for this to come out from this type of this my lifestyle, just to change the lifestyle, that is helping me walking
Mm,
to the
mm,
temple. And
Dhamma will change you. My life hasn't changed that much. My all the routine work, everything is kind of similar, but Dhamma will change you. So give the chance for that to work, because of your not your. I mean, this is broadly I'm talking. Because of our so-called mind, Dhamma is not able to absorb to the deeper level. It's like a crust. I mean, we can say it thick skull, but I think thick skull is a different meaning. So actually, this mind, strong mind, or kind of too much powerful mind, will not let the Dhamma absorb, and just relax so that the Dhamma can absorb and the experience can surface. Non-vibration is already there. It's just that there's no chance for that to surface. It is actually crying inside. Non-vibration.
yes, Doctor, yes.
It's a metaphor, actually. Actually, it must be the way how we can say
Um,
about it. Because
I was
yeah.
listening to the Andolanaatmaka Desana and once 2 days ago in Badulla to that private talk to a family, but he then tuned on to the Andolanaatmaka and he went on for 2 hours. If you can
Mm-hmm.
remember about the
Mm-hmm.
Arupa and all. So the
I
second
also.
time, as usual, more things go into the head. No? So there was one thing that I didn't catch the first time. He said this non-vibration. Now this system is all programmed to manifest due to vibration. This system, we call it a natural system, but the natural system itself is tuned into the vibration and the vibration alone. He said the non-vibration is not part of the system. He
Mm-hmm.
said how weird and odd and uh, crazy is that? And that is why when a vibration ceases to become the non-vibration, that what do you call that? Lokadhatu kampa vena.
Mm-hmm.
Because this whole thing is programmed to vibrate and continue and sustain itself. The system. That is the order of things. Now we talk about nature and nature being, nature being all calm and peaceful and all that. No? But the nature is the vibration.
Mm-hmm.
He said it in one spot. He said the accompany swabhavika nahi, he said. because the vibration is keeping everything going. No? And he explained this thing where the human body, the zygote level self vibration gives the start. But then when the sensor faculties kick in and the mind kicks in, the mind is the thoughts are generating the power for this
It's like a
activity
battery,
to go
solar
on.
battery. Yeah.
Like the solar battery, power, whatever. Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, that kick is not needed anymore,
Kick is not needed.
but it is ongoing.
It is ongoing. It has given that push start at the beginning. And now this is self-propelling through the thoughts are generating the power. When you think about, you do that third point of contemplation, everything is happening. I mean, there's even when you go to have a meal, now nobody has given a command for the teeth to come together and start chewing the food. Automatically the food is being chewed. No, nobody's giving a command, now chew the food type of thing. Incredible, isn't it? I mean, just like the other activities where one is walking, one is sitting, and one is doing all kinds of things. That type of thing is also happening. And then what about drinking? You don't like say now drink, and swallow the next one, swallow the next one. It's almost all automatically happening.
Yeah, the heart is working, lungs are working.
It's due to the action mind, no, Doctor and Surangika.
When there is a system without self-view only, you can talk about action mind. That's the thing. That is
But
the
seeing the system is makes the contemplation easier for these other aspects as well, Champa.
yes, 100%.
Now, even the 40 years or so becomes easier when you do the daily tasks and take one task and without the thoughts intervening, with that kind of observer type of thing. If there is an observation that all these things are just happening, no one is actually doing anything. Mental picture occurs. One doesn't even sometimes. No one. I mean, it's not even prominent, the mental picture, but automatically these things are happening. Automatically now, if you go to offer flowers in the morning to the Buddha statue or wherever you have the shrine room, automatically automatically you pluck the flowers. Automatically you come towards some kind of tap. You put the pang. Automatically you are going. Automatically, if you have a lamp, automatically the hand is going to the
and yes,
box of matches.
when the venerable said about harassment, immediately 40 years came. That is normal.
Yes.
That is normal.
That is what happened.
That is normal though. That's what Surangika is saying. It is normal actually. That's how it works. But the power shouldn't come. If Dhamma is there, power will not come. That's a different story.
Yes.
So the synchronicity can happen. Lord Buddha also can remember that Kimbulwatnavara and Sudodana, the wife, he remembered everything. Lord Buddha remembered everything. He went back to see them as well. With no burning. අනේ මන් දාලා අනේ මේ යන්න ඕනේ බලන්න එහෙමද නෑ? එහෙමවත් නෙමෙයි. There's no burning.
Yes, Doctor, that's true. Yes. Everything can make happen, but without burning.
Yeah,
Now, Champa,
synchronicity can happen.
I'll give you another quick example. Now, at the moment you finish this talk or something, and say you go to the kitchen and you drop a cup, right? So the cup is broken.
Yes.
And the cup won't become a thing for you, right?
Yes.
Cup is just broken. That's it. You pick the things and put it in the dustbin, right?
Yes.
So it's like that. That
Yes.
40 years will be just like just like a cup being broken. The thought will still come, as
Yes.
Dr. Kokila says,
Without
without
burning.
the power.
I was.
That will happen. That will definitely happen. But
Yes.
as Doctor says, that contemplation of the Darshana Jnana will make it easier and easier.
Yes. True.
But like that 40 years, there are so many places where one has got stuck, which is why the Kalyana Mitra are so important.
Yes, because
But
those
there
things
are
are.
big rocks, and first the big rocks have to be taken before the small one gets to the small rocks. And then don't forget there are pebbles also.
Yes.
There is a famous once or somebody said, no, that when you go to sweep the garden, first you have to take the big twigs out.
Yes.
Then you have to take the small branches, then take the twigs out, then take the leaves, collect the leaves, and then sweep the smaller leaves or something like that. So otherwise, it's going to be a real mess, isn't it? If you try to sweep the whole thing, you will end up breaking the equilibrium.
Actually, we didn't know that this type of thing. No one is thinking now. It's hidden now. That is the problem.
Yeah, true, Champa. That is true, very much true.
To
It's
come
good.
to the
Your
field,
example gave me also a few things to contemplate. Thank you.
yeah, and come to the field,
Yes.
there are so many things that is needed in the field also, because the consciousness also, you have to understand that it is not there. We
Yes.
are only talking about the mind level still.
Yes.
That's the thing. So we can't talk about the consciousness level if the mind level is so powerful. That's what our if the effort is,
Yes.
because light is also not true. Not the 40 years is anyway not true,
Yes.
but the light is also not true.
What we see, what we hear, what we feel, nothing is true.
Yeah, but saying that is just
But
easy.
experiencing. Yes.
Yeah, but if your power come down, it will make it easy. Or the the vibration.
Yes, doctor. Actually, it
It,
gave that's a good lesson I had today because without my knowledge, it was hidden there.
I mean, a lot of things are hidden. Don't even underestimate this self. Self is very powerful. Maya කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
Oh, Mara is the self, ne?
Yeah, so it's powerful. It's like a
And
problem everywhere.
as Aaron also said recently, also this the feeling that something is there is the thing that is driving all this.
Yes, yes. Arenvasi told if you
Mm.
feel out there, then again, at once the self is here.
Yeah, so that's the thing that Dr. Wokira said. Still not just in any of the salayatana, in any of the senses there can't be a thing.
Yes.
Not just the mind sensor, any of the senses. We haven't come to the other senses because the getting stuck is in the mind sensor.
Did Dr. Kokila gave you a contemplation?
No, actually,
Oh,
no. We were actually talking about what can give the mind a dark cloud. No, that was not the way we were talking. It just came to me now. The dark cloud thing. Why it is darker? Why it is not whiter? I mean, how did we put that in? No, that's not the way we put it in. Why
how
why
this
not?
mind is getting, this present thought is getting clouded by some kind of, so I think what you said was there's resentment for this very moment, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. There's actually a word for that, but in Dhamma also. Not, I don't know whether it's Tinamida.
In a way, there is that restlessness and torpor
No,
and all,
that is
isn't it?
Uddacha Kukucha. The
Dina
Kukucha
Midda
is
That
means
is
worry.
that.
Dina,
Uddacha is the restlessness.
yes, Dina Midda means the kammalikama, ne?
Laziness,
Uh,
idleness, sleepiness
Yes. That is not there actually.
is dealing with feeling
That,
idle, feeling lazy.
mm,
Because, yeah,
it's come in the night. Sleepiness. Venerable didn't talk about it.
he's not in the Zoom, I think.
no, I think there's some problem with the thing. He's here, I think. He's here, but he gets disconnected sometimes. But the main thing is
Ah, yes, yes.
acknowledging the problem, acknowledging the problem, and fully realizing that this awaken to the moment, that has to be a experience as well. We just
Right.
because we keep
Understand.
saying that won't come. This aversion is the thing.
Life through our life experiences. The things came with life experiences are the hindrance to the path now.
Yeah, to even think that uh, life experiences had a ownership is the problem.
Yes. True, doctor. Self is the problem.
Mm. Because now today's Desanava, Aran Mahansas, where did he, today Matale, right? Did you
I
listen,
couldn't
Champa?
listen. Did you?
No, I
I listened
yes.
to quite a bit. I listened. There's still a little bit more to listen, but he gave a detailed view about the, the brother, the mother, the father, what happened, the garment thing the mother was doing. Now, all that he said. So now we don't, there is no consideration of any of that. No, they are self view. So it's not the recounting, isn't it? That is the problem. The holding on to it, or the power, if there is a power and considering that to be real is the problem.
Yeah,
Otherwise, one
exactly.
can recount the
Exactly.
life story or some episode from one's life.
Yes, exactly. The 40 years in previous time, Champa will talk with about the 40 years as if it is going to the toilet.
I
Mm.
won't talk about it here after, I think.
No, you should. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Until you do, we can't really understand whether it is actually not giving any power or not.
Yes, doctor.
You again and again, you shouldn't just ditch it like that. You should not
Yes.
just keep
Yes.
experiencing and say that, because if it is a karmasthana, it is the point that will guide you, like the husband you said. It's the same thing.
Yeah, because if we try to say, that is not appropriate to say, this is not appropriate to say, if I say this,
Yeah, that is actually a hindrance then,
that is a hindrance. Yeah.
because that's not
Because then
free
you are
mind.
trying to cover the mamaya thing, no?
Yeah,
Self-view.
that's the safe corner. That's the safe corner.
Mm.
Different
So,
safe corners we have.
so the free expression should be there. Whatever it is, this is what you're currently feeling, and that's it. You're saying it, type of thing.
Yeah. Actually speaking, even Aranwansi, just imagine how when a child asks a question or young adult asks a question, how freely he will keep telling, and we can feel that. And but if someone asks with so much heaviness, he also like slows down and try to answer it in such a way without hurting and all that, like, because there's so much to handle. So the answer also changes because the heaviness can be felt. It's very important to understand this, the delusional aspect of it, and the craving aspect of it, and the aversion aspect of it, or the ill will aspect of it.
These comes under Sangyojana, no, doctor? That means
Samyojana is different. That is
Orambhagya, that's hidden things and coming up things. I don't know what it is called in English.
Samyojana, that
Orambhagya,
is different. Those are the 10 fetters, no?
10
10.
fetters. Orambhagya is Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Mano, no. Ruparaga, Manuda Chavitya. That is the Orambhagya. That's actually in the field side. Can you see? Strangika?
Kamaragapatiga is in the field side.
No, Kamaragapati is in the sensual side, no?
Ruparaga,
Ruparaga, Manuda Chavidya, all in the field side. They are the Uddambhaga, whatever.
Can we put where Ruparaga also comes into that category?
I don't know. Don't call.
Yeah,
Don't call.
that's like in the
Don't
middle
call.
type of thing, isn't it?
I don't know.
Because the Arupa
Just
is the
don't call
field.
because
Yeah.
because this Kamaraga Patiga, after that it is mind is not powerful, no? That's why I told.
Perception.
Yeah, then it becomes a feel and the perception. That's the light. Can be the light. So actually, it's interesting to talk about this karmasthana because it helps us to calm down.
Yes, doctor, it's really helpful. Yes.
So, Champa, when you went for that Aurudu thing for a week or something, that is an ideal opportunity for the Dhamma to work without listening and listening to talks, isn't it?
Yes, because there were no good I couldn't hear Dhamma because the that means the digital waves are not reaching that point. So I did only the 4 contemplations.
No, that's not what I said. That would have been a good opportunity because anyway you don't have coverage, no? So that should have been taken as a good way of seeing how Dhamma is in the daily practice, isn't it? Without contemplating.
I met different kind of people, talk to different people, and I thought
That's actually important for you to feel the burning. But the problem is, I don't know, Champa, whether you are tuned to the burning. That's the problem I'm always saying. Because you have to tune to the burning.
burning was not so much there, but
That's the problem because burning is always there.
But that self.
No, this burning is always there means it's a deeper meaning. I'm saying burning self vibration is always there. No?
Yes, self vibration.
If it is not there, you are not arahant.
Yes, I felt sometimes like it's coming up. Yes.
No, the sometimes thing.
Mm.
No, this is applicable to even Surangika. The sometimes story. Now that brings up whether you really know what we are talking about. Because sometimes story is all about the උඩ පාවෙන පොර ටික වගේ. මොකක්ද ඒ ටික? The big ones. They are the big ones.
Uh-huh.
But a life feel is there all the time.
When we were talking about others, some gossip things are going on at times, and that times, yes, the self vibrations were there. Yes.
No, I don't think you got the point even. What do you think, Suranka? Did you get the point?
That means feeling the self. You mean, doctor, feeling the self.
Yeah, now you made a statement. Sometimes you felt it.
Yes. Yes.
So there's a different way to put it. So how can I put it? Sometimes you feel it can be told by someone saying that the other time I'm an arahant, right? Because sometimes you feel, sometimes I don't. That's kind of a one moment, one example. What is other example? Other example is you feel the 33,000, but you don't know about anything other than that.
Doctor, this Dhamma is doing something, it's changing us. Whether we may be not feeling it, but it's doing something. It's naturalizing the mind. That is what happening because of this Dhamma. That means the power is not becoming high. That I felt when I was there. Even without listening to Dhamma, you can just wait without a problem. Don't know how it happened.
Mhm. What do you think, Surangika? I don't know whether my way of putting that into words is not. I don't think I was successful there. I was trying to say
Anyway, we
something,
have
it
run
didn't
out of
come out
time
properly.
today. Maybe we can pick it up tomorrow, Dr. Gokula.
Have we run out of time already? Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. All good. So we will thank Aran Vanse. He's doing a tremendous, he's taking a tremendous effort to deliver this Dhamma to everyone's feet, actually. I don't know how it's so beautiful. We thank you, Aran Vanse. We worship you every day. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming to
Thank you, Doctor.
discuss Dhamma for benefit of everyone. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Dr. Gokula, Jiran Sanai, all the friends, Jiran Sanai, Venerable. ones. May the Triple Gem bless you. Let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa. And let's start the Dhamma talk. So you are listening to the 24-hour English Buddothpado Zoom channel. And this channel is dedicated to imparting Lord Buddha's pure Dhamma philosophy as discovered by Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa, our noble spiritual. Consisting of translations of various Dhamma talks delivered in Sinhalese by the noble teacher. So, what is the core teachings that the noble teacher is imparting to us, and as practitioners, we are trying to share that with the world. This is the pure truth, the pure Dhamma philosophy as realized by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And with this teachings, the noble teacher tries to bring a focus back again onto the Vidarshana meditation, which has, for some reason, kind of got a bit lost in translation over the years. Probably, or might be due to some misinterpretations of the Pali scriptures when it was translated to English, or it could be the lack of understanding and self-realization by the monks who are preaching it and who have preached it over the years. Because Vidarshana meditation is also misinterpreted in today's world, in today's context. People think that is also just another meditation. If there's a lot of Vidarshana meditation centers even in Sri Lanka, where if you actually look into what they do there, they just still take a focus point on something, and then they are just focusing on that and not doing anything else. But what Vidarshana meditation compared to Samatha? Samatha means concentration meditation. Concentration meditation means that you're taking something to focus on. We call it nimitta, and that something to focus on, like breathing or some light or candle flame or something, and then trying to kind of collect one's thoughts and then focus on it to bring that kind of integrated type of thinking, focused, concentrated type of meditation. But that alone, that itself does not bring anyone self-realization or transcendence of the suffering. The Buddha has not in any place said that Samatha Bhavana or concentration meditation is the path to Nirvana. It has been the Vidarshana Bhavana that has been encouraged, that is being mentioned. But Vidarshana Bhavana also, because of the wrong interpretation, has been wrongly applied, incorrectly applied. And it is that aspect mostly, and the practical application of this Dhamma that the noble teacher has really unveiled through his teachings. Even, you can say that in one aspect of it, there are so many ways in which, not only that actually, there are so many ways in which this pure Dhamma teachings or the pure philosophy has also not been really unraveled by teachers or monks. And the noble teacher, through his Abhinya knowledge, because it has been self-realized by the teacher, the Buddha's pure teachings have been self-realized after he himself spent 20 odd years with concentration meditation and relinquished it, knowing that that was not getting him anywhere. So after that he embarked on his own search, similar to Prince Siddhartha back in the day. And that led him to understand through that practical application that this is what the true Dhamma philosophy is, and this is how one has to put it into practical application, and together only the path to nirvana, the path to ceasing the self-vibration and the self-perception becomes a reality. So it is that beautiful Dhamma that is being imparted to us for the last 5 to 6 years in Sri Lanka in the Sinhalese language, and what is trying to be shared through this English Zoom channel by various practitioners. So the explanations here are also dependent on the extent to which the realization has happened, and of course depending on the practitioner and how advanced they are, the talk would be based on only what is realized, because that is all that is self-evident. So the pure Dhamma philosophy that the Buddha unveiled, there's so many aspects of it, but fundamentally two things come to mind. One is that the core thing, I mean, you can approach it in so many ways, but the core things are that this is a no-self Dhamma, meaning that this self-view that we have had for ever so long, that has kept us in this path, kept us in this samsaric cycle of birth and death. This unending cycle is due to harboring a view that there is a self here. And that is the thing that has kept this vibration, because the self being there gives almost ammunition or fuel to that self vibration. The self view stems from the self vibration, and through ignorance, of course. The self view stems from the self vibration, and that self vibration cannot be stopped. That momentum, that vibration cannot be stopped until there is understanding and a realization that is made that there is no self here. So one can't really come to that understanding superficially, in a superfluous manner. The Dhamma philosophy, as revealed by Lord Buddha, has to be fully understood. And when we say fully understood, there are so many misconceptions that we have. All those misconceptions, which we call mithya drushti in Sinhalese, misconceptions have to be banished, have to be vanquished. And to vanquish those also, again, it has to be a spiritual teacher, a noble teacher who has walked the path, who has fully self-realized, who is able to actually say that these are misconceptions. Because otherwise anyone who hasn't realized it fully would still be having some amount of ignorance, isn't it? So as long as some iota of ignorance is harbored, there is a risk of something not being shown properly. So that is the beauty of the value of the noble teacher. And in fact, the Buddha had a discourse had a conversation with Ananda one day, and Ananda Thero, his famous the assistant, who assisted him for so many years with all his needs and so on. Ananda Thero was extremely competent in the Dhamma philosophy and had a really skillful way of explaining the Dhamma. But he was Sotapanna, but he wasn't an Arahat. He hadn't fully realized. So one day he told the Buddha that this Shasana or this, the Shasana, this order, the Sangha order is partially dependent on the Arahats or the fully realized ones. So he actually used the word Kalyana Mitra, is partially dependent on the carrying on of the order, or the continuity of the order is partially dependent on the Kalyana Mitra, the noble friend, noble spiritual teacher. And the Buddha had said, don't say that, Ananda. This order is entirely reliant on the noble teacher. Because it is only that, when you say teacher, it is the fully realized one. If it is not a fully realized one, as we said a minute ago, there can be traps. There can be pitfalls that are not recognized. There are so many very fine nuances as one traverses the path. Even after coming to the stream enterer Sotapanna stage, from that point to Arhathood or Nirvana, that there can be places where one would unknowingly either stop or think that is it, or think that is Nirvana, because there can be peaceful and calmful states on the path, and one might think that is it, or one might actually become a bit conceited and think that, okay, I have achieved this kind of calmness, this kind of tranquility, and therefore, and of course by that time the Dhamma knowledge is also quite good, and then they can get a thought saying that, okay, this is what it is, and I can now go and preach the Dhamma. I can go and make a name for myself, or get a following, get some followers, and then I can get more and more followers if I put things on YouTube, or if I put teachings and so on. So because that, whilst the self-view, if the self-view doesn't get annihilated, that can happen. So that self-view, eradication of the self-view is absolutely crucial. So that is one aspect, and that is actually absolutely fundamental to the understanding and full realization. Because even in these other types of meditation, you'd find Hinduism and other types of meditation, there are quite a lot of meditation, like we said, concentration meditation also, where you can reach some very sublime states. Some people, think and embrace Buddhism and do meditation and also reach sublime states, various jhanic states of meditation where you don't even feel perception. It is called the asanya tale. Asanya means perception, asanya means non-perception. And there is a stage at which this meditation can be practiced up to where one doesn't even feel the perceptions. If you don't feel perceptions, you can just imagine everything that we are doing now, as we will explain, is based on perceptions. We have a perception of everything. Because we have a perception of everything only, that is how the mind works. And the mind and the senses combine together to run this so-called machine that we have labeled as I, as me. Incorrectly, of course, and ignorantly, but that is how it has worked. But if one does not know how this whole thing works, the meditation itself will take one to a point where the perception even is not felt. So one can imagine how, completely out of this world experience that person is going to get. And then, but the Buddha said that even that is not the correct path, because the self vibration has not been eradicated. And at some point, that self vibration can come up, even if it is a long period of time. The Buddha calls it kalpas, and kalpa, I think, is used to denote a very long period of time. But even after spending a long period of time, that self-vibration, if it vibrates, the vibration means it can happen at any time. It can happen at any time because it has not been eradicated, it has not ceased. So the Buddha's path is to understand how this self-vibration, self-view and self-vibration came to be. And if one actually truly understands by first understanding and then realizing the true Dhamma philosophy, then there is no way or no leg for the self-vibration to stand, so to speak. So it is only through understanding, it is only through realization that can be eradicated. And that is the only way for the end of the suffering. Because there is suffering all over. And that is why the Buddha explained in his first sermon the Four Noble Truths, because that is all there is. You understand the Four Noble Truths, the Nirvana is there. Actually, Nirvana is there, here and in this very moment. One actually experiences only the thought that is occurring in this very moment. In this very moment, it starts off as a radiant mind. We don't know that because the mind has become so powerful that it has clouded the normal state, clouded the original state of mind. The original state is like a radiant mind, and even under that, the nirvanic state. But because of vibration after vibration, self-vibration has over the samsaric cycle become so powerful. It is there in a dormant level in the zygote, which has got telepathized to the zygote level in a mother's womb. Self-vibration is there as the cells form, when the cells form and the vibration is happening in the cells, the self-vibration telepathizes to the zygote level. So that self-vibration remains dormant there, and when the baby is born, it is still there. It is not manifested as yet. And the baby has some kind of feeling. It feels the light. In a basic sense, it feels all that, but it doesn't have any other recognition of anything. It is only when the mind starts developing, it is only when the faculties start developing and something is actually started to be taught to the child after maybe 2-3 years of age, that the mind component gets developed. So let's leave that point there and go back to those fundamental principles. And one we talked about is the self-view. So we'll come to how that wrong self-view has been formed all this time, and how how to truly understand and transcend that. The other aspect of it is this mind. The Buddha found that this whole thing is a mind creation. This concept of a world, as we call it, is entirely a mind creation and illusion that has come about through the fast-acting vibration and the manifestations that it gives rise to via the sensory organs. So the Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana nirodho nibbano. Salayatana means the senses, and loko means the world. And what he said was, the senses drive this world creation. And if one truly understands how the senses drive this world creation and fully understands that whole thing is just a manifestation, it is basically arising out of nothing, fast-acting speed of vibration only. There was nothing of substance, nothing material, nowhere to be found. But the speed is generating a manifestation, creating an illusion which has been then taken by the mind consciousness to create an object out of basically nothing. So that is how the whole thing works. But the senses, he said, is the thing that needs to be realized. If you realize the senses, this world, as we call it, will no longer be true. One would truly understand what this world, so-called world, is made up of. The world that you and I, the world that we thought to be true, the mundane world, the conventional world, the world that we are living in. Now we watch TV probably every evening. You may watch TV every evening as well. And you think that you had a hard day of work. And you want to relax, and because of that now you are putting the TV on and you are watching a drama or a soap or something. And then, so after some time you're fully immersed in the drama, isn't it? All the characters, all the things that are happening, the colorful images, the drama. I mean, it's, there's a lot of suspense. It can be a thriller that you're watching. It can be an adventure story that you're watching. It can be, full of ups and downs, happiness and sorrow, various types of emotions and feelings that are being generated by listening to the characters. And now what has happened? You are fully immersed in the story, isn't it? You have become those characters. You feel for the characters, isn't it? You have basically become the characters. You have taken sides with various people. You have found an affinity with various characters. It can be a good character. It can be a slightly naughty character. Nobody wants to be the bad character. Then one builds a resentment towards the bad character, the bad guy in the movie. And you want that bad guy also to be either thrown in jail or something like that is then thought of. So depending on what your likes and dislikes, you are kind of aligning yourself to that entire story. But what has happened finally, everything is true. Everything is real. Everything has been identified with, and that full immersion with that story is there. You have become, in other words, that, the story, the film, for that moment, for those couple of moments, or for the half an hour, 1 hour. That is what has happened. Now, this real world, as you call it, or the conventional world as we generally call it, is the same thing. The Buddha said, and the noble teacher says, the TV and the film that is being watched is the real world that we call the real world is nothing no different from the film that is being watched on TV. Why? Because this whole film is something that is manifesting to our senses. the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the tongue and the body consciousness and the nose consciousness are nothing but manifestations of vibration happening at speed. The fast-acting vibration in the eye gives rise to, or it telepathizes with millions and billions of similar frequency vibration outside. And that gives rise to a phenomena like the light spark occurring in the eye. Because it is happening at speed, it gives the illusion, the feeling that light is there. That is what we call the eye consciousness. The perception is light. The sensation is a spark. The perception of that spark is light. And the fast occurrence of it gives rise to a feeling. Consciousness is always the feeling, the feel that light is permanently there. So that is a deception. But that deception is nobody is doing. Because these sensors are there in the human body, and there is breathing that is happening. The body is basically alive. The breathing is there, and as long as the breathing is there, everything is subjected to vibration. The vibration is the thing that gives rise to the spark. That one vibration, all of this starts with that vibration. And the vibration is manifesting in a different way in the eyes as light, manifests in another way in the eardrum as sound, manifesting in the tongue as taste, in the body as cold or heat or solidity, and in the nose as smell. These are just different patterns of vibration, manifesting purely due to the speed, but because of the way it is, and that is nobody's doing. But what is the end result? There is a feeling that gets generated that light is there, sound is there, touch is there, taste is there. And those bodily tactile sensations are there. But even at that level also it is very basic. Basic and meaning very primitive. And that kind of sensations, those consciousnesses are still there in the arahats, the fully realized ones. But without the self-vibration. But if we go on that same path and we say, so the five basic, for the senses get created, the sensations arising from the five basic sensory organs get created. But then another phenomena occurs. The other phenomena is that the phenomena of the mind. So just like the weather, seasons and things like that happen, there is also something called the chitta niyama. The chitta niyama is the phenomena of the mind, and that is where the Buddha discovered that the mind then takes these basic sensory perceptions and then does a spin of its own. So in that spin that the mind consciousness does, it takes and combines these various light, touch, taste and smell in different forms and creates another vibration which we call the thought, the mind object, the stimuli. So the baby in the cot, as we said before, doesn't have the mind consciousness. That hasn't operated at that time. So it is still running on those basic sensations arising from the eye, arising from the manifestation. These are manifestations, but arising from the eye organ, this ear organ, and so on. So it is at a very basic level. But the baby still has, because the zygote had a self-vibration, the baby still has that. Innately, that is there. And which means that the potential to latch on to take things as real is still there, but lying almost dormant in the baby. So So at the first year and the second year, probably it is still almost dormant, but it's almost waking up because the baby then gradually attunes to various images, colors, and so on. And as the faculties mature, then at 2-3 years of age or at Montessori level, what happens is then there is a fundamental shift. The shift is that the child is then taught various things. So when the teaching process involves this mind, and that is where the mind consciousness comes into being. I mean, there can be 1 or 2 instances. We are just generally taking the nursery or Montessori days as a milestone. But it can happen before even the parents or someone at home can be teaching the child various things like mother, father, mama, daddy, baba, and things like that, or baby or something like that. But then that can be just 1 or 2 things, and then but the serious learning happens at an age where the baby can, where that system actually, we call it baby, the system can start to grasp and put together various forms and permutations of those basic perceptions. So what happens if in the class, in the nursery or kindergarten, the teacher will show an image and associate a sound and call it the alphabet. Isn't it? A, B, C is taught, the 7 colors are taught. Something will be, object will be given to the hand, and the feeling of solidity, softness is taught to the child, isn't it? So if one is given, say, a baby doll, then everything about the doll will be known, that child will be given to touch it, and then it will feel the solidity. But it won't only get the solidity, it will get the picture of the doll coming as an image. It is only an image that hits the eye. So when we say image hits the eye, it's not coming from outside. The eye vibration gives rise to an image. That eye consciousness, the sensation of light is there. Then by touching, the sensation of solidity is also arising in that moment. That is also a manifestation out of the speed of vibration. But what happens is the teacher, who is also obviously in ignorance, doesn't know that, how these things are getting formed, and shows a doll and says, here is a doll is like this, and so on. So the child touches the doll, sees the doll, and associates the word doll, sound, doll, with that image. Same thing with the alphabet. The letter A is shown or drawn on the blackboard, and then the teacher would repeat A until the child learns it. Reinforced sound associated with an image is then spun into that second spin, as we said, that the mind consciousness does, and the repeated vibration then is taken as a perception. The perception is now not anything else but the letter A. Because if anything was drawn on the blackboard, that also would have been just an image, isn't it? Just a light consciousness arising in the child. But what happened? By combining that image with the sound, the mind consciousness occurs, a new vibration. And now it is the new vibration and the new thought, new perception that is then considered to be true. The child then thinks that actually this thing is existing. There is such a thing called A. There is such a thing called the alphabet. There is such a thing called the 7 colors. This is red, this is blue. Everything is taught. Image is shown, a sound is associated. Image is shown, a sound is associated. A touch is given, and a sound is associated with it. And that is how these things have got combined. So the mind consciousness combines the smell, sound, and taste in different ways. Smell with sound, the touch with sound, the even just the bodily sensation with sound, everything is associated like that. And then these objects start to become real, isn't it? The child starts to learn these, but learning, and then what happens? It is the perception. The aggregates, 5 aggregates, occur all over again at that point. That sound and the name form getting combined gives a sensation. The sensation gives rise to a perception. The perception is what we call A now, or alphabet, or 7 colors, or red, blue. And then the fast-acting vibration is happening there as well, because this is continuously being given and it is continuously being seen. For it to be continuously to be given and to be treated as real, it has to be continuously seen. And the child, just like the adult teaching the child, gets deceived that because the image is unwavering, what is drawn on the backboard is unwavering because of the eye consciousness operating there. And then the sound, as long as the teacher is repeating A, the sound is also unwavering. And the child wrongly then believes, when the mind consciousness combines it together, that actually there is such a thing called A, there is such a thing called the alphabet, there is such a thing called the 7 colors, the doll, and so on, the rainbow, the blackboard, the school children, the mother, the father, the teacher, the classroom, going to class, home. So gradually these things now start to become real because there are names that are given to everything. And then the curiosity of the child gets piqued as well, isn't it? Everything they want to know. And when this world, so therefore gradually a world, so-called world with these objects gets created. But it is a manifestation occurring through the fast-acting vibrations. The mind consciousness does a spin of something that is only getting manifested through the system. The mind itself, that second cycle, the combining of the basic perceptions is also, as the Buddha said, the second is a natural phenomena that automatically happens. If you take even Tarzan in the jungle, hypothetically, even without an actual teaching, like a human teaching type of thing, automatically, even without the use of words, through other perceptions, other signs, there is a learning that happens at a tender age. And somehow or the other, with those perceptions, there is a feeling that comes about that those things exist, which is how the survival in the jungle happens. It might not be a human sound, but the sound of an ape, the various calls of different animals, whether it is a danger signal, whether it is not, whether it is a friendly animal, whether it is the loving mother ape, or whoever it is, certain things are discerned through perceptions. And it is through the perceptions that the living happens. But there is then, whether it is Tarzan in the jungle or the child in the human society, whatever it is that is discerned through perceptions, but all acting from the fast-acting vibrations, is taken as real. And when it is taken as real, that feeling of existence comes about. Now our noble teacher has really expanded this aspect and shown as has not been shown before. The Buddha himself has proclaimed and never heard before Dhamma. But consider for a moment, this aspect of how this has been unraveled has not been also explained before. So the noble teacher has, through self-realization, really been able to show how this the vibration in the sensor faculties is the way the whole thing is coming about. Now, all this time, everybody has been under the illusion that the picture was there outside. Everything is there outside. The light is there outside. The sound is there outside. Taste is coming about only because of something outside. Smell is also from outside, and so on. It is the noble teacher through his Sabhinya knowledge who has been able to actually discern something that the human body and mind is incapable, has been incapable of realizing. Why is that? Because this wisdom, the realization, is not something that can be discerned from the human eye. It is the eye of wisdom that is arising through the realization which is able to shine the light on how this whole mechanism works, which is exactly what the Buddha did. But for some reason, that part of it has not really come out in the understanding and the interpretation of the Pali scriptures. If one has the guidance of the noble teacher, one can extract out those actual hidden meanings in the Pali scriptures. But if a mundane person in ignorance is reading the scriptures, they will have their own interpretation of it, isn't it? If one would put one's own frame of mind, and with that narrow frame of mind try to interpret something which is vastly more profound. And that has been the case for everybody, because the lack of understanding, we take the interpretation of things in a different way, isn't it? Now, if you consider the current world and some incident that happens, somebody comes and tells you that, such and such a person is really good and, so nice and friendly and gentle and generous and so on. So you tend to believe it, isn't it? And so you also have grown up in a world where values of generosity, kindness is important. And so then there is a resonance with those, the aligning of values with that, what that person said about that other person is then taken because it is aligning. There is a aligning, isn't it? There is a consistency that is formed. That consistency itself is a telepathization. Unbeknownst to you, it is a telepathization. But then next moment, so you have these good feelings towards that person, positive feelings. But then later on, that other person, your friend, might come and say, oh, I thought he was a good person, but he did this thing. And I didn't realize he was capable of such a bad thing. Don't associate with him, this, that, and the other. So now what has happened? Now you are believing the next thing about that because of the deed that person did. Or maybe the interpretation, the perception your friend had of that person, you are also changing your perception of that person. So everything is just dependent on the perception that is arising at that moment, isn't it? You give one type of data, then the mind, the thought says, okay, put all that together and this is the perception about that person. And you put another set of data and then that person has now become a bad person. But then say 2-3 months later, your friend is coming to you again and saying, actually, I'm really sorry, I don't know why I actually said like that. That incident that happened, which I thought that person had done, actually that person had not done it, no. It had been someone else who had wrongly accused that other person of doing it. And he got the bad name, and that is why I'm sorry I gave you a wrong impression. This, that, and the other. Now that person comes and tells you, your friend comes and tells you this 3 months later. Now what happens again? Again, the perception occurs and the mind consciousness gives a thought saying, oh, now it's automatically correcting that. Again, new data, right? New data is now self-correcting on this side, and then a perception again occurs that that person is a good person. So, and then another thing can happen there. So then you can start to also think that your friend who is coming and telling you all these things is also maybe slightly either fickle-minded or doesn't really know to understand situations and is easily fallible. But then you might think that actually because of that I also got caught up in this whole thing, isn't it? So I also mustn't believe people when they say something just for the sake of it. So maybe I also need to be more discerning and more either, allowing the benefit of the doubt to people and so on. Now, you might think that you thought of that last thought, but that is also coming from the perception. That is also coming from the perception because everything that is being thought is actually getting generated through the sound, the touch, the taste and the smell, everything coming together. Whatever that is being heard is taken and perceived because it is matching all earlier data that has been there, which is telepathizing as past perceptions in this current perception here. And then giving you another thought saying that maybe your friend is also not a good reader of character. And then that thought again occurs to you that you are also not a good reader of character. Whether it is reading the friend or reading the person that she was talking about. And even that perception is coming because over the years there has been some kind of learning that has occurred that when someone expresses an opinion about one thing and then changes it again and changes it again and changes it again and is, kind of oscillating between all kinds of attitudes about one same thing, that person has not formed a correct opinion and is not a good judge of character. Even that has been put into you as a data. When I say you, there is no you here. So that example was given to say that everything that is being thought is actually a perception. Nothing else. It is just this thought that is occurring in this moment that is just occurring and that is it. But that occurrence of the thought is not yours. So if we go back to the perceptions at the child level, just to link the two together, the current example and how that child's teaching and learning happen. So those showing of the objects and the association of sound will give rise to those perceptions. The mind consciousness does the spin and gives rise and provides these new perceptions, rise like the apple, the alphabet, the doll, and so on. So this objects-driven world, sensor-driven world has finally now, with the help of the mind consciousness, given rise to a feeling of all this existing. Now there is a world that has got created around, and what does that do? It automatically then, through ignorance, gives rise to a feeling that I exist here. That it is I who is observing the world, experiencing the world. It is I who is seeing the doll. It is I who is seeing the apple, the alphabet, the rainbow, the colors, and so on. And because everything is not just objects, persons, people as well, everybody is identified with a name, isn't it? A conventional name is given for everything. And that is how this society, the conventional society, goes by. Because of the need to communicate, language is used with names being given to various things to differentiate one from the other. And through the names and the labels being given, they are identified. And it is those perceptions actually, fundamentally, they are just perceptions occurring in the mind consciousness because of names being given to it, labels being given to it. So the name and the label is a very superficial thing. We can call it the apple, we can call it the doll, but underlying that, what is there? Before the thought, there was a perception. It is the fast-acting perceptions due to the speed of vibration is what we call mental formations, and that leads to the thought arising. The belief that the apple exists, the belief and the feeling that the doll is there. So there is the object called a doll, and then there is a separate feeling that arises that there is such a thing called a doll. The doll is actually existing. So in that same way, the world is there now. The world full of objects, people, things, history, concepts, various things, countries, cultures, so on, different types of people, Western, Eastern, Asian, capitalist, socialist, all these type of things are now existing. This world full of ups and downs and wars and various things, suffering, all this is there now. Right? Gradually over the years, starting from that initial learning is there through at the teacher kindergarten level, then it progresses and it gets more and more complicated. It's learned through the education, tertiary education, through books, reading, through one's own background, environment in which one is growing. In all these ways, the learning continues to happen. But what is actually happening? These are all perceptions that are being taken in. The perceptions, because of names and labels being given, are considered to be real. But when that thing becomes real, what happens? The speed of vibration carries with it an underlying power. The power gets transmitted or translated into that thought. The thought is, as we said, a new vibration. So the more that vibration is repeated over and over again, reinforced over and over again through constant association, the strength and the power of that vibration becomes more and more. And that is how the clinging, the desire for various things starts to happen. From the childhood days, those perceptions have become stronger and stronger. Which is why we have very strong feelings towards our parents. We have very strong feelings about the house that we grew up in, isn't it? The school that we went to have the education, the friends, school friends, and so on. And then the crucial part of it is that not only are objects mother, father taught, the person here is also given a name and a label. So I also is given a name, Jane, Jack, or somebody. The person can be identified and shown in the mirror and say, there, that is you. You are such and such a person. So now you also become very much part of the world. So where there is a stimuli, where there is a mind object, which we don't call it that. We call it the mother, the father, isn't it? That's infinitely more interesting and attractive. But in the Dhamma philosophy, that is essentially what it is. The fast-acting vibrations have given rise through the senses to sensory perceptions. They have come together in what is a natural phenomena called the mind phenomena to form the mother, the father, the night, the sky, the rainbow, the school bag, the education, the teenager, the me and my likes and dislikes, both the dramas that I like. All this has formed over the years. All are what essentially perceptions. But the clinging, the desire happens as the perceptions have become thicker over the years, and it has gained a momentum, a power. And wanting to keep those things is the thing that actually keeps on propelling this self-existent field. So when these objects and things become real, you become familiar with them, isn't it? And then you don't want to part with them. You want to keep them around you because it is those things where the perception is strongest. That is giving rise to the feel of being alive. So when this world gets created purely through the perceptions, nobody knows that. The mind mechanism is such that it projects it not as an internal occurrence, but as if the world is actually existing outside and I am very much part of this world. So if I'm very much part of this world, then all these things are true for me, isn't it? My house is true, my husband is true, my children are true. My God, I can't do without them. I don't know what will happen if I lose one of them. I am such and such a person. I have these values. People have a regard for me in society, in the workplace. I have a reputation to protect. And if somebody says something, you're worried that your reputation will be damaged. All these things are what? These are all perceptions. And this, like every object, is taken to be true. And there is an attachment, a clinging. It can happen both in a positive way and a negative way as well. If there is a negative experience, the perception can get stronger and stronger, and there can be an aversion to a person or to an object. So it can happen in both ways, but in either way, there is an identification with that object always. Because if that thing is there is automatically, through ignorance, a perception that I am the one who's feeling it. I'm the one who doesn't like something. I'm the one who loves my mother. I'm the one who, die for my mother. Or, I die for the country. And so on. Because those perceptions have become real and reinforced over and over again. But it is fundamentally perceptions and perceptions alone. But then there is a feel also, that alive feel is coming out of taking the perceptions as real. But when one actually understands how this whole mechanism works, this starts to gradually unravel. This outside world, the noble teacher says, this outside world is the first step that has to be realized. When this mechanism of the mind is understood, this is how the whole thing works. And the teacher says that there is no way that this outside world can be experienced except for the senses, which is why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho nibbano. So now we talked about the sense-driven world being the world, but we didn't talk about that second phrase. Salayatana nirodho nibbano. So nirodho means the cessation through realization, not just cessation. You can think and think and think, saying the outside world is not true, not true, not true. I mustn't get, deceived by it. It's not true, it's impermanent, and so on. Because impermanent is also constantly used in these teachings. Not these teachings, but other Buddhist type of teachings. You would hear the word impermanent being used in and saying that because things are impermanent, you shouldn't cling on to things. You shouldn't attach yourself to things because they are subject to decay. That is not what the Buddha taught. The Buddha gave a far more profound truth here. And that is that what is manifesting will continue to manifest. But fundamentally, is there anything there? No, isn't it? All that is being associated is a perception. And how did that perception occur? Through these senses. The vibration, fast-acting vibration, gives rise to sensory perceptions. The sensory perceptions coming together forms a thought which is absolutely just a construct. So this mind construct is what has to be fully understood. And when that understanding is there and one constantly applies that. So the outside world is actually the crow, the car, the house is just what? We don't see a crow. The crow is an object that gets formed in the mind. The car is just an image that is there, that is discerned in the sensory level, but the mind recognizes it because of the teaching, the data that has been put into it as a car. And then each time a car is seen later, this perception, because it is vibrations telepathizing with vibrations. The perception then telepathizes with past perceptions, and the thought that it is a car arises. Again, in this thought. So it is in that way, all the data that has been, it's the data that is being churned over and over again, just like a computer system. It is a system here that is being run. Whatever has been taken in as a perception is then arising again when that object is being either heard as a sound or seen as an image and so on. So if I say doll now, immediately you will get a picture of a doll in your mind. But is the doll in your mind the same doll? So that's how it works. I think we're running out of time. But the perception-driven world that's the way it gets created. So understanding the Dhamma and the realization of the Dhamma will help to reduce the attachment, because one actually realizes that this so-called outside world is only a perception, and then the perception is also then understood as being nothing but combination of form and sound, taste and sound and so on. Past perceptions arising in this moment as a new perception, but fundamentally no substance. And when one transcends both those, completely understands there is no outside world as such, it's only in the mind, and that there is nothing permanent or static called the mind, it is the perception, which perception also doesn't have anything of substance. Then the realization occurs in a fraction of a moment that this whole self-view was arising because of this wrong perception, and that fundamentally there was no self here. It was only a wrong self-view that has been harbored all this time. So in that fraction of a moment, that realization helps to eradicate that self-view, wrong self-view, which is what we said at the outset is the Sotapanna stage. And then the traversing of the path occurs to the point of nirvana gradually, and the defilements are then starting to fade. The attachment, the aversion, the greed, the clinging, the desire for things will start gradually reducing, because the futility of everything is seen, because there is nothing, everything that we have called as everything is actually nothing. And so seeing that is actually then paving the way for that self-vibration to gradually come down to zero, which we call the nirvana, or the state of nirvana. Not a so-called state where it is something again, but it is the cessation of the self-vibration completely down to zero, that is called the non-vibration. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Thank you for listening, and Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, Therwan Sarnai Dhamma friends.
Tervan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Pada Namaskara Karani Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. This is another session of Buddothpado with regard to Buddothpado Dhamma sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Buddothpado Dhamma sermons are teaching all the pure truth of Dhamma. After 2500 years ago, what the Buddha has said is reawakening. So we are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma. What Aryan Mahanse has experienced by himself and revealing it to the whole world. So this Buddothpado sermons gives you the opportunity to understand the mind, the thought. Although Lord Buddha preached pure Dhamma 2500 years ago, because of certain situations, it was covered. So we will not be able to find that pure Dhamma although we were looking for. So we did so many things. We went in search of Dhamma from place to place with meditation retreats and even by reading a lot of books. Anyway, after finding out of this true Dhamma from Buddothpado, we understood that what we did was really in Anusodaya. What we have done is Anusodaya. So, the world outside had become to us. Once we listened to these Buddothpado sermons, we understood that what Lord Buddha has said truly. So we are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma. If not, don't know what will happen to us because we were collecting merits, thinking that we will go to the heaven. So this is completely different with what we thought earlier. So in Buddothpado sermons, what we are taught by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, what he has preached here in his sermons are not applicable to the mundane life. Conventional rites and rituals are good for the sustenance of society and culture, but recognizing the truth, the pure truth, is beyond all of these. Actually, Buddhist philosophy is beyond conventional thinking. We did not know that what the philosophy of Lord Buddha is, what Satyajnana is. We did not know it clearly. So this means Buddhist philosophy is beyond conventional thinking. This is really valid even today. The things we all consider real are in fact false. Reality is completely different. This is the point where we need to understand first. If we are going in this spiritual path, we should understand that what we see outside is not real. We have to identify the thought. This is something which we have never heard before. This is not something common. Normally, we think our perceptions are true. That means we are trapped with these six senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. We normally believe these the sensations getting through these six senses are real. Nobody has taught us this before. That is the most important thing. So because of that, we believe the sensations getting through these six senses are real. When only we heard these Buddothpado sermons, we got to know that the truth is realized. We recognize all are false. If not, that means if we can't recognize the truth, we are in ignorance. So because of this ignorance, we are in the cycle of birth and death. That means samsara. This is this endless suffering. If not coming out of the ignorance, there is no escape from this suffering. So this is what we have to understand. So until then, until we find out the pure truth, we are always suffering. We are in this sorrowful society. So we are in this mundane world. Most probably we believe to be satisfied we need money. So if we have money, we are really satisfied and we are happy. This is how we think in this mundane life with the ignorance. So when we have a very comfortable life, we are really satisfied. If we have tasty food, if we have comfortable, cozy clothes, so we think life is good. And this is the mundane way of life. So when time go on, when the clothes are worn out, we are looking for new clothes. So we replace them again. looking for the new style. And we always try to cling for the next thing. So we are running after what is the best. So the same thing will happen to everything, even clothes, the same thing. Just imagining the food. If we have tasted some kind of food, we need another next. So likewise it goes. If it is food, if it is clothes, and also even for education, it is the same. If we have done up to some kind of level, so we need the next level by passing exams or something like that. So in this ignorant way of life, we are never satisfied for anything. We always we are always looking for the next, the next, the next, something like that. So we want to cling on them. So this is the state of mind actually. Is this the truth? Because there is no lasting pleasure. All end up in suffering. So if you are trying your level best to keep it on, what you are trying to do is that you want to have it, you want to have it in a proper way. So everything ends up in suffering because you grow old. So there you will not be able to do anything else. So the life ends up there. So will you be able to see this Nibbana at this moment? Actually, truth is that Nibbana is seen at this moment. So this is what these days Buddothpado Aryan is doing from place to place. He is moving from village to village, from remote areas. He is walking from place to place, and he is giving this message to each and everybody. So at this moment, you can see this nirvana. It is not that easy, but he is giving it with the simplest way, where even uneducated or where small children, teenagers, so where they will be able to understand. At this moment, we have thoughts. Thoughts appear and disappear. If we talk about this thought, that is really the beginning point actually where we have to think of. It is no lasting thought. All are transient. Because of this thought, we are suffering. It is coming and it is again going, coming and ceasing. What we call the mind is also a collection of thoughts only. Our suffering is only in the mind. Therefore, seeing the truth in simple words is understanding the full functioning of the mind. The manifested world is created by our mind. Even Lord Buddha has said, you all know, we all are aware of this. The six senses themselves are the world. They are in Pali, we can say Salayatana loko, Chittena niyati loko. So whatever it is, good, bad, long, short, whatever it is, what is outside, that is what you see are not in outer subjects, but in your mind. So everything, what you think, everything everything is outside, not that so. So it is in your mind. Moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. The birth of a thought and death of a thought happens in the moment. The one who sees the birth and death of a thought will not find conventional death. This death becomes false. Birth and death happen at this moment. Before your outgoing breath happens, you need to contemplate occurrence of death. Contemplating occurrence of death means seeing the death of thought at the moment. Even Lord Buddha said if one contemplates death before the in-breath goes out, that is sacred. Seeing death in the moment is Shana Sampatti, which is recognizing the reality of the moment. Shana Sampatti. It is very rare for one to see the death in the moment. It is very rare to listen to Dhamma. It is very rare to get a human birth. It is very rare to live in a spirituality elevating place. We are struggling to understand the mechanics of the moment. If we could recognize the mechanism of a single thought, we see the truth. Sometimes we use the term aramuna for the thoughts. If we see one leaf of a tree properly, it is equal to seeing all leaves of the mango tree, if it is a tree of a mango tree. Similarly, if we could see one thought properly, we have seen the mechanism of all thoughts. So, this is really a nice saying, which has done in one of his sermons in Buddothpado's Aryan Mahanse, Akalyana Mityanan Mahanse. He is pointing out this very nice situation. It is nicely explained by Buddothpado's sermons. If you want to see one leaf of 5,000 leaves in a tree, if you want to identify one leaf, what you have to do is you have to identify one leaf and the rest of the leaves will be the same. What a nice explanation, isn't it? So likewise, if you see the mechanism of one thought, that means you have seen the mechanism of all thoughts. Therefore, seeing one thought properly, seeing Nibbana, or seeing the truth. So this is a very nice explanation actually. As you all know, as you all are aware, you know, we have only this moment. If we talk, it is only at this moment. If we talk tomorrow, if we have talked tomorrow, there is also this moment. even 5 years' time, only this moment. If we think past, it is only a thought in the present moment. If you think of the future, it is only a thought in the present moment. We have only this moment. Even the thought at this moment is not true. This is some kind of realization where you have to think deeply. Understanding of a thought, that means there is no past, there is no past, there is no thought of past, even in future. If you think about a future, that is only at the present moment. So even the present moment, there is no something such as even the thought at this moment is not true. Past thoughts are going. Future thoughts have not appeared yet. The thoughts appearing at this moment is also not true. To explain this, always we can talk about a book which is very common in Buddothpado. Aryan is taking the very common examples. By repetition, it is another way of stressing the ideas, the repetition. He's repeating the things always, and he is taking the same examples to stress about the idea. So these are really techniques done by Buddothpado Aryan to give the to aware with this Dhamma, to aware the people with this Dhamma. So when you see a book, do you think that the book is outside? No, the book is not outside. It is a thought in the mind. This book is created in the mind by binding color, form, and sound together. So always Aryan Mahansa is explaining these things even when he is having this Dhamma Yatra. He's always explaining this to these small gatherings. We can't say small actually, to the gathering, to the disciples of Buddothpado. So he gives this idea. The book is created in the mind by binding color, form, and sound together. So how the book came to your mind first? So this beautiful Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has given there this Montessori child. When you start speaking, so you were taught by the teacher, Montessori teacher, colors and sounds such as red, blue, yellow. Here color includes form as well, and sound is the word of the language you use. From an early age, objects are identified by binding color and sound together. Color and sound together. Until to date, this process is binding colors and sounds continued for your world transactions. All the result of combining colors and sounds, the mind or thoughts. Binding sound to other sensations happens in a similar way. When you hear the sound Parrot. A form of a parrot is created in your mind. So if you can have that practical within you when we tell something like this, so when you hear the sound parrot, the form of a parrot is created in your mind. If you hear the cow, a cow is created in your mind. If a person who does not know the meaning of this word, meaning of a crow or a parrot or cow or whatever it is, any form is not created in his mind like us. These are very nice examples because he has not bound the color to the sound, the parrot, crow, whatever it is. So only the sound is there. Do you see how a form is created in your mind out of the sound? Now, can you understand the mind is the result of binding colors and sounds? This is the truth you need to recognize, understand. So, this small part will explain a big thing actually. So, mind is the result of binding colors and sounds. This is the truth which you have to understand. So if we talk about this present moment, everything happens only at this moment. If you see the reality of mind, you will see that there is no book out there. There is no cow outside. All appears in the mind at this moment. So you are free from out objects. What you see outside, what you think is not really there. That is only a thought. Now, when you investigate the mind, you can find a book or cow or crow or parrot or whatever in the mind. No, we can't find anything in the mind. It is just the appearance of thought. So there, you from the very beginning there, when you think that the outside there is no cow or crow or parrot, so you are free from the out object. So here when you investigate the mind, you can find a book or cow in your mind. No, you can't find anything in the mind. So just appearing of a thought. So you are free from that mind as well. Now you know the outside is also not true. What you think in your mind is also not true. So you cannot find anything inside or outside. It is empty, the things, emptiness. No mental or material objects exist to be grasped. This is called animitta. As you all know, this is animitta because you realize that there is nothing, nothing in the sense outside. You are free from outer world, and also when it comes to the thought mind, we can't find anything in the mind. It is just appearance of thoughts. So you are free from mind, a thought. You are free from the mind as well. If there is no book, then no me also. If you understand this concept, there is no book. What you think outside, and it is not there. So then there is no me as well. The absence of me or individual self is the absence of things. This is emptiness. This is freedom from the mind. Although these are just words, You have to think deeply to understand this concept. Actually, this is the Buddha nature of the moment, Buddha nature. Even when we talk about Buddha's birth, is at this moment. Buddha's death is at this moment. Buddha's enlightenment is also at this moment only. Therefore, Lord Buddha's birth, passing away, and enlightenment is at this moment only. So when we consider that every moment is, if we say the Poya day, it's at this moment is the Poya day. If it is Vesak, every moment is Vesak, isn't it? If one realizes the truth, for him or her, every moment is auspicious. The greatest achievement in human life is the realizing the truth. That is the most auspicious thing. Most sacred thing. Awakening to Buddha nature is the most sacred, most auspicious time. All definements in that sense, pleasures will disappear with this awakening to the truth. For such a real seeker of this Dhamma, there will be no birth in the lower world. He will steadily progress towards Nibbana. All mundane people who are ignorant of the truth, there is a chance of getting birth in lower worlds, no matter how religiously they do meritorious deeds. The mundane world is full of wrong beliefs and concepts. There is no right vision. Sammaditthi. There is no Sammaditthi there. So most of the people are in this state actually. Definitely, they will have to have a great change in their lives. Lord Buddha even said there are two categories in livelihood. One is right livelihood, Samma Ajiva, and the other is wrong livelihood, Mithya Ajiva. We all know this. All mundane people are on Mithya Ajiva. Those who are on Samma Ajiva are in Arya Bhumya. Arya Bhumya is where the awakening to the truth happens. That means where this path to nirvana. The eightfold path is found only when the truth is understood. Then you start walking along Buddha's path. These who believe the world is real are far away from the truth. They are in the wrong perceptive. As Sarenvasi says, there is no difference between the animal and them. Until you hear the truth from the spiritual teacher of Kalyana Nityanand Vahansi and understand the truth, there is no end to the cycle of birth and death. There is no end to samsara. So what you have to have is you have to take everything simple. You should not make this as also a burden. Happily and leisurely, you have to know that we have only this moment and contemplate this over and over again. Turn inward your mind. Try to be attentively aware to the moment. That means see here. So this is very important. What you have to have is always you have only this moment and contemplate this over and over again. Inward your mind. Try to be attentive, aware to the moment. When you know this mind is false, when you know its falsity itself is the contemplation. It is the contemplation because you have to contemplate on this, as Aryan Mahansa is always telling in this these days. This is the practical thing that we have to do. When you know its falsity itself is the contemplation. So do not make this contemplation a burden and suffer. Because some people, when we hear in this even Andolanatmaka Deshana and so on, most of the people, most of them, they have a little bit of a burden and suffering. They are suffering. So you do not make this contemplation a burden or suffering. Because traveling along this spiritual path is very beautiful and light. But when you lose the beauty of this lightness, then what will happen? It will become a burden to you all. So when you create unnecessary clinging and expectations of Nibbana, it will be another burden, another suffering for everybody. It will be another mental illusion there. So you will not be able to find even the truth what you knew. So it will be another problem again then. As we have aware, as we know this is very common. If you have to catch a serpent, you have to catch it at the right spot. Definitely, it will bite if you do not do the same thing. Similarly, what you have to do is you have to listen to Dhamma talks with a keen intellect and grab the correct meaning. If not, it will be touching the wrong spot of that serpent. So, to give this message, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has given all these things he has simplified actually. So, in a very simple way, Kalyanamitthan Mahansa is trying to give this Dhamma to everyone according to their knowledge, according to their age. So he is giving this knowledge because Dhamma is something that we have to get without any burden. You should not make it complicated. If not, it will be a burden. Normally, we get used to all our past habits. So due to these past habits for a long time, we are naturally tempted to go outward. from this towards the world. However, when we listen to these Dhamma talks, we have to get that repetition. There is no thing outside. So when you think something like that, when you give that thought to the mind, there is no thing outside. Your mind is purified. It will get purified. So you are giving this mind, this is not true. You are going to cheat your mind there. So while doing that, your mind will be purified. Your ignorance will slowly fade away. Even for words, you have to practice that from the very beginning. You start looking inward. You start seeing your own mind then. How the thoughts are coming into existence and disappearing. So while this gradually, your misconceptions will fade away. Your wrong beliefs will fade away. And it will clear to you. First of all, what you have to do is you have to give this to your mind. What you think outside is not real. What you think, that is also not real. They are thoughts. Outer world, it is also a thought. It is in your mind. So the mind is also not real. So likewise, when you give that message to by yourselves to your mind, so for that wrong beliefs, it will gradually fade away, and it will clarity slowly will draw upon you. Your mind will be purified. From the very beginning, so your mind was actually pure, but we had to accumulate all these impurities, klesha. So there, our mind became impure. So from there, our mind, it was covered with keles, akusal. So if you train your mind that even for words, what you see outside, there is no thing outside. So the thought is also a lie. So that is what, so that if you identify your sita, the thought, aramuna, so gradually your mind will it will start getting purified. No need to rush this clearing or cleansing of kleshas will gradually happen. So automatically you will put into this spiritual path of Nibbana. So to understand this, you must have that wisdom, and also you have to get this message from the Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse. And also you must have a great effort to understand this. You should try your level best. That is very beginning, from the very beginning it is, you get this as knowledge, but later on you will gradually practice this and your wisdom will arise there. So this is what this pure Dhamma, this true Dhamma where you get from Buddothpado gives you. So actually, um, uh, then once you understand this, the outer world or mundane world will not become true to you. You will see that there is no I, my, mine concept here. You will become the nature at last. So this Dhamma is very beautiful. If you understand this, your sufferings will become, gradually it will become less, and at last it will become zero. So what Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is trying is, he is trying his level best to give this true Dhamma to the whole world. So those who are seeking, they will find this true Dhamma. If you are really trying to find true Dhamma, irrespective of your religion, caste, or gender, whatever it is, this is true Dhamma. There is no religion to this Dhamma. So try your best to grasp this pure truth, what Lord Buddha has given to us 2500 years ago, and at present what Aryan Mahan says trying to give us with his own experience. Nobody has given this before. So try your level best to understand this true Dhamma, and you will eradicate your all sufferings once you understood this Dhamma. So I will wind up this speech here, and I would like to give you this message. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. So our last wish is, may all beings be free from sufferings with the help of these Buddothpado sermons preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So, Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends, and I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Thiruvan Saranai.
From all the other five senses gets tied up to the image, it makes us feel that it is there and that it really exists. For example, when the child hears the word mother, all the recognizing signs of the mother comes to his mind at once. The shape of the mother, the sound of the mother's voice, mother's smell, the touch of the mother, and all these feelings reminds him of the mother. This is a Swabhavika Sansiddhya. Nobody does anything to remind the child about the mother. It just happens automatically. The child need not necessarily see the shape of the mother to remind him about his mother. This illusion of a mother materializes in his mind. Even if he hears her voice, sees her sari, or smell her perfume, it is all an illusion of the mind. The belief that the inside and the outside exist is known as the Sakkaya Drishtiya. Sak means it exists. Kaya means altogether. The belief that you think that you exist is Sakkaya Drishtiya. For each stimulus, Aramana, there are 5 other stimuli that come together to convince us that what we experience outside is true and it is real and that thing truly exists. And we really believe that this thing that is outside really exists. The belief that the outside exists is a delusion, a mulava. There is nothing as such. All the explanation given above is to teach you about how this illusion is formed. For you, this is only knowledge. You have to practice how to come out of this illusion and realize the pure truth yourselves. From this point onwards, let us learn how to practice going on the path to Nirvana. Every time you receive a thought, you have to keep in mind that it is only a thought and that there is nothing in it. Thank everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all and Vivashi Palan Wahanse. So, what is the main message, Shani, that you were reading about? What was the main discussion point there? I think it is about the perception again, isn't it?
Yes, it's how this all stimuli from the senses come together and make the mother. Yeah.
Yeah, so how the mind sensor forms and how it goes on and on. Yeah, we can start the discussion around that topic. So we have discussed this a lot, but in the sense of when we trying to read the book, we can go along that nicely. So we can talk about it again. So this is actually going back to the actual how one thought is formed, and when we try to understand how a baby, specifically baby in the cot, like for an example, a 6-weeker, how a 6-weeker would feel, not think. 6-weeker would feel a lot of things, but not think. But the perceptions are going to happen slowly. They might start with the hearing, they might start with the feeling, because or even the smell, because usually mother's smell, the smell of the milk, mother's smell, all that is kind of familiar to the baby from the beginning. And even though she doesn't know that it is mother, there's a familiarity, a recurrent exposure to same stimuli is happening, so that the smell would be felt as a thing, as well as it, when this exposure to mother is happening, even though we call like that, what actually happens is the function of the eye, function of the ear, function of the skin, function of the nose, function of the tongue. So when they all come at on kind of at the same time, there is always a correlation between these senses to identify it as one thing, because the smell comes, one form of light comes. And also mother's voice might come, because mother may be talking to the baby or singing a lullaby. So how this affects without even someone telling that this is mother, mom or amma. Baby has an idea. That is the perception that the perception of safety, perception of getting fed, perception of being cozy, like comfortable, is everything around that mother's experience, even though the baby might not know that that experience is called mother. It takes time, because someone has to tell, someone has to introduce that thing, like this is mother, this is mother. Can you tell baby this is mother? So that baby will slowly start to understand, if the baby calls out mother, that this figure, that mental figure, or in the sense eye perception and all the other perceptions, has kind of become a thing now, that is called mother. And when baby says mother, this actual mother who is thinking as mother is going to react so much. She's going to identify that there is a reaction when you say that name. And if that system keeps learning, that's how they might call that name from a room, and mother keeps running. Mother will run back to the baby. So they keep understanding, okay, if you want to get milk, if you want to get that soft feeling of mother, in the sense, even if she's not knowing that it is the mother, she will learn slowly, because these humans are actually very pretty quick to learn. So the system will learn, okay, if I say these few words, because the first few words come out of the epiglottis or the glottis, where that function is actually a reproduction of the sound that they heard. It is a reproduction. How can a child call out the word amma? How? Have you ever researched about this? How can a baby call out dad or anything else in that sense? They have to be they have to be heard. In that sense, you know that it is a reproduction of the mind, because when you hear that, it is going to be a thought, and thoughts can be produced through the glottis. So that is how the sound is coming out. So we know that actually the mind is the sound. Mind is a sound vibration. Do you get it? It's really important to understand this. Aryan Mansi has told this multiple times. Hita kyani dhvaniya. So the mind is actually a sound vibration. But in the mind, the sound is not there, just the vibration. Do you get it? Because when someone is thinking, there's no sound. It's like Kamal is climbing a tree. You can read it without any sound, but still the perception is there. Similarly, you might think something. You might think, oh, today is a good day. And you might not voice it, might not actually come out of your glottis. So the mouth. So when you understand that it's just mind is a sound, and this sound vibration has no sound in it. So do you understand this, how things keep changing when you start understanding Dhamma? That actually these perceptions have no power, have no meaning whatsoever. Even though we feel it differently, we feel a sense of belonging when we say my mother. We feel a sense of belonging when we say this is my house. We feel a sense of belonging when we say this is my son, or this is my daughter, this is my country. So don't you see when you say I, me, mine, it has a sense, it has a meaning, it has a weight, it has a kind of a thing in it, isn't it? Can someone actually comment on these areas, how this keep happening, and how I couldn't tell this part. Actually, even actions are output of this vibration as well. So the child stands and mother is shouting, child learns standing through example, because they might see it. Because whenever you see something also, you can copy that. Whenever you hear something also, you can copy that. So these actions will come out of that, because the child is going to see how other children or the parents are going to stand, but they can't stand. But then when the mother or father is helping them to keep the legs in the straight manner, and kind of force them to keep few steps, the mother shouts in happiness, father shouts in happiness, saying, oh, the baby is walking. They don't know that the action is walking yet. The word walking, they are not familiar with the word, but the action has a picture in it. Action has a picture in it, and they slowly learn the word as well. So when you say stand up, they have an idea of what it means. So likewise, all the actions, all the words, all the thoughts have this specific area that you can understand. Actually, there's nothing in it but the whole lot of perceptions, isn't it? Anything else to add?
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I think you gave a detailed encounter on that topic. Yeah, just few things that came to my mind regarding the same topic. One is that these all five senses may not come together in most of the instances, except in a situation like tasting a food. Now, for example, sorry, if a chocolate is offered to a baby, like maybe the baby is about 1 year or 1.5 years, if a chocolate is offered for the first time, uh, mother will say that like to taste this chocolate, like that she will make some comment and give it. So the eye faculty will vibrate and the baby will get a picture or a shape, uh, and the sound, ear vibration, the name chocolate comes along with that. And then when it is given to the mouth, the tongue faculty, the taste faculty will give a particular vibration and a particular sense. And also there will be a smell, where the smell faculty or the nose will have an input. Uh, and also the either the holding with the fingers or inside the mouth, that not very hard but not very soft, also something in between. And also when the chocolate is melting inside the mouth, there'll be a different feeling. So that is where the body sensor will come into action. So all this collectively provide the thought, this is chocolate. So this is in relation to a food. But when you are talking about some other topic like uh, maybe if we say elephant, uh, so the baby will have maybe a toy elephant. We can talk about a toy elephant. So the name or the sound and the picture, picture and the sound. That means the Shabda Varna in Sinhalese. Those two faculties will come together. And in such a situation, more data will be added with time. The other faculties will give the input time to time depending on the exposure. So longer the association with whatever the stimulus, the data or the mind bubble in relation to that will be stronger and thicker. Now the example you gave, particularly mother, now like mother, father, the mind bubble will be thicker where lots of inputs, lots of data is collected time to time. The love and care of the mother, mother's behavior and the way she is dressed, the way she is calling and her affection, and the times that she's trying to punish or warn you on something that you have done wrong. So like that, all the data will be collected time to time, but all of them are just one thought, just one spark. The very same spark will have all these information packed. So in relation to the food, as I said, the all five senses can come to action. But later on, what happens is when one sensor faculty is vibrated, for example, if the name chocolate is mentioned, that's a vibration of the ear faculty. Every detail that the child knew or as an adult knew about chocolates, the types that the favorite brands and the places where they bought or the types that they enjoyed with some others, and maybe everything related to chocolate also, chocolate biscuits or various types of puddings or whatever you mention. All these things, like apart from the main information about the chocolate, everything else around that or related will also be in that spark, that single spark, or that thought right, which occurred right now. Uh, and also, you mentioned about the actions, you mentioned about the words, and also not only that, even the thoughts, just a thought alone Now, for example, when a person is having a sort of long face, which has sort of with the appearance of darkened and that sort of facial expressions, or maybe a person with red eyes and looking sort of frowning look. Sometimes the child doesn't know what that sign or what that perception represents. So the mother or an adult might say that he has got angry, he's angry. Now the child will try to tie up. Well, I can't say the child will try. This is a part of the system. That appearance and the sound will come together, and the system will the recognize it as this is what is called getting angry. So like that, this is actually this sensor function is so complicated, and also it happens in such a speedy manner. It's very interesting in a way to see how the thought is formed right now, with all the data related to that, with all the exposures that happened time to time. It's not memory. It was called memory earlier, and now we know that there is nothing called memory, where this is stored somewhere in the brain. Brain is needed actually as a background organ, but there is no storage anywhere. This is the mechanism called synchronization or telepathization, where that previous, whatever the exposure, whatever the information that received time to time, will spark as a single spark right now, which we label as thought, and the late term will be, yes, I know it is chocolate, or I have tasted chocolate, or something. The way that it is expressed is like that. But what happens is this mechanism, where no one is doing and no one is responsible. It is a part of the natural process, natural system, and the spark will be individualized, highly individualized. Each system will have a completely different spark, depending on the exposures that happen time to time. Anything else to add? We can see Surangika and Sudharma also are there. Anything else to add? Thiruvan Saranai.
Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala, Dr. Kokila, and all Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my homage to Buddothpado Arya Mahase, and I was listening to your explanation, Dr. Sakunthala, regarding the thought formation. It is a natural phenomenon, natural process, and right now we have practiced the first point of contemplation. So when you were explaining how the chocolate came to our world, uh, as a thought. So in the first, I can talk related to first point of contemplation, because we have just finished with that. So everything is a thought, hopefully you all can contribute and correct me as well to better understand this. And so everything, now we believed, as ignorantly we believe that we live in a world that exists, and one day we will leave the world sadly with the death, and the world will still be there. So that was the understanding we had before we actually came across, and before we listened to True Dhamma. So in the first point of contemplation, the purpose of it is to uh, liberate from the external world, or in other words, to understand that the world, the entities that we see are not true. They are non-existent. So for that, uh, like, so we, as you very well explained, that scientific uh, scientific aspect of thought creation, how the vibrations, because as knowledge we have that now in the Buddhist philosophy. After listening to those sermons, now we know how the thought is created due to this speedy occurrence of vibrations of opposing charges. They come together, and the natural creation of power, the power is generated, and mistakenly we feel that it is the self. So, and now in the first point of contemplation, what we actually experienced was now all these sensory organs or sensory faculties, uh, they, depending on the capacity of these sensory faculties, certain depictions or projections happen. So, uh, the, for example, if we take the eye, so the moment you open the eye, probably you might see some shape, and the fact that it is a Buddhist flag is a thought. The moment that projection comes, in no time that label comes, but it is a thought. It is not that the Buddhist flag is out there, but the shape uh, at once get entangled with the name, and then if you see the projection, or the moment the eye catches another shape, the label, the jack tree or a kumbuk tree comes, then another shape, paddy field, and a sound, a bird sound. So where does it come? So for 1 hour we've been practicing that, to come to terms with this, actually to uh, come to realization that everything is in the mind. It's the mind. So we walk, so walking happens. The moment some sensation comes, some hardness is felt, and the thought occurs. It's the ground, it's the grass, it's the concrete floor, it's the tiled floor, or so on and so forth. So it's a beautiful experience. The first point of contemplation, just to liberate, or to understand that everything is the mind, and we live in a world that is mistakenly created as real. So in the second point of contemplation, what happens is, now we have made the mind the culprit. Everything is in the mind. So is there actually something called mind? Is there something existing as a mind also? To look to uh, figure out that, uh, in the second point of contemplation, we need to analyze that so-called thought further. Like, okay, Buddhist flag. Now you first we know that it is a thought, and then how did it occur in our life for the first time? Buddhist flag, is it coming from, as we used to believe, is it from the memory lane in the brain? Because when we actually study the vocabulary items. We used to believe in neurolinguistics also. These vocabulary items get stored in different types of memory lanes. And when there is some trigger, stimuli occurring, it triggers and it comes, and so that is how the memory works. But with this true Dhamma, as you very well explained, Dr. Sakuntala, this telepathization or synchronization, it is not something that got stored in the brain, but it is then and there, it occurs. So, in the second point of contemplation, what we experienced was actually there is no substance in this thought, like Buddhist flag. It's a thought, but how did it first occur? Maybe if for several entities, we had to contemplate and we had to go back to our childhood or early childhood to make sure that it was introduced to us by somebody at some point. So it's so beautiful. So we are still in the process of this practical approach. We have just completed 2 points of contemplation. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Ms. Surangika. Yes, I stopped here.
Yes, Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I think that was very good timing because you have had a practical session and then you could explain what you were experiencing, what is meant by thought. Everything is in a thought. Would have been very easy for you to explain also because you just had the walking meditation and experienced how it happened as a flow in the thought. So this is actually these 4 steps that you were trying to explain. The first 2 you explained. That is the beginning of the pathway to understand what is this self-perception or this Sakkaya Ditthhiya, which is a thought, which means the self-existence or the self-feeling, self-perception, all are used for the same meaning, the feeling of self. So that's a thought. That is something that is new actually for a person who is newly listening to these Dhamma discussions. How can myself be a thought? How can the world be a thought? How can my mother be a thought? How can my house be a thought? So it's something new. We have to sort of dig deeper into that. When you understand, when you listen to these Dhamma facts, then little by little it helps to shed some light to the darkness that we have been in, which we call the ignorance or avijja in Pali. Because without realizing that these are creations of the senses, depending on the nature of the animal or the human being, the world created by these senses is taken as real. So that is when the world is taken as real, when you do not realize this huge illusion or this huge magic that we are covered with, when you realize that, when you do not realize, what happens is this real world or the real myself is taken very seriously, and that is where uh, all the defilements start. That is the root cause for the defilements. Would Surangika like to join with some inputs? Terwan Saranai.
Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Terwan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. So I think the 2 points of contemplation was very well explained. And I suppose it's the second one that is the most challenging. Well, you can't actually say that every aspect is challenging for beginners. Just to understand the first point of contemplation can take a long time, depending on how much of inner reflection and penetrative insight one exercises in that, and being diligent in putting it into practice. It's one thing to listen to the true Dhamma philosophy, and that listening to it intently with focused attention is also a key part of this whole process. But then along with that comes the practical aspect of it, which Sudharma just mentioned. And that's why this whole practical program is so important as well, because you have to, what you do in the one-day practical program, that is just a training, a coaching with guidance and assistance from the spiritual teacher, or those who have, or those advanced practitioners who can guide people to navigate that first point of contemplation during a practical program. But then it's up to the follower to then use that as a guidance, but then adopt it in the day-to-day daily activities as well, and continue to see how that how the external world, how that is not a reality, and how that this is just a construction of the mind. And even the second point of contemplation, as you progress to the second point, to understand how whether there is anything in the mind, as Sudharma mentioned, is there anything of substance? You know, we talked about the mother, we talked about the chocolate. Is there actually chocolate in the thought, in the perception? Isn't that just a perception? I mean, if you think about the gooey nature of the chocolate, is there a gooey nature? Is there a liquidity? Is there a solidity in the thought? The perception of solidity, there is no solidity. The perception of taste and perception of chocolate, even taste for that matter. Is there such a thing in the thought? No, it's just a perception. So keep on unraveling this is very, very important in order to completely see through and through this whole falsity, isn't it? This whole mirage of perception that species or beings or humans, everyone kind of gets trapped in. And then if we come back to the practical program, and the next step, which you will probably get to in the afternoon or at some point, is once there is that realization that the external world is not true and that it is just a conceptualization in the mind consciousness, and then the mind or the thought itself, there's nothing of substance, it's just a perception. What happens then for the third point is the fact that the action mind of the Kriyasita comes into play, where still there is a seeing, still there is a hearing, there can be a tasting, or if one is actually engaging in the walking meditation, there is still the feeling of touch or contact with the ground and the feet. But the touch becomes just a touch, the hearing of perhaps the birds singing in the trees, or the wind rustling through the trees, that just becomes a hearing. That doesn't dissipate, that doesn't get lost. So the senses and the perceptions arising out of the sense faculties are seen as they are, and then finally the progression to the final point of contemplation, where when one sees the sense of seeing as the seeing, the hearing as the hearing, the contact or the touch as the touch, the realization gradually dawns that there is no doer here. There is no person seeing. There is no person hearing. The actions still go on, still continue. As long as the sense faculties are there, the functioning of the senses still continue. And the sense of that whole falsity of self-perception gradually dissipates. And that is the crucial part of the fourth, I can't say final, but the fourth stage of contemplation. But a very key point. But to get to that, each of those 4 steps are so important and needs to be practiced very diligently to get to that point. I think I remember Aryan was saying this morning, I haven't finished listening to the talk, but even for the second stage or the third stage, even the fourth stage, I think perhaps it was the fourth stage that he was explaining in a bit of detail this morning, that there are followers who don't really understand who cannot get to the feel and understand that there is still that perception of self still remaining, and that they are not conscious enough. The awareness is low. And that is where the guidance of the spiritual teacher, the guidance of advanced practitioners becomes so important to explain and to find out, to kind of help that person through any issue that that person may have, and help unravel it a bit more. Because as we have discussed in many, many Zoom sessions, it is those last few stages that become so intricate, isn't it? So challenging for one to unravel for oneself. So the guidance and showing of the way by the spiritual teacher becomes very important at that stage, when particularly in understanding the mind consciousness more than anything else, because of the intricacy of the thought process. And once the cessation of the sensual world, or when there is a bit of a getting away, or the relinquishing of the sensual world, the form and the formless world, understanding that aspect and the perceptions there becomes very, very intricate, very, very fine. So that is where the advice and the guidance helps. So perhaps Dr. Kokila, you can elaborate on those aspects a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, practical aspect is the challenging part, I would say, because the theory part, actually, the knowledge part would be, or to think about this is easy. I mean, even that may not be easy, because sometimes you can't really get the idea of it. But then once you get hold of the idea, still there's a challenge of feeling that true. It's always known, will be felt by that system. So it is sandiktika. So it's very difficult sometimes to actually understand. But the way we understand would be the normal friend. Normal friend might feel the way that whatever the vibration now, when if we are talking about an event, how the vibration is that about now, or if whether the angle is wrong. So there are aspects that we can catch on. But that's the importance of a noble friend who has finished this part as well, because it's very important to guide someone till the end. And if someone has not actually felt the end, or in the sense has become the zero vibration, might be a bit difficult to comment on that. But that person may be able to help for the beginners. So that's how it goes. And the mainly is about letting go, and letting go of self, in that sense, you losing you, that once we said. So you losing you is a bit difficult, because we are very, very happy to lose other things. I mean, we are not, sometimes we are not happy, but still it's okay for us to lose other things. But you losing you is a new phenomenon, new concept, which we haven't understood fully. And once it happens, it is very clear. But to even become that would be something that you keep understanding that you can't do anything about it. So to a level, the feel will be just changing very slowly according to the defilements, how thick the defilements are, isn't it? So it's everyone's, everyone is having a challenge here, and the noble friend is there to help you, so everyone can join a Zoom discussion and ask Aran series. So he's back with the 7 o'clock one as well. And I heard him talking about another Zoom discussion as well. So he might actually keep Zoom discussions for 24 hours. So yeah, it's just matter of just coming into a Zoom discussion and asking a question and divulging yourself, in the sense divulging how much, what vibration you have, and that might help, completely help that person. Whoever who talks actually will get this better. I think will get this better and faster than a person who doesn't want to talk or want to discuss these things, and who is open-minded. That's so important, because if you're not open-minded, and you might get trapped in the thoughts, even though the value will be not there. You might trap in the thoughts, or you might trap in the feel. Who knows? It depends on what level you have gone into. And noble friend main function, I would say would be is to like warn the student, or warn that person, say, hello, there's a bit more. Or in the other way around, Lord Buddha once came and said to Sariyut Swaminathan, Venerable, he or she had attained nirvana. Why are you still talking? So there will be things like that happening all the time, because it's the best person is usually the best teacher. Best person is at the moment is Aran. I'll say he can feel it, he can advise about it, he can talk directly, which will be uneasy for some and easy for some, because it's when Aran say is so direct, even though it is so hurting, someone might actually take it nicely. Some may not. who knows? Some may not. Doesn't matter, but as far as you understand, it's some kind of help that is being offered to become the non-vibration, isn't it? Is there anything to add?
Just just one thing I thought I'll bring out, which Aaron Mansi raised this morning, which is a really good point. That's say it in Sinhalese, the Dhamma Udachaya, which means the knowledge that we have. I mean, we talked about first understanding this true Dhamma, because that is the first part, which is absolutely essential. But then there are followers who have listened to it for a couple of years, and instead of or they might be even thinking that they're doing the practical aspect of it sufficiently or adequately, but maybe it is not enough. Maybe the application of it is not enough, or the way they have understood or applied themselves. So what happens is the interest in the Dhamma, the Shraddha, or all those things are there still, and the person is absolutely intent in following the path, listens to every Zoom discussion, maybe even participates, and so on. So it becomes quite knowledgeable, as we said, Dr. Kokila, the theory aspect of it. And I think, I'm sure, speaking from experience, that some of us may have already also experienced that our favorite topic is the Dhamma, isn't it? The worldly things, to a great extent, have faded into insignificance, isn't it? All the things that we held dear and valuable, things that we chased for years and years, have now, one can't even remember that those were of any value. What has come to the fore is the Dhamma, isn't it? This beautiful Dhamma, as we always say. And then we analyze it in all kinds of angles. We look at it in different ways. We look forward to the talks. All this happens. So everything is well and good. But then, as our advancer says, are you going to continue to be listening to the Dhamma? Is that the purpose? Is this just a syllabus, he has asked so many times on the Zoom, isn't it? Is this something that you will learn like just another subject, just another degree? Or is that the purpose of this Dhamma? No, it isn't. It's the liberation from all things that is holding this vibration, so-called self-vibration, tied down to this samsaric cycle. That is what the Buddha wanted people to understand, by understanding the mind and liberating from this, by truly understanding and realizing the truth and coming to the non-vibration. So that aspect is quite important, because if there's any listeners, and particularly we know that even in the Western societies, there's quite a few people who really like to analyze the Pali, the Tripitaka, and the Pali canon, and so on, and they know lots of stories and all about the Buddha's days and various ascetics, this, that, and the other. But is that itself good enough? What is the ultimate aim? And then we've heard about, Parva, if that is the canoe or the raft. Ultimately, that is only a means to get to the end, isn't it? That is not a means by itself. So that message is really key to Buddothpado followers, because if anyone has taken, you can't say anyone, but if any, just for the sake of saying it, if anyone has put effort, the maximum possible effort in cutting through all these various things that have been said about so-called Buddhist teachings, and cutting through to the core and showing the truth, it has been Aryan Mahansa over the last 5 years with over 10,000 discourses. So if one misses that key message, it's a real shame. It's a crying shame, actually, because all the purpose and the intent of the noble spiritual teacher and everybody else who is participating in these talks and conducting the talks is to get the followers and get people onto the path, but not to continue just talking about the Dhamma, but actually realizing the truth, isn't it? So that message is key, and not just listening to it again, but taking that to heart and then actually seeing, being aware of where the defilements are, being aware of where one is stuck on the path is absolutely crucial in order to clear that pathway further, so that that liberation can be attained.
Yeah, actually, I think what happens is if someone is well aware about how much defilements or kind of what vibration you have, in the sense when we talk like that, it's as you have a vibration. That's not the thing. It's the vibration itself is the reason for you to believe that there is self. The vibration, we call it a vibration for the sake of explanation, because there's nothing like that either, but it's something you feel. So kind of, if you know the defilements, it's you're not going to be deceived by the any false thoughts. But the trick here is anyone can actually feel anything in the thoughts. The thoughts are very deceiving. Thoughts can make you to say, yeah, I don't know Dhamma yet, or I know Dhamma now, or anything like that. It is very very easy to get carried away by thoughts, which we are very familiar. I mean, everyone, any human being is, the habit is to get carried away by the thoughts. That's the whole point, I think. The habit of getting carried away by thoughts, that's the practical aspect of this. And even about Dhamma, you can get carried away by the idea that either you don't know Dhamma, or I know Dhamma, or whatever the way that is. So it's very important to realize how this works, how this mind works, basically how mind works as a, in like, it's like a magic creator, the mind. So you can get tricked any way very easily, and we have been. So we know how that works. Everyone knows how that works, because we get deceived each and every day, isn't it? Anything else anyone can add?
Yes,
Yes, Kokila, what is the going on? Just now I coming here. Yes, Kokila.
I don't know, so Shani read a piece of the, not
Yes,
piece, a part of the book, and
yeah.
and we were discussing about the perceptions, and then the discussion went on in several angles. That's all I answer.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was about
what's now just you are talking about? I want to know.
it was about because Surangika was describing how today morning you did a very beautiful discussion and was talking about carried away by Dhamma, in the sense in Dhamma Udache. That is, I don't know what's the English word for that, but getting carried away by knowing Dhamma and, getting lost in this path, something like that. And that was the last part, Aranaz.
Mm.
Today morning, I actually haven't finished listening to that yet.
Yeah, exactly. No, Dhamma is not nothing, is anything. Dhamma is nobody is here, no one is here, no? It's
Yeah.
only the system is working, it's easy. But people have problems how believing, how trust. I mean, this is not a trust, so believing this is experience. So that is the important, I think, is this Zoom discussion is going on, the explaining the their problems and question, and people have questions, people have problems. What is this explaining? How is this talking about? That's the, we won't do this. Our duty is explaining this. Our experience is very important. So Kokila also, you have experience, that is very important. So Suranka have experience, that is very important. So what is the our monasteries are doing? There's someone have depression, or someone have there's a or mentally something is going struck or something wrong. So he want to he want a place, he want what's he doing, who contact, where's the place. So someone asking. So that's why we are made in Sri Lanka here. Many monasteries is like Metmal Arana Metmal, there's a relaxing centers. So international meditation centers. So it is very important, our people. So otherwise whole world people in the struggling, people in struggle. So people want the relax, people want the peaceful mind, people want the quiet and calm, people want this there's a samadhi. So this is not a temporary is happening. So Buddothpado Dhamma discourse we are going, that's a truth. What is the truth? Someone understood the truth. That's defilements. That's fading. No, it actually is happening. So otherwise, sadness and suffering is not coming again, because he know the truth. He know nobody is here. No one is here. Actually, what is this life? What is the birth? What is the death? So people don't know the truth. It's just a nature like that. So we can say this easily, but it is actually is the happening. So we want to explain how is happening. What is this world? So there people have alive feel, people have soul, but people have the feeling. So what is this feeling? What is this alive feel? How is telling nobody is here? We say everything is happening. No, so we are here. No, so someone asking the question, so we want given the answer. So we have experience. No, that's experience is very important. No, the practical side is very important. But first you want to know that the knowledge is coming. It's okay. Nobody is here. No one is here. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? You are the power. Power. What is that power? Is mind power. How is this mind power is coming? How is this mind power is constructed? How is this is happening? So it's very important. No. It's very important. This Dhamma discourses is going that way. This Dhamma explaining is going that way. So today morning and the that's not only the morning. That's at 9:30. Otherwise, the yesterday that the Andolanatmaka is is the it's 7 o'clock Sri Lankan time. That's Sri Lankans know this. This very important. This Dhamma discourses. So new generation, new guys. So how is this Dhamma is getting? What is the point? What is the first we want to do? What is the explaining is the first. So it's very important. That's why these days I'm going I try to doing. So it's very important, no? Kokila, what you think about?
Yes, Aranaz.
Yeah.
It's actually really important because there's so much other talks in the sense there's so much various types of Dhamma out there, like they call it Dhamma.
But is they calling Dhamma? There's a religion like that. It's not real one. So this is not a religion. This is a truth. What is the truth? Buddha's explaining the truth. What is the truth? What is this world? What is the truth? Not two. Not two. So one is the truth. What is the one is the truth? I ask him that we don't want the religion or anything. So it's not our matter. Is that is not our matters. So we want telling the truth. We want to understand the truth. So when I was a baby, childhood, I have a question. What is this world? Who am I? Where am I come from? So where are I going after death? What's happened to me? What's this life? Is a real questions, no? It's a real question. So every human have this question. So this, what is the answer? It's not a religion. We won't know the truth. We're like a blind guys, no? We don't know the truth. What happened? Someone is telling this, so we are believing. Why? Why we are believing? After death, we don't know what happened to us. Why we are trust? Why we are believing? We are not like a house telling that the type of there's a so this, misconception. Why we are in misconception? We don't know the truth. No. So this explaining is very important. No. This Dhamma discourses where it's going. That's very important. First is we want to explain the truth. Secondly, practically is experience is very important. It's experience. It's not a believing. It's not a trust. You can experience it. It's a practically side. It's a practically Buddhism. No, Buddha. What is the Buddha word? It's not a religion. What is this Buddha word? Non-existent field. Non-existent field is the Buddha word. What's the meaning is Buddha? It's not a person. Siddhartha is a body. Siddhartha body. How is becoming a Buddha? Well, everybody becoming a Buddha now. What is this Buddha word? It's only the word. We are using that word. This non-existent field is there. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working like a nature. Everybody is same now. Everybody have the blood. Everybody is breathing. Everybody have birth and death. What is this world? It's a believing. It's a trust. How silly guys. No. What do you think about Kokila? This is Dhamma discourses is going. What is the truth is the important.
Yes,
We won't tell other people, other religion, other the countries also. Everybody, people. Why war is here? They are thinking other guys are we are other one. No, everybody is same. It's a nature like that. So nobody is here, no one is here. That is why we are nature. So peaceful world is coming. Why peaceful world is not here? It's the ego. What is this ego? People thinking I'm the other one. Others are others. What is this silly mind? What is this monkey mind? No, it's like animals. No. What is the humans meaning? What is this people's meaning? Who is the humans? Is the silly guys like this? Like these animals? What is this? People know the human can understand. So animal can't understand this. People can understand. Understand. That is the wisdom. What is the wisdom? Nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is happening systematically. How is our senses of creation? How are you looking? It's like a camera. No? How are you hearing? Something happened to your ear. You can't hear the voice or anything. It's a deaf. You are deaf, no? How can you hear? Are you blind? How can you see? Is your camera working? Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. This equipment like that. Our senses. Senses are given you to this world. It's not real. What do you think about? What do you think?
yes, Saranas.
Yeah, that's very important. This inside meditation. Inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. We all know this, but concentration meditation sometimes is okay, no problem, because your mind is going everywhere. How you can see this? That's why concentration meditation is no problem. But it's not the truth. Someone know the truth. It's very important. Know the truth. Truth is very important. So many guys is asking the questions. So various of guys, Chinese guys, or other really. I said, no problem. What is your country? What's your? You are human, no? You have mind, no? You can think about, no? What is this world? Who are you? You are not your mind, you are not your body. It's the power. It's a mind power. How is mind power creating? This your sensor creations, like a solar power. That's why magnetic power like that, electric power like that, your mind power. What is this mind power? It's your ego. How is this ego is coming? That's important, no? It's the thoughts are given this power. How is thoughts power is happening? How is coming this power is this thought? How is this creating? Nobody is knowing, no one is doing. It's systematically happening. It's a natural phenomenon. No, that's the nature, no? We don't know the nature. We don't know humans. This process. How is this process? How is this programming coming? Muslims are in other program. Christians are in other program. Hindus are in other program. Like a Buddhists are in other program. It's a program, no? What's your that's your birth time. When the kindergarten time. You don't know before the kindergarten time who are you. It's a radiant mind, no? You haven't a defilements also. So how is coming defilements? How is coming ego? When you are baby, you can think about it. No, it's okay. May I
Yes,
wrong?
Sarana.
So what is this? We are doing? That's explain the others. What is the truth? That's the Buddha's. Why Buddha? We are wise man. We are the Europeans and UK guys are English guys are talking about the wise man. Who is the wise man? It's a wisdom guy. Who is the wisdom guy? It's the Buddha. What is the Buddha word? Why worth this Buddha's word? This nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. No, that's the Buddha's words. No, it's not a religion. It's not any other. The people won't understand. It's the truth. That truth is very important, not any other. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka, we are talking about the Buddothpado. What is this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses? It's very important, this word. It's not a religion. It's a truth. It's explaining our sense of creations, given this whole thing, everything. No? It's very important.
Yeah,
This
basically
practically side is
everything.
very important. It's practically side, how you can experience it. You can feel it. In nothingness feel. Is nobody is here. No one is here. In non-existent feeling is here. That's the wisdom. Wisdom is not a knowledge. It's experience. This world is what is the truth. What is the real world? You are not in the real world. You are in a simulation world. Every living being have individually this simulation worlds. It's not real. Human also. This world, how many humans? 8 billion, no? 8 billion, no? Humans.
Mm.
So 8 billion have 8 billion worlds. Unbelievable. Yeah, individual. A system. A census given you to world. Your world is not other one world. It's your system is given you. This system given this world is not real. It's a program. It's like a program. It's like a SIM card, your phone. Your phone, you upload in the SIM card, no? Data, you are given the data, no? What is these details? It's not real. After you are thinking, this is our world, that one is the other world. What is this? What is this world? Your picture world, your sound world, it's your sensor world. It's a sensory world. No, that's why Buddha's talking about. This world is not real. So someone is thinking that this world is real. He is in this world. So you know this. This light is how it's coming. It's your eye creation. How is your sound coming? It's your ear creation. So this light and the sound and form together coming, that's a thought. Thought is not real. So where's the goal? Where's the goal? No, anywhere. Where's the iron? Where's the red, yellow, blue? Why kindergarten time babies is studying this? Teacher given the picture, eye given the sound, ear. Red, yellow, blue, oval, rectangle, and apple, orange. What is this programming? Is this real? No, it's a program. It's a upload in the data. Finally, you have a film. You are in the film. But someone know this program. He is not in the film. He's awakened to the film. No, that's the dream. Like that film. It's not real. It's your film. It's not real. You are the producer. Finally, someone understood the truth. He is the producer. He know how his film is going. So that's the very important. That's the tranquility point. That's the your freedom of mind. No, that's the that's the that's the that's the free mind is coming finally. It's a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind because this world is not real. You also in the world. The world is not real. You are also not real. This death and birth are also thoughts. So who is death? Last briefing, exhale and inhale only happening like a robot. What is this? System is working. Your thoughts also come in systematically. How is this happening? It's okay. We can talk about future tomorrow. It's okay. What's going on? What's the popular thinking? This is your night time. You have a dream, no? It's a Christmas day. It's a Christmas. I think it's a present for you. No, everybody. It's the Santa, no?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. That's the real part. Someone know the truth. He have the happy. He is the happiness guy in this world. It's okay. Endless
Yes.
happiness. Yeah. That's the. I think is the prize. It's the best prize is truth given this world. That's the jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle all the world. It's nice, no? It's nice feeling.
Yes.
That's right.
Best to do.
Best prize, best. I think is this world won the truth. Yeah, it's very important. That's your happiness here, endless happiness. It's a truth given to you. It's very important, everybody. That's the Buddha's present. These people. It's very nice feeling, no? Finally, you like a sky, you like a wind. This is a radiant mind like that. It's nice feeling, no? Yeah. Why are you worried? Why are you suffering? Why are you in stuck? No, you can't tolerate. Your thoughts have value. It's given you to headache. It's nothing. No? What is this?
I think anyone who is open-minded will get this. It just they have to listen to this or hear this by chance.
It's a wrong vision. People in the vision. That's why. Misunderstand. The misconceptions. That's why they are. People can't smile because machine like that they are working. They want money. Yeah. They want foods. They want job. Yeah. Everything. It's your body. It's maintaining, no? This is your life. But why you are maintaining your body? You won't know the truth. You won't understand the truth. It's the freedom of mind. Finally, you have free mind. That's the tranquility. That's a peaceful mind. It's very important, everybody. No?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's finally fade in the defilements, fade in the ego. That's why nice person is coming. It's like a pure human. It's okay. Okay, Kokila, I think tomorrow you have more energy. Today I heard your voice and others' voice, no energy. So what I'm doing, given the energy, it's the truth giving you the energy. It's a nothingness energy. What do you think about Sri Lanka?
Yes, there was an answer.
Now
Let's
is the
take
Natal
it.
is coming. No, now is the Christmas coming. Have you Christmas tree? Yeah.
No, I don't
No
answer.
decorations because your mind is no energy. No decorations. Christmas tree is empty. No shine, no sunshine, no any lights, no energy. What is this? Christmas tree now is energy have because truth are coming. Buddothpado in this world. No,
Yes, yes,
that's
very nice.
rising. It's very nice. It's okay, everybody. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yes,
Kokila, haven't you Christmas? Ah, yeah, you have also
yes,
Christmas.
yes, yes, very nice.
Yeah, why people thinking why Teruan Sarana is not coming here? Triple Gembas? Triple Gembas also here. No problem for Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
It's nice, yeah, it's nice. What is these words? No words haven't done anywhere,
no, yeah, no, really.
Only the words. It's okay. Yeah, happiness is very important. Yeah, everybody, be happy. It's you understood the truth. You try to understand the truth and be happy. Peaceful mind is coming. Free mind. Thank you. Tomorrow we can chat again. There was a line.
There was a
There was a
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Yeah, there's no much. We'll hope some friends will join the Zoom and so that we can have a discussion. So we have been discussing about what Buddothpado is discussing these days. It's a bit, maybe a bit too difficult for beginners. So we actually keep discussing from the beginning, and we discuss mainly about this non-self or non-self angle. So I can see Dr. Sakuntala is here. Dr. Sakuntala.
Terasanai.
Yeah. Do you have a topic? Anything we can discuss today or suggestions?
We were discussing about the, why we should bother about this self-perception, why it's so significant, isn't it? And you gave a detailed complete sort of discussion and complete description of why we are worried about this so-called Sakkaya Ditthi or the self-perception. And you explained how it carries. It doesn't stop in this life, in this body, physical body, but the current which continues. And that is why we are born here as we are now, because of that current. So maybe we can extend that discussion further, because that is Sakkaya Ditthi is something that is the most difficult part, I would say, in the understanding. We can know it. Yeah.
Yeah. One point is we keep highlighting this every day, but I think it is good to keep highlighting it every day, that there is no self. Just the basic truth. It's a universal truth. Actually, there's no self. So, but then the problem comes. Then what is the thing that we feel then, that as a continuity or the duality, or how do we feel that? We feel something happening here. So how does that happen? That is the thing that we keep trying to understand, and then we understand that it is due to ignorance that we have attributed this sensory organ like we have sensory organ vibration, and that we have attributed the sensory organ perceptions, and how the power actually originated, in the sense now we are born with that power, kind of, because always for a zygote to start functioning, we all already know that even though the genetic parts are from the ovum and the what the word also, but the sperm and the ovum, even though there is a genetic part from that, there's always a very good understanding that if you have two babies in the same time born, everything same, even looking same also, that they are the actual vibration is different. So how come this happen? Is because the vibration which has telepathized into that vibration in the zygote is different. So how does this happen? There is a vibration of the zygote, yes, and telepathization happens because there is a vibration here. And now, what are we going to understand here? How do we stop this happening so that it will, as when this system stops, in the sense respiration stops and the mind system stops. How does like how we can make sure that there is no underlying power or a vibration that can telepathize into another zygote? How does that happen? So there are so many questions here, so many aspects here that we don't understand. So we keep on trying to understand how this cycle of birth or cycle of life has happened. Because cycle of birth, when we say, we kind of figure out like automatically that about a baby, and then baby growing up and then becoming an old person and then dying, then again another baby is born. We are not talking about that only. We are actually talking about how we have had this problem even now, kind of even from one thought to one thought, how this power is being telepathized all the time. So this has happened from the beginning, inseparable kind of way of thing, because of the ignorance and this vibration makes it so much difficult for us to understand that it is actually only something that arises with the vibration of the sensory organ. But when we keep understanding this, we come to a point that actually what happened was only the sensory vibrations or the sensory organ vibrations, nothing else. But due to the ignorance, we have felt something different all the time. So we can start the discussion something like that. And yeah, I think because there's no much participants, we just have to keep having an input ourselves and output ourselves, I think. Yeah,
as you said, yes, I mean, the current is at negligible levels in the small baby. You can't say no current because there is something from the zygote level. So this the current, so-called current, or the self vibration is at very negligible levels right at the beginning, but with time it gradually becomes stronger and stronger, and then at beyond certain levels, strongly, I mean, there is a person, and person who is dealing with the world. So this current, in other words, current is felt as me. So how this current occurs is what you were trying to explain, because everywhere there is a speed playing a very important role. Because of the speed, something is created, something is shown as if it is there. So it may be at the sensor level where it's seen as a light or a shape, it's heard as a sound, and then it's felt as a taste, felt as a smell, or felt as something related to skin. So it's a creation and it's an illusion. It's simply because of the speed. So if the speed is not there, this creation will not be there, then the story will be completely different. Because of the speed, and this sensor function creates something, and then it doesn't stop there. What happens is the thought is created again, some form of naming or some form of identification. That is the result of the telepathization or synchronization of a previous exposure or previous experience. So this is a series of telepathization actually. which goes on, and we call it living, or we call that this is the life, and this is the alive feeling, and this is the existence. So in different ways it can be described, but this rapidly changing pattern of synchronization of telepathizations goes on, and we describe it as I am living and myself. So that is how the current is getting more and more stronger. This current is not something that you can feel or see, but when it is manifested in in different forms, depending on that sensor function, it's named as something that you see, something that heard, like that. So this is a process actually, and finally, this process is the one which leads to this current, and current continues, and at some point, if the system doesn't get the chance of listening to this true Dhamma and find out what is this mechanism, how it happens, then there is continuity, and this current will continue, and this is what we name as samsara journey, or the birth cycles. So the importance is this, how this identifying or knowing how it happens, what is this mechanism. The fact that current is nobody's, I mean, no one is responsible for that, and there is no ownership to that current. When you realize that this is something that happens like that, when you when the system understands how this current occurs, that is the only way that the current will get less and less. Only how it happens, only the ability to identify the magic work, magician's performance, then only you know that there is nothing to be surprised of. There is a story from Lord Buddha's time that a magician who is performing at right at a junction from where four roads are meeting together, and the people are surprised to see the magic. All sort of bobs and exclamatory marks, shouting and laughing, all because they don't know how it is happening. So Lord Buddha has said that this mind, or the mind sensor, is something like a magician who has a sort of very super performances, and we the people in the mundane world, I mean, who has no idea about this Dhamma, will be taken away with these performances. When you realize that how the magic is performed, or when you realize that how the thoughts are formed, what is this self-perception, what is the mechanism of this activity, when you understand it equals to knowing the tricks of the magician, then you know that, I mean, still you can laugh and you can enjoy the magic show, but you know that it is a big, I mean, everything is fake and just a big lie. Then your interest to watch it will get less and less. But still you can watch the magic and then have some fun, but there is no burn within you. So I think that is what I wanted to add. Anything else? Surangika also has joined. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sapantana and Dr. Pokila. Paying respects to the Buddothpado and answer. Yes, that is the fine thing, isn't it? The understanding the magic of the mind by, I think this is one of the examples that has been written about, I think, in lots of Buddhist books, even not even Paramatha Dharma, even these other books that have been there for years and years. We have a collection at home, and in some of those books as well, this example is given because it is such a good example to understand the tricking part of the mind, the trick that it plays on this whole system, and with that trick brings that false sense of ego and self, which then gets perpetuated and takes that vibration through a samsaric cycle with that wrong perception of self or self-view, rather, isn't it? So that stage, all the world is watching its own vibration or feeling or experiencing that vibration with the ownership, as we discussed yesterday, thinking that whatever they feel, they see, they experience is something they experience, that there is ownership, that there is a self-perspective, self-lens to it. And it is only through understanding the Satyajnana or through Dhamma that we break it down to understand that just as this Dhamma, through the Dhamma we explain that the body is not me, so too there is the explanation, there is the analysis that the mind is also not me. So in order to get into the deeper realms of that understanding that the mind is not me, that is where this whole Dhamma philosophy has to be unraveled by understanding the three types of wisdom, Ubbenivasana-sati, Chuttapata, and Asavakkhaya Jnana, how the past minds get created. How does that then eventuate into understanding the present thought? And then how through the understanding of those two types of wisdom, the defilements start gradually fading away. So together, these three types of wisdom will shine the light on this whole ignorance that has shrouded one's analysis to falsely believing that there is a self here, and there is an identity here, which then leads to the notion and this, the impulse to protect, the impulse to experience things, the impulse to enjoy every moment, every object, because unknowingly the system is not realized as a system. So the amazing thing about that stage example is that when you go to the backstage, instead of being in the front and you analyze the thought, the backstage is the understanding the workings of the mind. And when you do that, the whole thing gets unraveled. One can see that the senses are the stark reality of the senses, how they come about, as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, the vibrations, how it manifests due to the sheer speed. And it is just the aggregation of it and the feel that eventually arises, the consciousness, the light consciousness, the sound consciousness, the feeling that there is sound, the feeling that there is light, that light exists, sound exists. And then the culmination or the combination of all those consciousnesses to then give rise to the sense of a world, the sense of the world existing, the alive feel, and then all that again being tantamount to there being a self and self-view, and that the I is here, and all that then starts perpetuating. So yeah, so that example is an excellent example. I remembered when you were talking about it, the couple of other examples that the Buddha had given, particularly when one thinks about instead of analyzing the mind, instead of understanding how this whole thing is just a construct, if one just sits there at meditation. And at that point, I think the Buddha had said to different ascetics in different conversations about a person on a tightrope, isn't it? If a person who's on a tightrope is having, you can imagine the level of concentration that person has in order to be able to be steady, to plant that person's feet on the tightrope at a particular height, and then be able to walk across very slowly, very carefully, with pinpoint accuracy and concentration over that tightrope without falling. One can only imagine the level of concentration that person would be having to do that, to navigate the path over that tightrope. And then, but does that even help? I can't remember how it ended, but does that even help in terms of, can you then say that that one-pointedness is going to bring salvation, is going to bring liberation? No, because the tightrope is real. The person being on that height is also real. All that is still real, isn't it? So the concentration alone into one-pointedness itself is not the way to get about it. There are so many things that people do in this conventional world where they think is the way to nirvana. The other example I remembered was somebody, the ascetics who used to go and bathe in the Ganges River in the effort to cleanse their defilements, because there were so many people in search of the truth back in the day, and one of the things was they did so many rituals. One of the rituals was that they went and bathed in the Ganges River, thinking that it was a sacred river and they could cleanse their defilements. But then again, the Buddha very laughingly, very lightly said, in that case, all fish have attained nirvana or liberation, isn't it? Because they're permanently in the water and they've completely cleansed their souls. So it's a beautiful, the Buddha has used so many beautiful examples to convey the Dhamma, isn't it? So I just thought I'd share that.
And also, how about the other one where Lord Buddha said, okay, the blind person would have been then, when someone talked about not seeing the bad things or not seeing the good things, because that is going to build up this fire here. No, that is not the thing, it's the ignorance. So it's so beautiful. I mean, when I used the word beautiful also, I was thinking about that, because the word beautiful actually is not true. So, but the beautiful has an impression, isn't it? The impression, the value, the impression is okay. We know that when it says beautiful, we know that it can't be ugly. When someone says beautiful, but beautiful to one person is different to beautiful to another person. So how this beautiful comes into world, and how the ugly comes into world, how the love comes to the world, how the hatred comes to the world, isn't it? So how these things differ in each person's mind, and how even these things are not true, because it's just a sound.
Thought.
In the end, it is a sound. If I tell you now, I hate you, it's a sound you hear. But how did that happen? How did that bring you? Now I say, Dr. Sakuntala, I hate you. Then how does that brings you a sense of understanding? Like it's isn't it the I mean, isn't it so good to understand how this works? How a sound has the name, not only the sound, but a value, and also a kind of a picture to that. But when we say hatred, we don't have a kind of a picture. Like when we say milk toffee or a toffee candy, we have some kind of a picture. I'll give you a candy. I have few candies left, and it's then we have a picture there. But the hatred or love or beautiful or ugly, these adjectives, how do they have so much meaning?